Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The steering wheel was slick under my palms, a mix of summer heat and my own nerves after hours of driving down these winding back roads looking for the perfect spot. Every single campground we'd passed either full or looking about as inviting as a parking lot, and I could feel the hope seeping out of the car like air from a slow leak. The backseat whines from our 7-year-old daughter turning from questions to full-on complaints, and my wife's map folding getting sharper and more frustrated. With every wrong turn, when suddenly she sat bolt upright and pointed, her voice breathless with a kind of desperate relief, stopped the car. Right there. Look. I hit the brakes and looked where her finger was aimed, and I swear my own heart did a little skip. There it was, a narrow gravel track sneaking off between two massive pine trees, almost hidden, with a small, weathered sign hammered into the ground that simply read 44. We nudged the car down the path, branches scraping the sides, and then the trees opened up and it was like walking into a postcard. The clearing was a perfect green circle sloping down to a lake, so still it looked like a sheet of blue glass. The sun dappling through the pines and a lonely loon call echoing over the water. It was more than we'd hoped for. It was private, it was stunning, it was ours. We'd won the camping lottery. We all tumbled out of the car, the earlier tension forgotten, laughing and spinning around, our daughter immediately running toward the water's edge. Her previous misery vanished. My wife hugged me, her face buried in my chest, and she whispered, "See? I told you we'd find it." For a few beautiful minutes, everything was perfect. We started unpacking, the familiar routine of it feeling good, claiming our little piece of paradise. I was scouting where to pitch the tent when I saw it. Right smack in the center of the clearing, like a dead black heart in the middle of all that green, was this huge, ugly stump. It was an old oak, wide enough that I couldn't have wrapped my arms around it. But it wasn't just any dead tree. This thing looked wrong. The wood wasn't gray or weathered. It was black, deep down black like charcoal, and the surface wasn't splintered or rough. It was weirdly soft looking, almost spongy, like if you poked it your finger would sink right in. The top was jagged where the tree had snapped off long ago, but the edges were crumbling. I walked closer, against my own better judgment, and a smell hit me. It was wet earth and sweet, rotten leaves. But underneath that was something else, something faint and metallic, like the smell of old pennies or blood that's been sitting out for a minute. It was an eyesore, a blemish on this perfect picture. My wife came up beside me, the smile fading from her face. "Yikes," she said. "That's the unfortunate." I nodded, a bad feeling starting to curl in my gut, a low, primal kind of unease. "Maybe we should look for another site," I said, trying to keep my voice light. She sighed, the tiredness from the long drive coming back into her eyes. "Honey, it's just a piece of dead wood. We're exhausted. The site is perfect otherwise. We can just put the tent over there, away from it." She gestured to a flat, soft patch of grass closer to the lake. It made sense. We were tired. The place was otherwise ideal. This was the compromise you made in life, right? Except the one flaw to get everything else. Our daughter skipped over, her arms full of wildflowers she'd picked from the lake's edge. She didn't even seem to notice the stump as a problem. She saw it as a project. With this solemn, focused look she gets, she sat down right in front of it and started weaving her flowers into a chain, her little tongue poking out in concentration. My wife and I shared a smile, and we started unpacking the tent, turning our backs on the black spot in the middle of our new home. By the time we had the poles figured out, she was done. She stood up, marched over to the stump, and with a careful, almost reverent motion, draped the chain of bright yellow and purple flowers over the jagged top. She stepped back, beaming with pride. "There," she announced, her voice clear and happy. "Now he's not so lonely." A little chill, completely separate from the warm afternoon air, went down my back. Kids personify things, I told myself. Teddy bears, dolls, clouds. It's normal. But the way she said it felt so certain. I shook it off and helped my wife finish the tent. We decided, without really saying it out loud, to just ignore the stump. We positioned our camp chairs to face the lake, our backs deliberately turned to it, and got a fire going in the pit we'd made well off to the side. As the sun dipped, painting the sky in oranges and pinks, the normal sounds of the woods came alive, crickets, frogs, the gentle lap of water. The bad feeling in my stomach quieted down. This was why we came out here. This was peace. We roasted hot dogs, made s'mores, our daughter sticky and happy, her flower chain a cheerful splash of color against the dark wood in the fading light. When it was full dark and the stars were coming out, million pinpricks in the black above the trees, we got her into her pajamas and tucked her into the tent. She was asleep almost before her head hit the pillow. My wife and I stayed up by the fire, leaning into each other, just watching the embers glow. It was so quiet and good. That's when she giggled softly, a little sound in the dark. "You know what she told me while we were washing up the marshmallow sticks?" she said. I grunted, content. She told me the stump's name is Mr. Hollow. Said he told her while we were making dinner. We both laughed, a low, comfortable sound. It was cute. A kid's wild imagination, making friends with a piece of the forest. We laughed about the stories this Mr. Hollow must have, being so old. The fire crackled, and we sat there in our bubble of warmth and light, the vast, friendly dark of the woods around us. After a while, the fire started to die down, and we decided to turn in. I flicked on my big flashlight to make a path to the tent. As I swept the beam across the clearing, the light caught the stump for just a second. I paused. The flower chain, the one she'd made just hours ago with such care, wasn't bright anymore. The petals looked wilted, drooping, and in the harsh white light, their color seemed off. They weren't yellow and purple. They were a deep, bruised shade of purple, almost black, like they'd aged weeks in a single night. I stared for a long second, then shook my head. Trick of the light. The night air was damp. Flowers die. I clicked off the flashlight, zipped the tent shut behind me, and crawled into my sleeping bag beside my wife, listening to the steady, gentle breathing of our daughter nearby. The weird feeling from earlier was gone, buried under the tiredness and the warmth of the bag. It was just a stump. We were just camping. Everything was fine. As I drifted off, the last thing I heard was the loon calling again out on the lake. A lonely, beautiful sound that echoed in the deep, still dark, and for a fleeting second before sleep took me, I wondered why the loon sounded so much farther away now than it had before. The first thing I heard the next morning was her voice, bright and chirpy like a little bird, and for a second, still wrapped in the warm fog of sleep, I thought she was talking to her mother. Then the words filtered in. "Good morning, Mr. Hollow. Did you sleep good?" I opened my eyes, the fabric of the tent ceiling coming into focus. My wife was still asleep beside me, but our daughter's sleeping bag was empty. I lay there for a minute, listening. There was no answer, of course, just her voice chattering away. I dreamed about butterflies. They were all blue. Did you dream? A pause as if listening, then a giggle. That's a silly dream. The normalcy of it, the sheer kidness, almost pushed the weirdness away. Almost. I got up, unzipped the tent, and the cool morning air hit me. She was sitting cross-legged right in front of the black stump, her back to me, facing it like it was a teacher at story time. She nodded, her hair bobbing. "Aha," she said. "I like pancakes too, but Mommy puts blueberries in them, and sometimes they get squishy." I walked over, my feet damp with dew. "Hey kiddo," I said, keeping my voice easy. "Who are you talking to?" She turned, her face sunny and completely normal. "Mr. Hollow," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "He's telling me about the squirrels that used to live in him." I forced a smile. "That's nice. Come on, help me get the stove going. Let's make some of those blueberry pancakes." She scrambled up, gave the stump a little pat, and skipped toward our cooking area. I glanced at the stump. The flower chain from yesterday was gone. Not fallen off, just gone. No wilted petals on the ground. Nothing. I shook my head, blaming the wind, though I couldn't remember any wind in the night. Breakfast was normal, happily messy, and we made plans to hike to a waterfall a couple miles down the trail. My wife was all for it, packing a bag with snacks and water. But when we told our daughter, she just shook her head, her mouth set in a firm line. It wasn't a tantrum face. It was calmer, more certain. "I can't," she said. "I promised Mr. Hollow I'd keep him company today. He gets lonesome when everyone leaves." My wife laughed, a light sound that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Honey, it's a stump. It won't know if we're gone." Our daughter looked at her, and the look was so serious, so adult, it was jarring. "He knows," she said simply. We tried coaxing, bribing with extra marshmallows later, but she wouldn't budge. Finally, my wife sighed. "You stay with her. I could use some quiet time by the water anyway. I'll just take my book down to the shore." She grabbed her novel and a towel, shooting me a look that said, "Handle this." So, it was just me and my daughter in the clearing. I tried to engage her in a card game, but her attention kept drifting back to the stump. After a while, I gave up and just watched her. She'd go over, sit, and talk. She'd listen, her head cocked. She wasn't just playing. Her eyes were focused, intent, like she was really hearing something. It was the listening that started to get to me. Kids pretending talk all the time, but they don't usually stop to listen so carefully to nothing. Around lunchtime, my wife came back, her skin smelling like sunscreen and lake water. She started pulling out bread and lunch meat. Our daughter, who had been quiet for a little while, came over and sat at the picnic table. She took a bite of her sandwich, chewed thoughtfully, and then said, "Mr. Hollow says Grandma was scared of water too. That's why she never learned to swim." The world didn't stop, but it stuttered. My wife's hand, holding a jar of mustard, froze in midair. My own breath caught. My mother, her grandmother, had died before she was born. She had a deep, almost phobic fear of lakes and oceans. She never learned to swim. We'd maybe mentioned it once or twice in passing years ago. There was no way, no possible way, our 7-year-old could know that detail. Not in that specific way. The air under the pines felt suddenly cooler. My wife's eyes found mine, wide and searching. "What did you say, sweetie?" she asked, her voice tight. Our daughter just shrugged, taking another bite. "Mr. Hollow told me. He knows lots of things. He's very old." We spent the next hour doing the mental gymnastics people do when faced with something impossible. Maybe my wife talked in her sleep. Maybe we told the story to her when she was a toddler and she'd remembered it subconsciously. Maybe it was a crazy 1,000,000-to-1 guess. We clung to those maybes, stacking them up like a shaky wall between us and the rising tide of dread in my gut. My wife's fear was different from mine. Mine was a logical, buzzing alarm. Hers was quieter, deeper, a mother's instinct. She watched our daughter not with confusion, but with a growing, visceral unease. She saw what I saw now, the focused eyes, the calm certainty, and it chilled her in a way no logical explanation could warm. Later that afternoon, trying to break the mood, to prove to myself that this was all just a weird coincidence and a piece of rotten wood, I did something stupid. I picked up a small, smooth pebble from the lake shore. I walked over to the stump, my daughter watching from where she was drawing in the dirt. "Okay, Mr. Hollow," I said, trying to sound jokey. "Let's see how tough you are." I underhanded the pebble at the center of the blackened wood. I expected a dry thud. What happened was worse. The pebble didn't bounce. It didn't thump. It hit the surface and sank in with a soft, wet, sucking sound, like a stone dropped into thick mud. It was gone, swallowed up in that spongy blackness. And then a second later, from the tiny hole it had made, a single, fat bead of something welled up. It wasn't sap like from a pine tree. It was dark, amber-colored, and opaque. It clung to the side of the stump for a moment, then slowly, lazily, began to drip down toward the ground. The smell from yesterday, that metallic rot smell, got a little stronger. I took a step back. My daughter looked up from her drawing. "He doesn't like that," she said, not mad, just stating a fact. I didn't know what to say. I just walked back to the fire pit, my heart doing a slow, hard drum against my ribs. My wife had seen it. She didn't say anything. She just started cleaning up lunch with a kind of frantic energy. That's when she saw it. She was gathering some napkins that had blown near the base of the stump, and she stopped dead. "Hey," she called, her voice low. "Come look at this." I went over. There, in a perfect circle around the bottom of the stump, was a ring of mushrooms. They weren't there yesterday. They were small, with smooth white caps, and they looked like they'd sprung up overnight, neat as a fence. A fairy ring, my brain supplied, the old folk name for it. They looked pretty and completely unnatural. We didn't talk about it. We just looked at each other, and in that look was an agreement that something was very off, but also a mutual, unspoken decision not to panic, not in front of her. We got through the rest of the day by pretending everything was normal. We made a big dinner, we told stories, we kept the fire big and bright. Our daughter was her usual self, except for the occasional quiet comment to her friend. We put her to bed earlier than usual, both of us feeling drained. She went to sleep without a fuss. My wife and I sat by the fire again, but the comfort was gone. We talked in low voices about maybe packing up a day early, about how the weather might turn, about any excuse to leave that wouldn't scare our daughter. We were just about to agree to leave first thing in the morning when we heard a sound from the tent. A whimper, then a sharp, frightened cry. My wife was up in a flash, diving into the tent. I was right behind her, my flashlight on. Our daughter was sitting up in her sleeping bag, her eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath. A nightmare. Just a nightmare. My wife gathered her up, rocking her, soothing her. "What's wrong, baby? What happened?" Our daughter sobbed, her small body trembling. "The roots," she choked out. "I dreamed about the roots. They were under the tent. They were tickling my feet. They wanted to say hello." She buried her face in her mother's shoulder. My wife held her close, shooting me a look of sheer horror over her head. I stood there in the tent doorway, the beam of my flashlight cutting across the floor, illuminating the simple, green ground sheet. It lay flat and innocent on the earth. But as I stared, the memory of that pebble sinking into the soft, hungry wood played over and over in my mind. I switched off the light, plunging us into a dark that no longer felt friendly, and listened to the steady, ancient sound of the forest outside, a sound that now seemed less like a lullaby and more like a waiting breath. That night, after the nightmare, sleep was impossible. My wife held our trembling daughter until her breathing evened out into the deep, slow rhythm of true sleep. But the second she was out, my wife's own calm vanished. Her eyes, when they met mine in the shadowy tent, were wide and glittering with a fear she wasn't trying to hide anymore. We whispered, our voices papery thin in the dark. "We're leaving," she said, and it wasn't a suggestion. It was a flat statement, the bedrock truth of a mother whose protective instinct had been triggered on a level deeper than logic. First light. We pack the car and we go. We'll tell her we saw a weather report, that it's going to rain. I just nodded, relief flooding through me. The decision was made. The weird feelings, the strange knowledge, the swallowed pebble, the mushrooms, the dream about roots, it was all too much. We didn't need to debate it. We just needed to go. We lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the forest, every snapped twig or rustle of leaves outside now sounding purposeful, like footsteps. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was in a dream. But it wasn't a normal dream. It was slow and dark, and I wasn't me. I was deep under the ground, surrounded by cool, pressing earth. I could feel myself stretching, fiber by fiber, pushing through the dirt. I was a root, and I was hungry, not for water, but for warmth, for the heat of living things. I could feel other roots around me, a tangled, pulsing network, all of us feeling our way blindly through the soil, searching. And up above, I could sense it, a little pocket of delicious, radiating warmth, a small beating heart, a sleeping child. I stretched upward, the tip of me probing, nudging against a barrier, the tough fabric of a ground sheet. I pushed, seeking a way through, drawn to that gentle heat like a moth to a flame. I woke up with a jolt, a choked gasp stuck in my throat. The dream was so real I could still feel the grit of the soil, the blind, seeking urge. My heart was hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it would wake the others. I lay perfectly still, trying to shake the feeling, blaming it on stress and the leftover fear from my daughter's nightmare. But then I felt it, not in my mind, but on my skin. A gentle, probing pressure on the sole of my bare foot. A slight tickling movement, like a thin, wet cord being slowly coiled. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to look. I desperately wanted it to be my imagination, a phantom feeling from the dream. But it moved again, a deliberate, sinuous curl around my ankle. I fumbled beside my sleeping bag, my fingers scrambling over the nylon, finding my heavy metal flashlight. I thumbed the switch. The beam was blinding in the close darkness of the tent. I pointed it down toward my feet, toward my daughter, who was sleeping between us. The light hit her small form, and I saw it. Curled loosely around her bare ankle, just above her little sock, was a vine. But it wasn't any vine from the woods outside. It was black, shiny wet looking, and as thick as my pinky finger. And it was pulsing. Not like a heartbeat, but with a slow, rhythmic swell like it was breathing. It emerged from under the edge of the ground sheet, a place where the fabric didn't quite meet the earth, a gap I hadn't even noticed. It lay against her skin, not tight, but possessive. A strangled sound, half gasp, half cry, burst from my lips. I didn't think. I lunged across the small space, my hand shooting out to grab the thing, to yank it off my little girl. My fingers closed around it. It was cool and slippery like wet leather, and it vibrated under my touch. The moment I touched it, the moment the full light hit it, the vine reacted. It didn't just lie there. It moved. It uncoiled from her ankle with a slick, quick motion, like a snake startled from a sunbeam, and it retracted. It pulled back through that tiny gap in the ground sheet with a speed that was utterly wrong for a plant, and it was gone, vanished into the earth. I was left clutching at empty air, my hand hovering over my daughter's ankle. My wife was awake now, sitting up, her face pale in the flashlight's backwash. What? What is it?" she whispered, her voice sharp. I couldn't speak. I just shone the light on our daughter's ankle. The skin was smooth, unmarked. Not a scratch, not a red line, nothing. It was as if the vine had never been there. But I had felt it. I had seen its oily pulse. A root. I finally managed to say, the word scraping out of my dry throat. A root, or a vine, it was wrapped around her. It moved. It went back into the ground. I told her about the dream, about the feeling of seeking warmth. She didn't question me. She didn't offer a rational explanation. She believed me instantly, completely, and that was more frightening than if she'd called me crazy. Her belief meant this was real. We spent the rest of the night huddled together with our sleeping daughter between us, the flashlight clutched in my hand like a weapon, its beam pointed at the floor. We didn't sleep a wink. The second the world outside the tent turned from black to deep, watery gray, we were moving. We shook our daughter awake. We're going on a little adventure, sweetie, my wife said, her voice a masterpiece of fake cheer. We're going to pack up and find a new campsite, maybe one with a little playground. Our daughter, still groggy, just rubbed her eyes and nodded. She was quiet, too quiet. While my wife began quickly, efficiently stuffing sleeping bags and pads, I got on my hands and knees at the spot where the vine had disappeared. In the cool morning light, the ground looked ordinary. Just dirt and pine needles. I pressed my palm flat against it. The earth around it was cool. But right where the gap in the ground sheet had been, the soil was noticeably warmer, and it had a strange, springy give to it, like pressing on a sponge. It wasn't hard-packed. It was loose, almost fluffy. I dug my fingers in a little. They sank in easier than they should have. I pulled them back, brushed them off, a cold certainty settling in my bones. We worked fast, a quiet, efficient team driven by pure adrenaline. We took down the tent, folded it with rushed, clumsy hands. We loaded the car, tossing things in the back without our usual care. Our daughter didn't help. She just sat on the big black stump, swinging her legs, watching us work. She hadn't gone near it this morning, not until we started packing. Now she sat there as if it were her throne, her expression unreadable. We didn't stop her. We just needed to be gone. Finally, the car was packed. The campsite was just a scar of flattened grass and a stone fire ring. All that was left was the stump, and our daughter sitting on it. Okay, kiddo, time to go, I said, walking over, forcing a big smile. New place, new adventures. She looked at me, then past me, at her mother who was already getting into the passenger seat. Mr. Hollow says you're being rude, she said. Her voice was clear, calm, and it cut through the morning air like a knife. I stopped in my tracks. He made this place for us. He likes having a family here. The fake smile melted off my face. We're leaving now, I said, my voice firmer than I'd ever used with her. Get in the car. She didn't move. She tilted her head, as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she looked back at me, and her eyes were too old for her face. He says if you leave, she said, each word dropping like a stone, you'll be sorry. A bolt of pure, undiluted anger shot through me, burning away the fear for a second. This thing, whatever it was using my daughter's voice to threaten me. Get in the car. I said it slowly, with a finality that brooked no argument. For a second, her lower lip trembled, and I saw my little girl again, scared and confused. Then the look was gone, replaced by that blank calm. She slid off the stump and walked silently past me, climbing into the back seat without another word. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. We'd done it. We were getting out. I got behind the wheel, my hands gripping it tight. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a wonderfully normal mechanical sound. I put the car in reverse, looking over my shoulder, and backed down the narrow gravel track, the trees passing on either side. I didn't look back at the clearing. In the rearview mirror, I saw my wife reach back to hold our daughter's hand. Our daughter was staring out her window, her face pale. The gravel track seemed longer on the way out, the trees closer. But then I saw it ahead, the break in the trees, the main dirt forest road. Relief, sweet and heady, washed over me. We were seconds away. I backed the last few feet, the tires crunching, and turned the wheel to point us down the road toward home. I shifted into drive and pressed the gas. The car didn't move forward onto the dirt road. It lurched, the tires spinning. I frowned, pressing harder. More spinning. Mud? I hadn't seen any mud. What's wrong? My wife asked, her voice tense. I don't know, I muttered. I put it in reverse, tried to go back, then drive again. Nothing but the sound of tires chewing gravel. I got out of the car to look. The back tires were dug in, sure. But that wasn't the main problem. The problem was in front of the car. The narrow opening onto the forest road was gone. It wasn't blocked by a fallen tree. It was gone. In its place was a solid, snarled wall of vegetation. Thorny brambles, thick as my wrist, with cruel-looking black spikes, had grown in a dense, tangled mat across the entire exit. They weren't there when we drove in 2 days ago. They couldn't have grown that fast. They looked ancient, gnarled, and impenetrable. They stretched from one tree trunk to another, sealing us in. I stood there, staring at the wall of thorns, the earlier relief curdling in my stomach into something much, much worse. The engine of the car idled behind me, a pointless hum. We weren't leaving. The woods, or something in it, had other plans. I stood there in front of that wall of thorns, the car's engine idling behind me like a confused animal, and my brain just couldn't make it make sense. It was a solid, snarled curtain of black vines and spikes that hadn't been there 10 minutes ago when we'd first pulled in. It was impossible. I heard my wife's door open and close, her footsteps on the gravel. "What is it? Why are we stopped?" she asked, and then she saw it. She didn't say anything else. She just came up beside me and stared. I reached out a hand, not to touch the thorns, but just to point, to confirm it was real. A nearby vine, one of the thinner ones dangling from the main mass, twitched. It wasn't the wind. There was no wind. It moved on its own, a quick, jerking motion like the tail of an irritated cat. It lashed out, and a long black thorn scratched a thin, burning line across the back of my knuckles. I yanked my hand back with a hiss. The cut stung, but worse than the sting was the feeling that followed, a cold, deep ache that seeped under my skin, like I'd been injected with something icy. It wasn't a normal scratch. "Get back in the car," I said to my wife, my voice low. We both retreated, getting back inside, locking the doors as if that would do any good. The cheerful morning was gone. The light filtering through the pines looked different now, dull and greenish, like we were sitting at the bottom of a murky pond. The sounds of the forest had changed, too. The birds, the bugs, all the little life noises that make up the background of the woods, they just weren't there anymore. It wasn't quiet, exactly, but the space where those sounds should have been felt empty and waiting. Our daughter spoke from the back seat, her voice small. "I told you." I turned to look at her. She was hugging her knees, her face pale. "He doesn't want you to go. He's not done with us yet." My wife spun around in her seat. "Who is he, baby? What does he want?" Our daughter just shrugged and looked out the window toward the clearing, toward the stump. "He's lonely," she said, as if that explained everything. We sat in the car for what felt like an hour, trying to think. We could try to drive through the thorns, but they looked tougher than the car's metal. We could try to cut them, but we only had a small pocket knife. We could go on foot, try to hike out through the woods, but with no path and a 7-year-old? It was a bad plan, but it was the only one we had. "We'll walk," I said finally, the words tasting like defeat. "We'll follow the lake shore. There has to be another campsite, another road." My wife nodded, her jaw set. We got out again, unpacking our small day packs, filling them with water bottles, a little food, a first aid kit, a flashlight. We'd travel light and fast. We told our daughter we were going on a big hike, a surprise exploration. She didn't argue. She just took her mother's hand. We left the car, the locked doors feeling stupid now, and started walking away from the clearing, keeping the lake on our right. We'd only gone maybe 50 yards when the trees began to press in closer. The undergrowth, which had been ferns and soft moss near our sight, became thicker, tangled with more of those thorny vines. They weren't blocking the way completely, but they were everywhere, catching on our clothes, forcing us to slow down and pick a path. The ground underfoot, which had been firm, became soft and spongy. Our shoes started to sink in a little with each step. It was hard, slow going. After another 20 minutes of struggling, my wife stopped. She was looking at a big pine tree ahead of us. That's the tree with the broken branch," she said, her voice shaky. "The one that looks like a Y. We passed it 5 minutes ago." I looked. She was right. We'd been walking in a wide circle, brought right back toward the clearing without realizing it. The woods themselves were turning us around. A deep, low vibration started then, coming up through the soles of our sinking feet. It wasn't a sound you could hear with your ears. It was a feeling, a hum that traveled up your bones and settled in your teeth, a steady, angry pulse from the earth itself. It was the feeling of the forest waking up and noticing us trying to leave. Panic, real and sharp, began to claw at my throat. We turned and tried a different direction, away from the lake, pushing deeper into the woods, hoping to hit a trail or a fire road. The thorn vines were worse here, snagging our pants, scratching our arms. The hum in the ground got stronger. Our daughter began to cry, not a tantrum cry, but a scared, tired whimper. My wife picked her up, carrying her despite the extra weight. We pushed through a final wall of ferns and stumbled out, right into the back edge of our own campsite. We were back. The black stump sat in the center, waiting. We stood there, breathless, defeated. The sky through the trees was no longer morning bright. It was a flat, gray color, like tarnished silver, even though there were no clouds. The light was wrong, making everything look like a faded photograph. That's when we saw the change in the stump. It was blooming. Overnight, dozens of flowers had erupted from its rotten wood. They were fleshy and large, a sickly pink color veined with inky black. They weren't pretty. They looked like internal organs turned inside out, and they were moving. They pulsed slowly, their petals opening and closing with a soft, wet sound, like lazy mouths breathing. A smell drifted from them, cutting through the clean pine air. It was sweet, too sweet, like cheap candy and rotting honey mixed together. My wife, still holding our crying daughter, took a step forward, her head tilting. "Do you smell that?" she asked, her voice sounding distant, slurred. It's actually kind of nice." Her eyes, which had been wide with fear, started to lose their focus. She took another step toward the stump, a dreamy expression softening her face. "No!" I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. She stumbled, blinking, and the fear rushed back into her eyes for a second. She looked down at our daughter in her arms, then at the pulsating flowers, confusion and terror warring on her face. The hum in the ground rose in pitch, becoming a painful vibration that made my fillings ache. The flowers seemed to pulse faster. I knew, with a certainty that was cold and absolute, that we couldn't walk out. The woods wouldn't let us. We were trapped. We had to try the car again. Maybe if we gunned it, we could break through the thorns. It was our only remaining option. "Back to the car," I said, my voice rough. "Now." We half ran, half stumbled back down the gravel path to where we'd left it. The wall of thorns was still there, even thicker now if that was possible. I got into the driver's seat, my hands shaking as I started the engine. My wife buckled our daughter into her car seat, then got in beside me, her face a mask of grim hope. "Just go," she whispered. I put the car in drive, pressed the gas pedal all the way to the floor, and aimed right for the center of the greenish-gray light between the trees where the road should be. The engine roared. The tires screamed on the gravel, then hit the first of the thorny vines. The car lurched forward a foot, 2 feet, with a sound of tearing metal and snapping branches. Then it stopped dead, lurched again, and the engine coughed and died. Something had wrapped around the axle, something strong. Thick, black vines, studded with those same cruel thorns, had snaked out from the wall and entangled the front wheels. We weren't going anywhere. The car was caught. I tried to restart the engine. It just clicked. Dead. We sat there, the three of us in the stalled car, sealed in by the forest. The humming in the ground faded to that low, constant background pulse. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the soft, wet, breathing sound of the flowers back in the clearing. A sound that seemed to carry on the still, strange air. My wife reached over and took my hand, her grip tight and cold. We didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. The fight to leave was over. We had lost. Now we just had to figure out how to survive whatever came next. We sat in the dead car for a long time, just staring at the thorny wall that had us prisoner. The initial shock of being trapped was a cold, hard lump in my stomach, but after a while, a weird numbness set in. We couldn't drive out. We couldn't walk out. We were stuck in this beautiful, terrible place with the black stump and its breathing flowers. My wife was the first to move. She took a deep, shaky breath, the kind you take when you're about to do something you really don't want to do. "We can't stay in here," she said, her voice flat. "We need water. We need to think." She was right. The car felt like a metal coffin now, not a shelter. We had a little water in our day packs, but not enough for long. We unbuckled our daughter, who had been unnervingly quiet, and stepped back out into the strange, grayish light of the clearing. The smell from the flowers was stronger now, that cloying mix of sweetness and decay. It hung in the air, making it feel thick and hard to breathe. My wife walked a few steps toward the picnic table, then stopped. She swayed on her feet, putting a hand out to steady herself. "Whoa," she murmured. "That smell. It's actually kind of nice." She said it again, just like before, but this time there was no fear behind it. It was a statement of fact. She took another step, not toward the table, but toward the stump. I grabbed her arm. "Hey, don't." She turned to look at me, and her eyes were glassy, unfocused, like she'd just woken up from a deep sleep. A small, peaceful smile played on her lips. "It's okay," she said, her words slightly slurred. "He just wants a family. Can't you feel it? It's warm." She pulled her arm gently from my grip and took another step toward the pulsing pink flowers. Then her knees buckled. She didn't collapse. She just sank down gracefully into a sitting position in the dirt, right in front of the stump. She crossed her legs, rested her hands in her lap, and stared up at the rotten wood with the expression of someone watching the most fascinating movie. Our daughter, who had been clinging to my leg, let go. All the fear and confusion melted from her little face, replaced by that serene, alien calm. She walked past her entranced mother and climbed right onto the stump, sitting on its jagged top as if it were her favorite chair. She reached out and patted the black bark, a gesture that was almost affectionate. The transformation was complete. My wife was lost in a drugged dream. My daughter was the thing's willing companion, and I was alone. The hum in the ground seemed to soften, becoming a contented purr. From the cracks and puckered holes in the stump, a new horror emerged. A fine, golden dust began to puff into the air. It looked like pollen, but it didn't drift away on a breeze. There was no breeze. It moved with a mind of its own, forming a slow, swirling cloud that hung in the clearing. The sweet, rotten smell intensified, now mixed with the dry scent of this golden powder. The cloud began to drift, purposeful as a hunting animal, toward me. I stumbled back, holding my breath. My mind was screaming. I ran to my wife, dropping to my knees in front of her. I shook her shoulders. "Look at me. Snap out of it." Her head lolled. She blinked slowly, those glassy eyes meeting mine, but they didn't see me. They saw something else, something beautiful and terrible inside her own head. "Can't you feel it?" she whispered again, a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth. "The love. It's so warm." I slapped her cheek, not hard, but enough to sting. She didn't even flinch. She just kept smiling. I saw movement in the dirt beside her leg. The soil bulged, then broke. A thin, black root, just like the one from the tent, broke the surface. It didn't lash out. It moved slowly, gently, like a curious finger. It brushed against her wrist, then coiled around it loosely. She sighed, a sound of pure contentment, and leaned her head back. I watched, frozen in horror, as the root tightened its grip just a little. At its tip, a small, fleshy bud I hadn't noticed before began to swell. It opened, revealing a moist, pink interior lined with fine, hair-like filaments. It pressed itself softly against the skin of her wrist, just below her palm. She shuddered, but not in pain. In ecstasy. A tiny bead of blood, dark and thick, welled up where the filaments touched. The root seemed to drink it in, the black vine throbbing with a slow, satisfied rhythm. It was feeding, and she was loving it. From her perch on the stump, my daughter spoke, but the voice was wrong. It was her pitch, her sound, but the way she formed the words was ancient, patient, and horribly wise. "Don't be scared, Daddy," the voice said. I looked up at her. She was watching me, her head tilted. "He just needs to taste your love. Then you'll understand. You want to stay with us." The golden cloud of pollen had reached me. I held my breath, scrambling backward on my hands and knees, but a few glittering particles landed on the damp skin near my eye. The effect was instant. A wave of dizziness washed over me, not sickening, but warm and welcoming. And with it came a memory, so vivid it was like being punched by the past. It wasn't a bad memory. It was my best memory. I was 9 years old, in the treehouse my dad and I built. It was a summer evening, the wood warm under my hands, the world small and safe and perfect below me. The feeling of peace, of being enclosed and protected, washed through me. It was the best feeling in the world. A deep, aching part of me wanted to go back there. That's what the pollen was doing. It was mining my own happiest memories and using them as a weapon against me. The stump, Mr. Hollow, wasn't offering nightmares. It was offering the thing every adult secretly craves, the perfect, safe piece of childhood. All I had to do was breathe in. I clenched my teeth, fighting the dizziness, fighting the pull of that perfect memory. I focused on the horror in front of me. My wife, sitting in the dirt with a root drinking from her wrist, a blissful smile on her pale face. My daughter, a puppet on a throne of rotten wood. I used that horror like an anchor, dragging myself back from the warm, golden pull. I couldn't get my wife. She was connected now, literally tethered to the thing by its root. My eyes darted to the lake. It was a stupid plan, born of pure desperation. The thorns blocked the land, but what about the water? Could we swim? Could we follow the shoreline until we found another access point? It was a long shot. The water would be cold. My wife could barely walk. My daughter wouldn't come willingly. But it was the only idea I had left. I had to get them to the water. I lunged for my wife, grabbing her under her arms. I planted my feet and pulled with all my strength, trying to yank her free from the root's embrace. The root pulled taut, thin and corded, but it didn't break or detach. It held fast, and as I pulled, a jolt of sensation, not my own, ripped through me. It was a double vision. I felt my own muscles straining, my own panic, but layered over it was a wave of warm, fuzzy contentment, her feeling, and beneath that a vast, cold, possessive hunger that wanted to keep its new toy. It was the organism's feeling. For a second, I was connected to it, and I felt how deeply it wanted us, how it saw us as missing pieces of itself. The shock of it made me gasp and let go, staggering back. From the stump, my daughter screamed. It wasn't her earlier calm voice. It was a shriek of pure, childish outrage. "Daddy, you know." She pointed a tiny finger at me, her face contorted with a wrath that belonged to something much older. "You're hurting the family." The humming in the ground, which had been a purr, spiked into a painful, teeth-rattling vibration. The surface of the lake, which had been placid and still, began to churn. Bubbles broke the surface, and the water near the shore started to swirl. My escape route was closing. I stood there, caught between the possessed child, the entranced wife, the poisoned air, and the now agitated lake, realizing with a sickening finality that there was no easy way out. The fight was changing. It wasn't about escape anymore. It was about survival, and I was the only one left fighting. The lake's churning killed my water escape plan before it even fully formed. This Mr. Hollow, wasn't just in the stump and the trees. It was in everything. The land, the air, and now clearly the water. The whole campsite was its body, and we were trapped inside it. I stood there, the golden pollen still hanging in the air, my wife drifting in her dream while a root drank from her, my daughter glaring at me from her perch. The hum in the ground had settled back into that low, watchful pulse. They were waiting for me to make my next move, or more likely, waiting for me to give up. I looked at my wife's face, so peaceful, and a terrible understanding clicked into place. This wasn't about killing us. The root at her wrist wasn't a vampire straw. It was a connection. It was sipping, tasting. When I'd pulled on her and felt that rush of foreign sensation, I'd felt it too, a cold intelligence sifting through her warmth, her memories. It was learning her. It was collecting her. She wasn't just food. She was a library, and the organism was reading every book. My daughter was something else. She was the translator, the loudspeaker. She was the part of it that could still talk in a human voice, to coax and convince and threaten. They were being assimilated, turned into parts of this family tree. The thought was so big and horrible, it made my legs feel weak. I looked around at the clearing. It was no longer just a campsite with a weird stump. The change was subtle but deep. The pine trees seemed to have leaned in closer overnight, their branches lower, more twisted, like bony fingers curling around us. Bright green moss was visibly creeping over our forgotten camp chairs and cooler, swallowing the red and blue fabric in a slow, relentless wave. Down by the lake's edge, thick, purple reeds I'd never seen before had shot up, choking the shoreline, their stalks weirdly fleshy. The environment was adapting, turning this place into something else, something that suited the organism better. It was remaking the world in its own image, and it was using my family as the blueprint. My daughter moved on the stump. She reached out and, with a careful pinch, plucked one of the large, pulsating pink flowers. It came away from the rotten wood with a soft, wet tearing sound, like pulling meat from a bone. A drop of that same dark amber sap oozed from the wound. She held the flower out toward her mother. "Here, Mommy," she said, her voice back to its sweet, normal tone, which was somehow worse than the ancient one. "Eat it. It's full of his thoughts. You'll see better." My wife, her eyes still glazed, turned her head slowly. She smiled at the offered flower like it was a piece of birthday cake. She opened her mouth. I took a step forward, a protest dying in my throat. I was too far away. I watched as my wife took the fleshy petal between her teeth and bit down. She chewed slowly, thoughtfully. Then her eyes, which had been empty and dreamy, flew open wide. But not in terror. In awe. A shudder racked her whole body. "Oh," she gasped, her voice clear and full of wonder. "I see them. I see the family." She looked past me at the trees, seeing something I couldn't. The old man, the one who had a heart attack by his fire pit right here years ago. He's here. And the lost hiker, the young woman from a decade back, they're all here. They're part of him. They're happy." She said it with such conviction, such joy, that it broke my heart. The organism was sharing its memories with her, showing her its other children, making her feel like she was coming home to a waiting community. It was the perfect trap for a social creature like a human. The promise that you are not alone, that you belong. The golden pollen cloud was still drifting near me. I had to keep moving, keep my head clear. I stumbled away from it, toward the remains of our campfire, rubbing at my eyes where the particles had landed. The warm nostalgia for my childhood treehouse tugged at me, a siren song whispering that giving in would feel so good, so right. I fought it by focusing on the concrete, horrible details. The root around my wife's wrist, now joined by a second, thinner one snaking around her ankle. The way my daughter's skin looked almost waxy in the strange light. The smell of sweet rot that was now baked into my clothes. My pocket knife. The thought surfaced from the chaos in my mind. My small, red Swiss Army knife. I'd had it in my pocket yesterday, when we tried to hike out. I patted my pants pocket now. Empty. I must have dropped it. I scanned the ground near where I'd been struggling, near the fire pit. Nothing. It was probably lost in the pine needles and dirt. A stupid, tiny thing to care about, but it felt like the last piece of my real world. The world of zippers and metal and human invention was gone. I had to do something. The lake was a no-go. The land was a wall of thorns. My wife was physically connected. My daughter was mentally gone. But I couldn't just stand there and watch. A raw, desperate anger began to burn through the fear and the dizziness. This thing had my family. It was turning them into decorations for its nightmare garden. I wasn't going to let it have them without a fight. If I couldn't free my wife from the roots, maybe I could disrupt the source. I looked at the black stump, at my daughter sitting on it like a queen. My plan, what little there was of one, crystallized. I would charge the stump. I would knock my daughter off of it, grab her, and run. Not to escape, that was impossible now, but to break the connection, to force the organism to deal with me directly. Maybe in the confusion, I could find a weakness. It was a terrible plan. It was probably suicide, but it was the only move left on the board. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the cleanest air I could find away from the pollen cloud. I focused on my daughter's face, trying to see my little girl behind the alien calm. Then I ran. I didn't shout. I just pumped my legs, charging across the clearing, my eyes locked on the stump. My daughter's head snapped toward me. Her calm expression vanished, replaced by that furious, ancient wrath. She pointed. "He's trying to break the family," she screamed. The ground shivered, then shook. The hum became a violent, rattling vibration that made my vision blur. I was 3 steps away when the earth beneath my feet betrayed me. It didn't crack open. It just softened. 1 second I was running on firm ground. The next my right foot sank in up to the ankle in what felt like warm, wet oatmeal. I stumbled, trying to pull it free, and my left foot plunged in even deeper, up to the mid-calf. It wasn't a hole. It was the ground itself turning into a sucking, porous mire. I looked down. The soil and pine needles were still there, but they were floating in a black, watery muck that bubbled up from below. Thin, fibrous roots churned just beneath the surface, tangling around my feet and ankles, pulling gently, insistently downward. I was stuck, trapped in quicksand made of rotten wood and hungry roots. I thrashed, but every movement made me sink a little deeper. The mire was now at my knees. I was 20 feet from the stump, close enough to see the intricate patterns in the rotten wood, close enough to see the dark, puckered holes that seemed to stare back at me. My daughter watched me struggle, her anger fading back into that terrible serenity. "He doesn't like it when you run," she said softly. From the corner of my eye, I saw my wife. She was still sitting, still connected, but she was watching me too. A single, clear tear rolled down her blissful smile, cutting a track through the dirt on her cheek. It was the most heartbreaking thing I'd ever seen. She was still in there somewhere, seeing this, and she couldn't do anything. I stopped struggling, panting, the cold muck creeping up my thighs. The fight was leaching out of me, replaced by a crushing fatigue. The golden pollen found me again, settling on my skin, my hair. I breathed in because I had to. The memory of the treehouse washed over me, stronger this time, wrapped in a feeling of absolute, unconditional love. The love I felt the first time I held my newborn daughter. The organism was clever. It wasn't using fear anymore. It was using my own love as the bait. The warmth of that memory spread through my chest, a physical comfort against the cold of the bog. It would be so easy to just accept, to let go, to be with them forever in this peaceful, warm place. My sinking hand brushed against something hard in the muck. something solid and angular. My fingers, numb with cold, closed around it instinctively. I pulled it up through the black ooze. It was my pocket knife. The red paint was smeared with mud, but it was real. The cold, solid weight of it in my palm was a shock. A piece of my world. A tool. A weapon. I clutched it, the metal pressing into my skin, a tiny anchor to reality. I looked from the knife to the hollow, waiting stump, to my daughter's placid face, to my wife's tear-streaked smile. The organism offered peace through assimilation. The knife offered a different, uglier path. I didn't know if I had the strength to cut roots, to fight, to possibly hurt the things I was trying to save. The warm, loving pull of the pollen promised an end to all pain, all struggle. My fingers tightened around the knife handle. I had to choose, and as I hesitated, a new, wet, cracking sound came from the stump. The blackened wood at the back, opposite where my daughter sat, was splitting open. It peeled apart slowly, like a rotting flower blooming in reverse, revealing a deep, dark hollow inside. Something moved in the shadows within. The heart of the hollow was waiting. The cracking sound from the stump snapped me out of the pollen's warm, welcoming haze. I looked from the pocket knife in my muddy hand to the dark hollow opening up in the rotten wood. What was inside? More roots? Some kind of core? The movement in the shadows was slow, rhythmic, like something breathing. The mire was at my waist now, the roots within it gently pulling, not with violence, but with a patient, inevitable pressure, like the tide drawing sand from a beach. I couldn't reach the stump. I was stuck, but my wife wasn't. Not completely. The idea was madness, born of pure desperation. I couldn't get to her to free her, but maybe, just maybe, I could get her to come to me. If I could break the organism's hold on her mind for even a second, maybe her own instincts would take over. I had nothing left to lose. I locked eyes with my wife. Her gaze was still distant, focused on some happy vision of the family. But the tear on her cheek was real. "Look at me," I shouted, my voice raw and cracking in the strange air. "Honey, please, look at me." Her eyes drifted toward my voice, swimming slowly into focus on my face. There was a flicker there, a tiny spark of recognition behind the blissful fog. "The lake," I yelled, pointing with my free hand toward the churning water. "Remember our honeymoon? In Maine. The water was so cold, and you jumped in anyway, and you screamed and laughed. I was grabbing at any memory that was ours, that was strong and human, and not part of this rotten place. You said it woke you up better than coffee. We need to wake up now." I saw her brow furrow just a tiny bit. The root around her wrist pulsed, and she flinched, the blissful smile wavering. The organism was reinforcing its control, feeding her more of its sweet, false comfort. My daughter, from her perch, watched this exchange with a detached curiosity, like a scientist observing an experiment. I changed tactics, speaking lower, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "Our daughter," I said, my voice breaking. "Her first steps. She took them in the backyard, toward you. You were sitting on the grass, and you held your arms out, and your face was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She's right here. We need to take her home." I saw it. A second, clearer flicker in her eyes. Pain. Real, human pain cutting through the drugged happiness. Her lips moved, forming a word without sound. "Home." The root around her wrist tightened. The fleshy bud at its tip pressed harder, and she gasped, but this time it wasn't with pleasure. It was a sharp intake of shock. The organism didn't want her remembering. It wanted her content and consuming. I had found a crack. "Fight it," I screamed, straining against the mire. "Pull your arm away. Just try." With a moan that seemed to come from the very bottom of her soul, she moved. She looked down at the root coiled around her wrist, and a look of revulsion twisted her features. She yanked her arm inward. The root held fast, stretching like tough rubber. A thin trickle of dark blood ran from where the filaments touched her skin. She cried out, in pain and effort, and pulled again. This time, she used her other hand, grabbing the root itself. The moment her bare fingers touched the black, pulsing vine, she screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure agony. The root was hot, burning hot. Smoke, or steam, curled from between her fingers. But she didn't let go. She pulled with everything she had. The root tore. It didn't snap cleanly. It ripped with a wet, fibrous sound, like tearing a piece of rotten canvas. Amber sap and dark fluid spurted from the broken end. The severed piece in her hand writhed for a moment like a dying worm, then went still. She flung it away, staring at her bleeding wrist, her breath coming in ragged, shocked sobs. The connection was broken. The other root around her ankle loosened its grip, slithering back into the soil. She was free. For now. The reaction from the clearing was instant and violent. The hum in the ground became a high-pitched shriek that felt like needles in my ears. My daughter on the stump let out a wail of betrayal that was both childlike and deeply alien. The flowers on the stump clenched shut, then exploded open, releasing a huge, billowing cloud of the golden pollen. And the lake erupted. Not with water, but with thick, ropey vines of aquatic weed covered in slimy, clear barbs. They lashed onto the shore like whips, not aiming for me in my bog, but for my wife. They were fast. One wrapped around her newly freed wrist, yanking her off balance. Another snaked around her waist. They began to pull, not back toward the stump, but toward the water. The organism wasn't just trying to reconnect her. It was trying to take her, to put her somewhere I could never reach. No! I bellowed, thrashing uselessly in the mire. She scrambled, clawing at the muddy ground with her free hand, fighting the pull toward the churning, vine-filled water. Her eyes were clear now, wide with terror and pain, but they were her eyes. She looked at me, and I saw fierce, determined understanding. She knew what was happening. She kicked at the vines, but the barbs dug in, holding fast. The stump hollow yawned wider. The movement inside became more agitated. This had gotten its full attention. The gentle persuasion was over. My wife was fighting, and I was still armed with a memory and a pocket knife. It was done playing family. My daughter stood up on the stump, her small figure outlined against the gray sky. She pointed at me, then at my wife. "They are breaking the family," she shrieked, her voice echoing with that otherworldly power. "They need to be reminded. They need to be shown." The ground under my wife began to soften, just like mine had. She was on the edge of the lake, and the earth turned to the same wet, sucking mire, trapping her legs just as the aquatic vines pulled at her upper body. She was being stretched, caught between two hungry elements of the same creature. I saw her face contort in a new kind of agony. The pocket knife in my hand felt useless, a toy against this kind of power. But it was all I had. I fumbled with my numb, muddy fingers, digging the small blade out of the handle. It was 2 inches long. Pathetic. I started slashing at the roots tangling around my legs under the water. The blade cut through them, but they were endless. For every one I severed, 2 more seemed to writhe up from the depths to take its place. I was cutting a forest, one thread at a time. I was making no progress. I looked at my wife, saw her sinking, saw the vines pulling her toward the dark water. I looked at the stump, at the dark hollow. My daughter was no longer looking at us. She had turned and was peering into the hollow, nodding as if listening to instructions. The direct assault was pointless. I had to think differently. This thing was a mind, a consciousness spread through the roots and the vines and the pollen. It was focused on us, on subduing us. What if I gave it something else to think about? What if I heard it somewhere that mattered? My eyes landed on the fleshy, pulsing pink flowers. They were the source of the pollen, the source of the smell that drugged my wife. They were its weapons. Maybe they were also its senses. Without thinking, acting purely on a gut instinct of defiance, I reared back and threw my pocket knife. I didn't aim for my daughter. I aimed for the biggest cluster of flowers on the side of the stump. The little red knife tumbled through the air, end over end. It wasn't a good throw. I was chest deep in muck, my muscles cold. The knife didn't stick into the wood. It smacked sideways against a big, vein of blossom and fell into the ring of white mushrooms at the stump's base. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. The flower it hit recoiled like a slapped face, clenching shut violently. A jet of that amber sap shot out from the impact point, arcing through the air. The whole stump seemed to shudder. My daughter stumbled, grabbing the edge of the hollow to keep from falling. The shrieking hum in the ground stuttered, dipped in pitch. For just a second, the pull from the vines around my wife slackened. She used that second. With a scream of pure effort, she twisted her body, ignoring the barbs tearing at her skin, and grabbed one of the lake vines with both hands. She didn't try to pull it off. She bit it. She sank her teeth into the slimy, ropey weed and bit down with everything she had. Dark, foul-tasting fluid filled her mouth, but she bit and ripped like an animal. The vine thrashed, loosening its grip. She spat, gagging, and scrambled backward, out of the mire at the lake's edge, crawling on her hands and knees toward the center of the clearing, away from the water, away from the stump toward me. She was free of the water, but we were both still trapped, wounded, and surrounded. The organism was wounded, too, and now it was furious. The brief moment of confusion was over. The stump stopped shuddering. The hollow seemed to grow darker, deeper. My daughter turned back to face us, and her face was no longer that of a child or even an ancient being. It was a mask of cold, implacable hunger. The game was over. The invitation was rescinded. Now it was just about consumption. My wife crawled to the edge of the mire that held me, her hands and knees raw, her wrist bleeding, her mouth stained with the dark juice of the lake vine. She reached for me, our fingers stretching, only inches apart. The look on her face was no longer terror, but a furious, determined grief. We had broken the spell, but we were no closer to freedom. The organism, Mr. Hollow, was done asking. The pollen cloud hung over everything, a golden fog that promised peace, but now felt like a coming storm. The shrieking hum had settled into a deep, angry throbbing, like a giant, wounded heart buried under the forest. My daughter stood before the open hollow of the stump, her back to us, looking in. She was so still. The clearing itself seemed to be holding its breath. Then she turned around. Her face was calm again, but it was a cold, empty calm. All traces of the child were gone, erased. She was a vessel now, filled to the brim with something ancient and patient and very, very angry. "You heard him," she said, her voice flat, carrying in the strange air. "You don't understand the gift. You fight the love. So now he will show you. Not the dream. The truth." She stepped aside, gesturing to the dark hollow. "Look?" We didn't want to look, but we did. The inside of the stump was not empty. It was a nest, wet and pulsing. Thick, root-like cords, glowing with a faint, sickly greenish light, throbbed like arteries. Fungal threads, white and fuzzy, draped everything like a sinister lace. And cradled in the center of this wet web were shapes. Two human-shaped forms. They were made of densely packed moss, peat, woven roots, and patches of that same glowing fungus. One was larger, one was smaller. A man and a child. Their faces were smooth indentations, blank and featureless, but their positions, curled together, the larger one around the smaller, spoke of a horrible, eternal embrace. These were the previous family. The old man who had a heart attack. The lost hiker. Not buried. Not gone. Incorporated. Preserved in a mockery of life. Fed on by the roots, their memories and warmth slowly siphoned away over years to feed the consciousness of the clearing. This was the forever body it had promised. This was the end of the road. A cold so deep it burned swept through me, colder than the mire around my legs. This wasn't just death. It was erasure, followed by decoration. My wife made a small, choked sound beside me, her hand going to her mouth. The organism had shown us its work, and it was worse than any monster we could have imagined. My daughter, the thing wearing my daughter, spoke again, its voice softening into a horrible imitation of tenderness. "See? There's room. You can be next to Mommy. He'll make you a new body that never gets cold or hungry. A forever body. You'll be part of the tree. You'll never be lonely again." The pull of the mire increased. The roots around my legs were no longer just holding me. They were tugging me with steady, immense force toward the stump. I was being gathered in. I looked at my wife. The fight had gone out of her eyes, replaced by a hollow, devastated acceptance. She had seen the future, and it had broken her. The pollen was thick in my nose, in my throat. I breathed it in, because I had no choice. This time, the memory it brought wasn't my treehouse. It was the hospital room, the first moment I held my daughter. The overwhelming, terrifying, perfect love that flooded me. The feeling that I would do anything, give anything, to keep this tiny, perfect thing safe. The organism was using my deepest love as the final bait. What if she's right? The thought slithered into my mind, soft and seductive. What if this is a better kind of love? No more fear of losing her. No more pain. Just together, forever, safe in the warm earth. The warmth of the memory spread, battling the cold terror. It would be so easy. To let go. To let the roots pull me in. To be with them always. My hand, almost of its own will, tightened around the only piece of reality I had left. The memory of the pocket knife I'd thrown, now lost in the mushrooms. The metal was gone, but the feeling of it, cold and hard and human, lingered in my palm. That feeling was a splinter in the warm, fuzzy dream the pollen was selling me. I looked from the moss bodies in the hollow, to my wife's broken face, to my daughter's empty eyes. Saving them didn't mean pulling them out anymore. It might mean something much worse. The organism saw my hesitation. A single thick root, as sharp and polished as a stag's antler tip, slowly pushed out from the heart of the hollow. It didn't point at me in threat. It extended toward me, slowly, offeringly. A clear, honey-colored drop of the amber sap beaded at its pointed end. Just a little taste, my daughter's voice cooed, a horrible parody of a child offering a candy. To help you decide. To help you understand the love. The root stopped, the sap dropped quivering, inches from my chest. The final offer. The warm memory of my newborn daughter wrapped around me, promising an end to all struggle. The cold, rotting reality of the moss bodies promised an end to everything else. My wife whispered my name, just once, a raw, broken sound. It wasn't a plea. It was a goodbye. That sound, her real voice cutting through the fantasy, was the anchor I needed. I made my choice. I didn't reach for the offered root. I didn't look at the hollow. I looked straight into the empty eyes of the thing wearing my daughter's face. And I let all the love, the real, human, aching love I had for my little girl, fill my own face. I smiled at her, a true, sad, loving smile. I love you, I said, my voice clear and steady. I love you so much. For a fraction of a second, something flickered in those empty eyes. A confusion. The organism understood threats and fear and hunger. It didn't understand this. This pure, selfless offering of love that asked for nothing in return. In that tiny moment of its confusion, I moved. Not away. Not to fight. I bent forward as much as the mire would allow, and I plunged my hands into the black, watery ooze around my legs. I didn't grab for the roots. I dug my fingers deep into the cold, wet earth beneath them. I found what I was looking for, thicker roots, older roots, the ones that felt like cables running back toward the stump. And I pulled, not to free myself, to pull myself in. I yanked with all my remaining strength, using the roots' own pull against them, launching myself forward through the mire, a desperate, muddy surge toward the stump, toward my daughter, toward the offering root. The organism, surprised by this sudden acceptance, hesitated. The sharp root didn't move. I crashed into the base of the stump, the rotten wood crumbling under my weight. My daughter, the thing, stumbled back with a cry. I ignored the antler root. I ignored the hollow. My arms snaked out, and I wrapped my wife and my daughter together in the tightest, most desperate hug of my life, pulling them both down into the mud and mushrooms with me. I love you, I whispered again, into my daughter's hair, my face pressed against my wife's bleeding wrist. I love you both. Remember that. Whatever happens, you remember that. Then, I did the only thing I could think of. I opened my mouth and I blew. Not a shout. A long, hard, sustained breath. I blew the golden pollen that hung around us, blew it away from their faces, toward the open, waiting hollow of the stump. I blew the memory of my love, the weapon it was using against me, right back into its heart. And I poured every bit of my own memory, my own love for them, not into the air, but into the tight, physical circle of my arms around them, a human shield against the fantasy. For a second, nothing happened. Then the stump trembled. The offering root whipped back into the hollow. The glowing cords inside pulsed erratically, the green light flaring bright, then dimming. The organism was choking on the very emotion it sought to consume. Pure, defiant, self-sacrificing love was a poison to its logic of consumption and control. It didn't know what to do with it. The mire around us loosened its grip. The humming in the ground sputtered, cracked, and fell apart into a discordant, pained rumble. The wall of thorns at the edge of the clearing shivered, and for a moment, I thought I saw a gap. It wasn't freedom. Not yet. But it was a flaw. A second of weakness. In my arms, my daughter shuddered. A long, soft sigh escaped her lips, and she went completely limp. My wife clutched at her, feeling for a pulse, her own eyes wild with a new, fragile hope. She's asleep, she breathed. Just asleep. The thing was gone from her eyes. For now. The stump's hollow began to slowly close, the wood creaking as it knitted itself back together, hiding its shameful core. The flowers wilted, the pink flesh turning brown and shriveled. The golden pollen settled to the ground, inert like common dust. The unnatural gray light began to lift, and the normal sounds of the woods, a distant bird, the rustle of a squirrel, tentatively returned. We lay there, the three of us, a heap of mud and tears and exhaustion at the base of the blackened stump that was now just a piece of dead, rotting wood again. We had won a battle, not the war. The organism was wounded, confused. It had retreated, but the car was still trapped. The thorns still blocked the road, and we were still in its territory. We were alive, and we were together, and for this single precious moment, we were ourselves. But the woods around us were very quiet and very deep, and we knew, as we helped each other to our feet, that the tree had roots that went far deeper than we could ever dig. It was sleeping now, but it would be hungry again. Story number 2. My name is Bruce, and my brother brought a ghost to our family camping trip. He was in love with her. The river, I think, was in love with her too. He showed up at my cabin door on that Friday evening, grinning like a fool with this woman beside him, her hand tucked into the crook of his arm like it grew there. She was pale, the kind of pale that made you think of mushrooms under a rotten log, and thin as a sapling. She gave me a smile that didn't do anything to her eyes, which were the flat gray of a winter sky. Her handshake was cold and quick, like grabbing a bottle from the fridge, and she pulled away the second it was polite to do so. My brother bounced on his heels, so proud, so happy. "Isn't she amazing?" he kept saying, and I nodded and clapped him on the back because that's what you do, even when every instinct in your body is telling you to grab your kid and lock the door. My 4-year-old, who usually ran headlong into any new visitor's legs, stayed glued behind mine, peeking out with wide, uncertain eyes. We piled gear into my old truck and headed for the spot by the Silverthread River, a place we'd gone since we were boys. The whole drive, she was quiet in the back seat. Not a peaceful quiet, a waiting quiet. My brother chattered about his job, about the drive up, about anything and everything, and she'd hum or offer a single-word answer, her gaze always fixed on the passing trees, like she was counting them. We got to the campsite as the sun was starting to dip, painting the sky in oranges and purples. The air had that crisp, leafy smell of autumn, and the river was a constant, rushing sound in the background, louder here than I remembered. We set up the tents. My brother and his girlfriend had their own little 2-person thing, a sleek dark green dome, and I got the bigger one for me and my kid. She helped him, but her movements were careful, deliberate, like she was learning how to mimic human actions. She didn't shiver once, even though I was zipping up my jacket. She wore just a thin sweater, and it didn't seem to bother her at all. I got a fire going, the heart of any good campout, and the warm, woody smell of burning pine began to push back the evening chill. We roasted hot dogs, then marshmallows. My brother was in his element, telling silly stories, making my kid laugh. But she sat just outside the full ring of the firelight, on a log my brother had dragged over for her. The flames danced, casting long, jumping shadows, but her face stayed strangely still, like a mask. She'd smile when my brother looked at her, but the moment his eyes turned away, the smile would vanish, replaced by that empty, watching expression. And she kept looking past the fire, past us, toward the sound of the river. It wasn't a casual glance. It was a magnet pull. Her head would turn slowly, and she'd stare into the dark toward the water, like she was listening for a secret song in the rush and gurgle. My kid, usually begging for one more marshmallow, got quiet and crawled into my lap, a little lump of warmth against my chest. "You okay, buddy?" I asked. He just nodded and buried his face in my flannel shirt, his small fingers clutching the fabric. When I tried to shift him, he whimpered and held on tighter. "He's just tired," my brother said, but it felt like more than that. Later, when the fire was down to glowing embers and we were all turning in, my brother walked her to their tent. He kissed her forehead, and she stood there, receiving it like a statue receiving rain. I got my kid settled into his sleeping bag, his breath eventually evening out into sleep. I lay there for a long time myself, listening to the night sounds, the owls, the wind in the pines, the never-ending river. Something just fell off. The comfort of the place was gone, replaced by a low, steady buzz of wrongness in my nerves. I must have finally drifted off, but a full bladder woke me a few hours later. The moon was high and bright, washing the world in a blue-white light. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stepped out into the cold air. That's when I saw her. She was sitting on a big, flat rock right at the river's edge, maybe 20 yards from the tents. The rock was usually half submerged, but the water was low this time of year. She sat cross-legged, her back perfectly straight, still wearing that thin sweater. The moonlight made her look carved from ice. She was utterly still, not a fidget, not a shift, just a white shape against the black, churning water. And she was staring, not at the moon, not at the stars, but directly down into the river where it swirled around the base of the rock. The force of her focus was a physical thing. I stood there by my tent, frozen, my breath making little puffs in the air. I watched for a full minute, 2 minutes. She didn't blink. She didn't move a muscle. It was like watching a rabbit caught in a predator's gaze, except she was the predator, and the river was her prey, or maybe her god. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging everything into deeper shadow for a moment, and when the light returned, she hadn't changed at all. A deep, primal chill, one that had nothing to do with the cold air, settled into my bones. I crept back into the tent, my need to be forgotten, and zipped the door shut. I lay there in the dark, my heart thumping against my ribs, listening to the river's voice. It seemed louder now, more distinct, like it was speaking in a language I was just on the edge of understanding. The next morning, the world looked normal again. Sunlight filtered through the pine needles, birds were chirping, and the smell of coffee my brother was brewing was a beautiful, normal thing. She emerged from their tent looking just as she had the day before, pale, quiet, offering me that same small, cool smile. My kid, however, was different. He was clingy and fussy, which wasn't like him on a camping trip. He usually charged around exploring. I made pancakes on the camp stove, and while we ate, I tried to broach the subject. "So, your girlfriend," I said to my brother, keeping my voice light. "She's an early riser, huh? Saw her out by the river last night." He just chuckled. "She's a city girl, loves the nature sounds. Says the water helps her think." I pressed a little. She wasn't just listening, man. She was like a statue, and her hands are always freezing. His smile tightened, just a fraction. "She's got poor circulation, and she's an introvert. You're not used to that. You're being weird, Bruce. Just be happy for me." The defensiveness in his voice was a wall. I backed off, but I watched my child, who was now sitting in the dirt, drawing circles with a stick, refusing to even look in her direction when she walked past to throw a paper plate away. A child's fear is a pure, instinctual thing. They don't have logic to talk them out of it, and my kid was afraid. That day we went for a short hike, but the joy was gone for me. I watched her. I saw how she trailed her fingers over wet rocks we passed, how she'd pause whenever the trail got close to a streamlet feeding the main river. My brother held her hand, pointing out birds and trees, and she'd nod, but her attention was always being pulled back to the sound and sight of water. We got back to camp in the afternoon. My brother decided to fish downstream a bit, leaving me, my kid, and her at the site. She settled on that same log, looking at a book she never turned a page of. I tried to engage, asking where she was from, what she did for work. Her answers were vague, placid. "Back east," she said. "I'm between things right now." The whole conversation felt like skimming a hand over the surface of a pond, never going deep. My kid played with his toy trucks in the dirt, building a careful road, but every so often he'd look up at her, and his little brow would furrow. When my brother returned, empty-handed but cheerful, I felt a surge of relief I was ashamed of. We made dinner, another campfire. The pattern repeated. She sat just outside the warmth. My brother basked in her presence. My kid stayed pressed to my side. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I listened to the river. It didn't sound peaceful anymore. It sounded like whispering, like a crowd of people just far enough away that you can't make out the words. Sometime after midnight, I saw the glow of her flashlight as she left their tent again. I moved to the tent flap, unzipped it a bare inch, and watched. She went straight to her rock. She sat, and then, in the uneven light of the moon, I saw her lips start to move. It wasn't singing. It wasn't regular talking. It was a low, rhythmic murmur, a guttural whisper that seemed to rise and fall exactly with the rush and gurgle of the water over the stones. It was a conversation. She was whispering to the river, and the river was answering with its own voice. My blood went cold. I held my breath, straining to hear, but all I could make out was that awful, syncopated rhythm. Then, as I watched, she slowly leaned forward and extended her hand toward the rushing current. She dipped her fingers into the black water. And the water, it reacted. It didn't just flow around her fingers. It seemed to coil up and around them, like vines growing, clinging to her pale skin in a liquid glove. She held it there for a 5 count, then pulled her hand back. She brought her fingers to her face, looking at them in the moonlight. They were dry, perfectly, completely dry. She stood up then, smooth as a snake uncoiling, and walked back to her tent. I stayed at the flap, my knees weak, long after she was gone, listening to the hungry, whispering river. The camping trip was supposed to last 2 more days, but as the first gray light of dawn began to bleed into the sky, I knew with a certainty that tightened my scalp we couldn't stay. The question wasn't about leaving anymore. It was about how I could make my brother see what was right beside him, and what it wanted. And as I finally zipped the tent flap closed, my sleeping child murmured and turned over, his small voice clear in the quiet before dawn. "Make the lady stop listening to the water, Daddy." The hook was set, deep and terrible, and we were all on the line. They say a close call with drowning changes a person. For my child, it didn't bring fear. It brought a vacant calm, and the first words he spoke that morning were, "The river is hungry." I'd spent the rest of that night awake, every sense stretched tight, watching their tent until the sun came up. My plan was simple and urgent: pack up and get out. I'd make an excuse, any excuse. A work emergency, a sick feeling, anything. But when I crawled out of my tent, the world felt tilted. My brother was already by the fire, poking at the ashes. His girlfriend was down by the water's edge, just standing there, facing the current. And my kid was walking. Not toward me for breakfast, but with a slow, steady purpose toward the riverbank. His steps were sure, his little shoulders relaxed in a way that made my heart stutter. This was the boy who, just yesterday, needed to hold my hand tight near the water, who'd whimper at the cold spray. Now he moved like he was in a dream. "Hey buddy, no, come back," I called, my voice too high. He didn't turn. He reached the bank where the water swirled deep and fast around the big rocks. He stopped at the very edge, his sneakers touching the wet line of silt. He just stared into the churning brown water, his head cocked like he was hearing a favorite song. I was already moving, my coffee mug falling from my hand, but I was too far away. "Grab him!" I screamed at my brother, who turned, confusion on his face. His girlfriend was closer. She stood a few feet to the left, watching my child with that same empty expression. Then my kid took a step. Not back. Forward. Into the water. The current grabbed his little leg instantly, pulling him off balance. A second step, and he was in up to his waist, the force starting to drag him. My scream tore my throat raw. I was running, slipping on wet leaves, but it was like moving through glue. Then she moved. 1 second she was standing still, the next she was there. She didn't run. She just was there, as if the space between didn't exist. She stepped into the current, the water rushing past her knees as if she were a stone pillar, and plucked my child up by the back of his shirt. In one smooth motion, she turned and set him down on the dry bank, several feet back from the edge. It was over in a blink. I crashed to my knees in front of my boy, pulling his soaking, cold body into my arms. He was coughing, sputtering, scared and crying now, the weird calm shattered. "It's okay, I've got you, I've got you," I chanted, my own body shaking. My brother skidded to a stop beside us. Oh my God, are you okay?" He was looking at his girlfriend, who was walking calmly out of the river. "You were amazing. You saved him." He went to hug her, but I looked up, my vision sharp with panic. "She's dry," I choked out. The words were stupid, but they were all I had. My brother paused. We both looked. She stood there, her jeans and sweater untouched by the river. Not damp, not a little wet. Dry as if she'd never stepped in. A single drop of water hung from a strand of her hair. But that was it. My brother's face went through a change, shock, then a flicker of something like fear, then a forced, tight smile. "So she's quick and got lucky. The current must have missed her. Are you jealous or just paranoid, Bruce? She just saved your son's life." His voice was too loud, too angry. He was defending her against a fact, a simple, impossible fact. I didn't argue. I just held my kid, feeling his small trembles. She looked down at us, her gray eyes passing over my child's tears and settling on me. That not smile played on her lips. "He just slipped," she said, her voice like a breeze over a grave. "The river is playful here." Later, after I'd gotten my child into dry clothes and wrapped him in a blanket by the rekindled fire, I knelt before him. His eyes were red-rimmed but clear. "Buddy," I whispered, my brother and his girlfriend out of earshot packing their tent. "Why did you go in the water? You know it's dangerous." He looked at me, puzzled, as if I'd asked why he'd breathe. "The river lady said it was time to play. She was nice." She smiled in the water. A block of ice formed in my stomach. "The river lady? You mean her?" I nodded toward his uncle's girlfriend. He shook his head, his brow furrowed. "No, the other lady. The one in the water. She has a pretty dress." I couldn't breathe. I stood up, my legs weak. My brother was in love with a woman who whispered to rivers, who stepped into currents and came out dry, and now my kid was seeing women in the water. Rational explanations were gone, burned away by the cold, dry fact of her genes. I needed to know what we were dealing with. While my brother fussed over her, making her tea, acting like she'd performed some heroic feat instead of an impossible one, I grabbed my phone. Service was a single, wavering bar at a specific rock near my truck. I stood there, my back to the camp, and I searched. I typed in things like local legends, Silverthread River, and water spirits and ghosts by the river. The pages loaded in fragments. Tourist sites about fishing spots. History of logging. Then I found a dusty-looking digital archive of county folklore. The words were scanned from an old book. I read about drownings, about lights over the water, about lost travelers. Then I found a paragraph, just one, that made my skin prickle. It talked about river brides or silt wives. Spirits of women who drowned, bound to their drowning spot, it said. They were always cold, longing for the warmth of the living. They could sometimes pull themselves onto land, the stories said, looking for a family, a place to belong. But their time was short. To stay, they needed to anchor themselves to the warmth of a living family. And the only way to do that was to trade, to give the river new lives, new souls to hold under the water, so they could be free. The spirit gained strength not from the death, the text said, but from the grief that followed. A family's sorrow was its feast. I lowered the phone. The rushing sound of the river filled my ears, no longer just water, but a hungry mouth. She wasn't just a weird girlfriend. She was a lease on life, and the payment was due in us. My brother, my child me. We were the warmth. We were the feast. I had to make him see. But he'd thrown logic away. He'd explain away the dry clothes, the whispering, the nighttime vigils. I needed something he couldn't explain. I needed a voice he couldn't argue with. An idea, desperate and clear, formed in my head. We broke camp that afternoon. My brother wanted to stay, but I insisted, my voice leaving no room for argument, citing my kid's shock and the need for a warm house. He was annoyed but gave in. His girlfriend just nodded, her belongings packed with neat, efficient motions. On the winding drive out of the forest, we passed a one-horse town with a general store that sold everything from fishing lures to milk. "Pull over," I said. "I need a soda or something." My brother sighed but pulled into the gravel lot. I went inside, the bell jingling. I bought a couple of sodas, and then, my heart pounding, I asked the old man behind the counter if he had any voice recorders. He squinted at me, then rummaged under the counter and produced a cheap, digital one, still in plastic. $20, he said. I paid in cash. It was small, black, about the size of a matchbox, with a little red recording light. It claimed to be voice-activated. Back in the truck, I handed my brother a soda. "What took so long?" he grumbled. "Couldn't decide," I said, the small recorder a burning weight in my jacket pocket. I dropped my brother and his girlfriend at my cabin. They were staying a few more days before heading back to the city. The normalcy of it was insane. I got my kid inside, bathed, and into his own bed. He fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted. I paced my small living room, the recorder in my hand. The plan was simple. I would go back. Tonight. I'd drive to the campsite. I'd hide that recorder near her rock, and I'd catch her conversation with the river. I'd capture that wet, whispering answer. Then I'd play it for my brother. He couldn't call that jealousy. He couldn't explain that away. As night fell, I told my brother I was going for a drive to clear my head. He was on the couch with her, a movie playing, barely looking up. Whatever, man. The drive back into the mountains felt like diving into a cold, black pool. The woods at night were a different creature. My headlights cut tunnels through the dark, and every shadow seemed to move. I parked a good distance from the campsite and walked the rest of the way with a flashlight, its beam feeling feeble. The clearing was empty, our fire ring just a circle of blackened stones. The river was louder at night, a constant, pushing presence. I found the flat rock. The air here was colder, damper. I could see my breath. I got on my hands and knees, the cold dampness of the ground seeping through my jeans. I found a rotten log, hollowed out by insects, a few feet from where she'd sat. My hands shook as I set the little recorder inside, pointing its tiny microphone hole toward the rock. I switched it on. A tiny red light glowed in the darkness of the log. It was set. Now I had to wait. I retreated to a dense thicket of young pines up the slope, giving me a view of the rock and the log. The ground was cold. The minutes stretched into an hour. My legs cramped. The river sound started to warp in my ears, forming almost words. Just as I was starting to think she wouldn't come, that it was all a terrible mistake, I saw a flicker of white in the trees on the far side of the clearing. She walked into the moonlight, barefoot, wearing a simple white nightgown. She went straight to the rock and sat, folding her legs beneath her. For a long time, she was still just like before. Then, she began to whisper. I was too far to hear the words, but I could hear the rhythm, that same unnatural cadence matching the water's flow. My body was rigid. This was it. The recorder would get it. Then something changed. The river's sound shifted. A particular gurgle rose above the rest, took shape. It wasn't just water anymore. It was a voice. A wet, hollow, echoing sound, like someone talking from the bottom of a well filled with river water. It was answering her. A real conversation was happening between the pale woman on the rock and the dark water at her feet. The voice from the water was clearer now, and I heard a word, a hungry, drawn-out word. Soon. She leaned forward, her whisper becoming eager, pleading. They are strong. The family is good. The child is pure. You will be fed. The water voice gurgled, a sound like laughter bubbling up through mud. The grief will be deep. We are hungry. I pressed my face into the pine needles, a whimper trapped in my throat. It was real. It was all real. The bargain was confirmed, right there, just feet from me. After what felt like a lifetime, she stood, smiled at the water, and walked back into the trees. I waited until I could no longer hear any rustle. Then I scrambled down the slope on numb legs. I reached into the hollow log. The little red light was off. I grabbed the recorder, fumbled it into my pocket, and ran back to my truck, not caring about the noise. I didn't breathe until the doors were locked and the engine was running. I had it. Proof. In the glow of my dashboard lights, I stared at the small black device. It looked so ordinary. Inside it was the sound of a nightmare, and it was the only thing that might save my family. The drive home was a blur. I had the evidence. Now I just had to play it. Tomorrow, in the plain light of day, I would break my brother's delusion, and we would run, far from any river. The recorder felt like a lifeline, a tiny digital shield against the thing that wore a woman's skin. But as I pulled up to my dark cabin, a single, nagging thought wormed its way through my relief. She had smiled at the water. She had sounded so eager to feed it. What if she already knew about the recorder? What if she wanted me to hear? In the end, my proof of the supernatural fit in the palm of my hand and cost $29.99. The price for our souls, apparently, was even cheaper. I sat in my truck in my own driveway for a long time, the recorder a hard little rectangle in my grip. The cabin windows were dark. Inside, my brother and his girlfriend slept, or pretended to sleep, and my child slept unaware that his father had just listened to a river talk. The night felt fragile, like thin ice over a deep hole. I finally forced myself to go inside, moving quiet as a thief. I didn't sleep. I sat at my small kitchen table with a cup of coffee that grew cold, the recorder in front of me like a loaded gun. I wanted to listen to it again, to be sure, but I was afraid the sound of those voices in my quiet kitchen would break something in me for good. I waited for the sky to turn from black to gray, then to the pale washed-out blue of early morning. I heard movement from the guest room, the creak of the floor, the soft click of the bathroom door. This was it. The plan was solid. I would play it for him in the open, in the kitchen, with the morning sun coming through the windows. Safety was an exposure in facts. He couldn't deny a recording. When I heard him in the kitchen, puttering with the coffee maker, I took a deep breath, picked up the recorder, and walked in. He looked tired, his hair messy. He gave me a flat look. You're up early. Or did you ever go to bed? His tone was still edged with yesterday's annoyance. You need to hear this, I said. My voice was rough. Right now. No arguments, no interruptions. Just listen. He frowned, crossing his arms. Hear what? More of your theories? I didn't answer. I just lifted the recorder between us, my thumb on the play button. I pressed it. The little speaker crackled to life. At first, it was just noise. The rushing, roaring sound of the river from last night, so loud and clear it filled the kitchen, bringing the chill of that bank with it. Then, cutting through the watery static, her voice. It was unmistakable. The whispering, rhythmic murmur, the eager, pleading tone. I have them. The family you asked for. Strong. Healthy. The bond is good. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Hearing it here, in my own home, was a violation. My brother's face shifted from annoyed to confused, his eyes darting from the recorder to my face. Then the other voice came. The wet, hollow, gurgling voice from the water, bubbling up through the tiny speaker. The child is pure. The mother's grief will be deep. Good. We are hungry. My brother flinched. Actually physically jerked back as if struck. His eyes went wide, the color draining from his face. He heard it. He heard the intelligence in that watery gurgle, the malice in the words. For one beautiful, terrible second, I saw it in his eyes, the shattered delusion, the raw, terrified recognition. He knew. He understood. Then he blinked. The wall slammed down. His expression hardened into something stubborn and scared. He forced a laugh, a short, barking sound that held no humor. What is this? A joke? You went out in the woods and recorded the river, and you're doing voices? This is pathetic, Bruce. Really sick. He reached out and snatched the recorder from my hand. His fingers were cold. I said, listen. I shouted, but it was too late. He turned, and in one swift motion, he threw the small black device. It sailed across the kitchen, clattered against the stone surround of the fireplace, and fell directly into the cold ashes of last night's fire. Before I could move, he grabbed a box of matches from the mantel, struck one, and tossed it onto the kindling still laid there. The drywood caught with a whoosh. "What are you doing?" I yelled, lunging forward. He put an arm out, blocking me. "I'm burning your stupid, jealous prank." "Enough! You will not ruin this for me." I tried to push past him, but he was bigger, fueled by a desperate anger. I watched, helpless, as the flames licked over the plastic casing. It blackened, curled. A horrible pop came from inside it, and the little red light died forever. The proof, the voices, the bargain, all of it melting into a toxic-smelling lump in my own fireplace. The heat from the flames warmed my face, but inside I was freezing. He stood there, breathing hard, staring at the fire as if he'd slain a dragon. The betrayal was a physical pain. It wasn't just that he didn't believe me. It was that he'd heard it. For a second he'd known it was real, and he'd chosen to destroy the truth to keep his fantasy alive. "She just saved your kid yesterday," he said, his voice low and shaking. "And this is how you thank her? By making up monster stories?" I had no words. The evidence was gone. My own brother had become her protector. The isolation in that moment was total and complete. I was alone. A shadow fell across the kitchen floor from the hallway. She stood there, dressed in the same jeans and thin sweater. She must have heard everything, the recording, the argument, the fire. She looked at me, then at my brother, then at the small, burning lump in the fireplace. Her polite, placid smile didn't change. It was the same smile she'd worn since she arrived. It didn't reach her eyes. "What's that smell?" she asked, her voice sweet, curious. She walked into the kitchen, her bare feet making no sound on the wooden floor. She peered at the fire. "Oh, you're burning trash so early?" My brother moved to her side, putting a possessive arm around her shoulders. He was pale, but his jaw was set. "Just some old junk," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. She looked directly at me. Her gray eyes were like polished stones. "It sounded like you two were having quite the discussion. Everything okay?" She knew. Of course she knew. The smile was a taunt. I had nothing left. No proof, no ally. Just the crawling certainty and the memory of those recorded words. The mother's grief will be deep. My child's mother wasn't in the picture. The grief would be mine. I was the main course. I forced myself to look away from her, to address my brother. The words came out flat, dead. "We're leaving today. You should too. This isn't safe." He scoffed. "You're not my dad, Bruce. We'll leave when we're ready. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. She loves the mountains." He was trying to sound casual, but his grip on her shoulder was white-knuckled. The rest of the morning passed in a terrible, polite limbo. I packed my things and my kids' things with a frantic energy. My brother and his girlfriend sat on the porch, drinking coffee. I could hear the low murmur of his voice, soothing, apologizing probably for my behavior. I couldn't see them, but I could feel her presence, a constant, cold pressure at the edge of my awareness. My kid was quiet, holding his stuffed bear, watching me with big eyes. "Are we going away from the river, lady?" he asked softly. "Yes, buddy," I said, my voice thick. "Far away." Just before noon, I had the car loaded. I went to the porch. They were still there, sitting in the rocking chairs. "I'm going," I said. My brother looked up. The anger was gone, replaced by a tired, stubborn sadness. "Have a safe drive, Bruce." He couldn't even look at me. She could. She smiled that smile. "It was so nice to meet you both," she said, her gaze sliding from me to my child clinging to my leg. "Such a lovely family." The words were normal, but in her mouth, they were a curse. I turned, got in the car with my kid, and drove. I watched the cabin shrink in the rearview mirror, the two figures on the porch getting smaller and smaller until a bend in the road took them away. The relief of putting miles between us and that place was immense, a weight lifting from my chest with every rotation of the tires. We were out. We were free. I drove for hours, until the mountains were just a dark line on the horizon. I found a chain hotel in a busy, brightly lit town full of normal people and normal sounds. I got a room on the third floor, as far from any decorative pond or swimming pool as I could. I ordered pizza, let my kid watch cartoons, and tried to make everything normal. The panic began to recede, replaced by a numb exhaustion. Maybe it was over. Maybe by leaving, I had broken whatever weird spell was being woven. The river was far away. She was with my brother. Maybe they'd go back to the city. Maybe it would be okay. I almost convinced myself. As I tucked my child into the strange hotel bed, he looked up at me. "Daddy, is Uncle coming?" The question was a small dart. "I don't know, buddy," I said, smoothing his hair. "Go to sleep." I sat in the dark room, the glow of the parking lot lights leaking around the curtains. My phone was on the nightstand. It buzzed, a text notification lighting up the screen. I picked it up. It was from my brother. The message was short. "You were right. I'm sorry." Her teeth. I saw her teeth. My blood turned to ice water. I stared at the words. Then a second text came through. It was a photo, dark, blurry, taken in low light. It was a close-up of her face, but she was sleeping or pretending to sleep. Her lips were parted slightly, and there, in the dim light, I could see them. Her teeth were wrong. They weren't the slightly uneven, normal teeth of a person. They were perfectly uniform, each one a little too pointed, like a row of tiny needle-sharp pearls. They looked like the teeth of a deep-water fish. The photo was taken from beside her in bed. My brother had finally looked, and what he saw had broken through everything. The third text came. "She's waking up. She knows I know. She's looking at me. Bruce, what do I do?" The messages stopped. I called his number immediately. It rang once, then went to a robotic voice telling me the subscriber could not be reached. I called again. Same thing. I texted back. "Get out of the house. Run. Now." No response. The ticks on the screen showed the message was delivered, but not read. I sat there in the hotel room, the hum of the air conditioner the only sound, the photo of those sharp, perfect teeth glowing on my phone screen. We had driven away, but the nightmare hadn't stayed behind. It was still with him, in my cabin, and it knew its secret was out. The game had changed, and my brother was now a prisoner in his own delusion, facing the thing he'd refused to see. I was safe in a bland hotel room hundreds of miles away, but the hook was set deep in my heart. He'd finally believed me, and it might have just gotten him killed. There are two types of betrayal, the hot kind from anger, and the cold kind from fear. My brother's was the worst kind, the cold kind, because it meant he knew, on some level, that I was right, and he chose her anyway. But now, staring at his panicked text and that horrible photo in the sterile hotel room, his fear had finally overgrown his denial. The thought of him trapped in my cabin with that thing made my own panic surge, a metallic taste filling my mouth. I called his phone over and over, each unanswered ring a nail in a coffin. I called the landline at the cabin. It rang and rang. No answering machine picked up. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing in useless circles. I was hours away. The police? What would I say? My brother's girlfriend has sharp teeth and whispers to Rivers, "Please do a wellness check?" They'd laugh, or worse, think I was a danger. I had to go back. The decision was terrible and immediate. I couldn't leave him there. I looked at my sleeping child in the other bed, his face peaceful in the glow of the exit sign. I couldn't take him back into that. I made another call, my fingers clumsy. My old neighbor, Mrs. Gable, a retired nurse who sometimes babysat. I spun a wild story about a family emergency, my brother sick, me needing to get to him fast. I must have sounded convincing, because the desperation in my voice was real. She agreed, God bless her, to come to the hotel and stay with my kid for the night. I packed a go bag for him, wrote down instructions, and waited in an agony of impatience until her kind, wrinkled face appeared at the door. I hugged my sleepy, confused boy too tight, promised I'd be back by morning, and ran. The night drive back to the mountains was a nightmare of its own. Every shadow on the road looked like a standing figure. Every bridge over a creek made my hands clench the wheel. The replay of those recorded voices mingled with the memory of her dry clothes and my child's vacant walk into the current. This time, I wasn't going for proof. I was going for war. I parked a mile down the road from my cabin and approached on foot through the woods, a heavy Maglite flashlight in my hand like a club. The cabin was dark, no porch light, no glow from the windows. My truck was still gone from the driveway. They hadn't left. The whole place had a waiting quality, like a held breath. I crept onto the porch, avoiding the squeaky board by the steps. The front door was unlocked. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was a mess of shadows. The smell hit me first, a damp, muddy smell, like the bank of the river after a rain, mixed with the sour scent of old ashes from the fireplace where my proof had burned. "Hello," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the dark. No answer. I moved through the main room, the beam of my flashlight cutting a shaky path. Nothing was out of place, but everything felt wrong. A damp spot on the rug near the kitchen, a scattering of pine needles on the floor, as if someone had walked them in. I checked the guest room. The bed was neatly made, empty. Their bags were gone. My heart hammered. Had they left? But his texts, he was scared. He wouldn't have just packed up and gone with her. I went to my room, and pushed the door open. The scene inside stopped me cold. My brother was on the floor, curled on his side near the window. He wasn't moving. For a second, I thought the worst. Then I saw the slow rise and fall of his chest. He was asleep or unconscious. But that wasn't what froze me. It was the water. His clothes were sopping wet, dark with it, a small puddle spreading on the wooden floor around him. His hair was plastered to his forehead. He looked like he'd been pulled from the river. And she was there too. She sat in the rocking chair in the corner of my room, a place she had no right to be. She was perfectly dry, wearing a clean, light-colored dress I'd never seen before. She was rocking slowly back and forth, watching him with a placid, almost maternal expression. In the beam of my flashlight, her eyes reflected the light like an animal's. He was sleepwalking, she said, her voice smooth and calm, not startled at all by my sudden appearance. He tried to go for a swim. In the bathtub. I found him just in time. She smiled then, and in the direct glare of my flashlight, I saw them clearly for the first time. The teeth, just as the photo showed, but worse in person. They were a perfect, uniform row, each one coming to a delicate, needle-like point. They were not human teeth. They were the teeth of something that needed to grip slipping, wriggling things. A scream built in my throat, but I choked it down. I rushed to my brother, kneeling in the cold water. I shook his shoulder. Hey, wake up. He groaned, his eyelids fluttering. They opened, but they were glassy, unfocused. He looked at me without recognition for a moment. Then a deep, profound terror filled his eyes. His mouth worked, but only a raspy gurgle came out, a sound too much like the voice from the recorder. "We need to get you out of these clothes," I said, trying to keep my voice steady to be an anchor. I looked back at her. She had stopped rocking. She was just watching, her head tilted, that smile still playing on her lips. "You should have stayed away, Bruce," she said, not unkindly. "The river doesn't like its meals to travel." That did it. The pretense was gone, completely stripped away. "Get out," I snarled, standing up, facing her. "Get out of my house." She didn't move. He invited me in. His love for me is the lock on the door. You can't undo that. My brother made another wet, choking sound. I hauled him up, his body limp and heavy. "We're leaving. Now." I dragged him toward the door, his feet leaving wet tracks on the floor. She didn't try to stop us. She just watched us go, that terrible smile in place. I got him outside into the cool night air. It seemed to revive him a little. He coughed, a racking, deep cough, and water spilled from his lips. "They're the car," he stammered, his voice raw. "The tires." I half carried him to where his car was parked beside the house. In the moonlight, I saw it immediately. All 4 tires were slashed, cut open with something sharp and precise. The rubber gaped like dead mouths. A trail of wet footprints, small and barefoot, led from the car down the path toward the river. We were stranded. No, he was stranded. My truck was miles down the road. I could make a run for it, but I couldn't carry him. A low, gurgling laugh floated from the porch. She stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame. "You see? The river provides everything, even reasons to stay." My brother gripped my arm, his fingers like icy clamps. His eyes were clearer now, filled with a horror I'd never seen in another person. She isn't Sarah," he whispered, water still trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Sarah Marshall drowned in the Silva Thread 60 years ago. I looked it up after the texts. She's wearing her face." The confirmation was a final, settling weight. I believed him instantly. It explained the pale skin, the cold, the connection to the water. She was a worn skin, and something old and hungry was inside it. We were prey in a territory it had marked. Our only chance was to hold out until daylight. Maybe then I could get to my truck, get help. We retreated not into the cabin, but into the old woodshed out back. It was sturdy, with a solid lock on the outside. If we were inside, we could brace the door. It smelled of cut pine and gasoline. I got my brother onto a stack of old tarp-covered lawn chairs. I found an old blanket and wrapped it around his shaking shoulders. His coughing had subsided, but he was deep in shock, muttering about teeth and cold water and graves. I took the axe from the wall, its weight solid and comforting in my hand. I stood by the small, dirty window watching the cabin. She didn't follow us. The porch was empty. The cabin was dark. For an hour, nothing moved. The only sound was my brother's ragged breathing and the ever-present, distant rush of the river. It seemed louder tonight, closer, as if it had crept up the bank while we weren't looking. Then a new sound. A soft, wet scraping, coming from the other side of the woodshed door. Scritch, scritch, scrape, like fingernails or something harder, dragging slowly down the wood. Then a whisper, not her voice, but the other one, the water voice, seeping through the cracks around the door. "We are hungry. Open the door," my brother whimpered, pulling the blanket over his head. I tightened my grip on the axe handle, my knuckles white. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking. The scraping stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then a new sound. Dripping. A steady plink, plink, plink from the corner of the woodshed roof. I shone my flashlight up. A dark stain was spreading on the plywood ceiling, and a single drop of water gathered and fell, landing on the dirt floor. Then another. It wasn't raining. The roof wasn't leaking. The water was coming from inside the shed, from somewhere above. As I watched, the stain grew faster, spreading like a blooming flower of dampness. More drops fell, then a slow, steady trickle began to seep through a seam in the plywood, pouring down in a thin, constant stream. The woodshed, our fortress, was weeping river water from its very bones. The hook was no longer just in my heart, it was in the walls, in the air, in the water falling from a dry roof. We had escaped to a cage that was already filling up. We couldn't run. The forest behind us had become a wall of tangled shadows and the sound of rushing water. The only way out was through the river, and it was made very clear we weren't leaving that way alive. In the woodshed, the dripping from the ceiling became a pour, a solid stream of cold, clear water that smelled of algae and deep places. It wasn't breaking the roof, it was just manifesting, seeping through solid wood as if the material remembered being a tree drinking from a creek. My brother stared, his face a mask of exhausted terror, as the puddle on the dirt floor grew into a pool that lapped at the legs of the lawn chairs. The whispering outside had stopped, but the water's own voice was inside with us now, a gurgling chuckle in the flow. The axe in my hand felt stupid, useless against something that could bleed through a roof. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice tight. He just nodded, his teeth chattering. I moved to the door, put my ear against the wet wood. I heard nothing but the normal night sounds, crickets, wind. But the normal felt like a trap. I unbolted the door slowly and pushed it open a crack. The clearing was empty. The cabin was a dark shape. The path to the road was a black tunnel through the trees. "Come on," I whispered. We sloshed out of the shed, the water from our clothes adding to the mess. My plan was simple and desperate: make for my truck a mile down the road. We could follow the river path for a bit, then cut up to the road. It was our only chance. We moved fast, keeping to the edge of the trees, away from the open yard. The river was on our left, a constant, rushing presence. The moon was high, giving enough light to see the path. We hadn't gone 50 yards when my brother stopped, grabbing my arm. He pointed a shaking finger toward the river. I looked. The water was high, higher than it should have been, licking at roots that were usually dry. And in the water, just below the surface, shapes were moving. Pale, blurry shapes, human-sized but not quite human. They drifted with the current, but their faces were turned upward, pressed against the underside of the water's skin, as if looking up at us. One passed close to the bank. I saw a flash of dark, open eyes and flowing hair caught in an eternal drift. They were the stories she listened to. The others. My brother made a small, broken sound. We ran. Not away from the river now, but up, scrambling up the steep bank toward the road above. Branches tore at our clothes. My brother, still weak and waterlogged, stumbled, and I hauled him up. We burst out onto the gravel road, gasping. The normality of it, the gray gravel, the yellow line painted down the middle, was a shock. My truck was to the right. We turned and ran. And then we saw her. She wasn't blocking the road. She was just standing in the middle of it, 100 yards ahead, facing us. She still wore that light dress, and she glowed faintly in the moonlight. She didn't move. She just waited. We skidded to a stop. Going forward was impossible. Going back was the river and its drifting faces. To our left was a steep, wooded hillside. To our right, past a shallow ditch, was Old Man Henderson's fallow field, a flat, open expanse of cut stalks leading to more woods. "The field," I hissed. "Go. Cross it. Get to the far tree line. Circle back to the truck." He didn't argue. We vaulted the ditch and started sprinting across the open ground. The cut corn stalks were sharp and trippy underfoot. I risked a glance back. She was walking now, not running, a leisurely pace as if she knew exactly where we were headed. She stepped off the road and into the field after us. We ran harder, my lungs burning. The far tree line was a solid black wall maybe 300 yards away. We were halfway across when the ground changed. My foot, coming down, didn't hit solid dirt. It sank with a wet slurp up to my ankle. Cold, muddy water soaked my shoe. I pulled it out, stumbling. My brother, a few steps ahead, hit the same patch and went down on one knee with a cry. It wasn't a puddle. The entire center of the field, an area that should have been dry dirt, was turning into a shallow, spreading lake. Water was welling up from the ground itself, bubbling up between the corn stalks, turning the soil into a sucking black bog. It wasn't river water. It was groundwater, summoned up. The field was becoming a marsh before our eyes, cutting us off from the trees. We changed direction, angling right, trying to skirt the edge of the spreading water. But wherever we turned, the water spread faster, as if it were hurting us. We were being pushed, channeled. I realized with a sickening lurch where we were being pushed, back toward the river. The tree line on the right, the one we were now lunging for, bordered the riverbank further downstream. We crashed into the bushes at the tree line, thorns tearing our skin. We were on a high bank overlooking a wide, deep bend in the Silva thread. The water here was slower, a dark, swirling pool. And on the opposite bank, standing on a familiar flat rock, was the other one. The woman from the water. The real Sarah, or what was left of her. She was a figure of mist and moonlight, translucent, her dress flowing in a current we couldn't feel. She raised a pale arm and pointed at us. From the woods behind us, she emerged, the one wearing the stolen skin. Her dress was still clean, her feet bare and dirty. She smiled, and those needle teeth gleamed. "The river doesn't like to be denied its due," she called out, her voice carrying over the water's rush. "You bring it a family, and then you try to leave the table? That's poor manners." My brother found his voice, a raw shout. "What do you want?" She tilted her head. "I want to be warm. I want to walk in the sun and feel it on my skin for more than a season. I want a life. Your love for this shell was the key. Your family's grief will be the lock that sets me free. A trade. You stay, I go." She gestured to the swirling water below. "The stories down there are so lonely. They want new stories to hear. Yours will be so fresh, so full of feeling." It was the bargain laid bare. No more whispers, no more pretense. My brother was sobbing, great heaving breaths. I'm sorry, I didn't know." I stepped in front of him, facing her. "You can't have us." She laughed, a sound like pebbles in a can. "I already do." She took a step forward, and the ground at our feet softened, water seeping up around our shoes. We were cornered on the bank, the deep pool below, her in front, the treacherous field behind. My brother grabbed my shoulder. "The water took me once," he rasped. "In the cabin. It showed me it's not just drowning. It's forever. It's cold and dark, and you can hear everything, but you can never leave. Don't let it take you. Don't let it take your boy." His eyes were clear, focused for the first time since this began. It was the clarity of a man who knows he's already lost. He looked past me at her, at the thing he'd loved. "You're not Sarah," he said, his voice stronger. "And I take back my love. It's not yours anymore." Her smile vanished. Her face went blank, empty, like a pond freezing over. "Then you are of no more use," she said, her voice now the gurgling, watery voice of the river itself. She raised her hands. The river below us didn't rise, it reached. A tendril of water, thick as my arm, whipped up from the surface like a liquid whip and lashed around my brother's waist. It yanked him off his feet before I could even blink. He screamed, not in fear, but in pain. The water was cold enough to burn. I lunged for him, grabbing his arm. The force was incredible. It was like trying to hold back a truck. My feet slid in the mud. I looked into his eyes, wide with pain and a final, frantic message. He shook his head once. A fierce, final command. "Let go." The water pulled harder. My grip broke. He was dragged over the edge of the bank and into the black pool. He didn't splash. He was swallowed. The surface closed over his head, and for a second, I saw pale hands, not the water tendril, but the hands of the drifting shapes, reach up from the depths and pull him down. Then the river smoothed over, swirling as if nothing had happened. I stood there on the bank, my arms still outstretched, the cold mud soaking my knees. The world was a roar of blood in my ears, and the chuckling river. She was still there, watching me. "One part of the payment," she said, her voice sweet again. "His grief is gone. Now we wait for yours. It will be richer. And the child's innocence, that will be the sweetest of all." She turned and walked back into the woods, leaving me alone on the bank with the river that had just eaten my brother. I don't know how long I stayed there. The moon moved. The cold seeped into my bones, a cold deeper than the night. He was gone. Not dead. Worse. Taken. Paid. I had run to save him, and had only been fast enough to watch him go. A numbness, thick and insulating, wrapped around my mind. I had to move. I had to get back to my child. That was the only thought left. I stumbled back through the field, which was now just wet ground, the standing water gone as if it had never been. I found the road. I walked past my cabin, not looking at it. I found my truck. I drove mechanically back to the hotel. The sun was coming up, painting the sky in pinks and oranges, a beautiful morning that felt like a mockery. I walked into the hotel room. Mrs. Gable was asleep in a chair. My child was sleeping peacefully. The normalcy of the scene was a slap. I thanked Mrs. Gable, paid her from the cash in my wallet, my movements robotic. She left with a concerned look I couldn't even begin to address. I locked the door. I sat on the floor with my back against it. I had escaped. My brother had not. The thing had what it wanted from him. It was waiting for my grief, a feast it had earned. And as I sat there, the first wave of it hit me. Not tears, not yet, but a hollowing out, a void where my brother had been. I could feel it, a cold emptiness inside me that was separate from my own sorrow. It felt like a draft from an open door. It felt like something was feeding. The hook was no longer about fear for myself. It was about a debt that had been partially paid, and a hungry thing waiting for the rest of its meal to be served. Knowing that the love I had for my sleeping child in the next bed was the final, most delicious course. The worst part wasn't the cold or the force of the water that took him. It was the sound. It wasn't a roar anymore. It was a chorus of whispers, thousands of them, all telling the same story of how they drowned. And now my brother's voice was among them, a new thread in a terrible tapestry. In the hotel room, the hollow feeling inside me grew. It wasn't just grief, it was a sucking emptiness, like a wound draining into a hidden gutter. I could almost hear a distant, wet satisfaction in the back of my mind. The thing was feeding. I knew I couldn't stay still. It knew where I was. It had followed my brother's love to my cabin. It could follow my grief anywhere. I had to move, to think, to find a way to break the bargain. But my mind was sludge. My child woke up, confused by the bright room in my face, which must have looked like a stranger's. "Where's Uncle?" he asked. The question was a knife twist. "He had to go away," I managed to say, the lye ash in my mouth. "We need to go on a trip, okay? A long drive." He was a good kid. He nodded, trusting me, which made the hollowness ache worse. I packed our few things. We got back in the truck. I drove without a destination, just away, putting miles between us and those mountains. We stopped at a diner off the interstate. I forced pancakes into my kid, watched the normal people come and go. A family laughed in a booth. Their noise felt like an assault. Every smile was a reminder of what was being stolen from me, from my brother. The grief wasn't just mine, it was being harvested, and that knowledge poisoned it, turned sorrow into fuel for the thing that caused it. I paid the bill and went to the restroom. I splashed water on my face, looked at my haunted eyes in the mirror. That's when I felt it, a chill, a sudden drop in temperature in the tiled room. The fluorescent light flickered, and from the drip of the faucet I hadn't fully closed, the water changed. Instead of a clear trickle, it came out dark, full of fine silt, like river mud. It plinked into the white sink, staining it brown. I stumbled back. The drip continued, a steady plink, plink, plink of filthy water. Then it stopped. The water ran clear again. The room warmed up. It was a message. You can run, but the water is everywhere. It's in the pipes, in the ground, in the air you breathe. We drove again. Hours melted into a haze of highway lines and radio static. My kids slept in the back seat. I found myself heading north, toward my mother's old summer cottage on a small lake. It was a place of good memories, a place away from rivers. It was also isolated. Maybe that was stupid, but my reasoning was broken. I needed walls that didn't have her in them. We arrived at dusk. The cottage was musty but dry. The lake out front was still and placid, nothing like the churning silver thread. I got a fire going in the stone fireplace, the first bit of warmth I'd felt in days. I put my kid to bed in the loft, exhausted from the drive. I sat by the fire, staring at the flames, trying to plan, to think of anything but the empty feeling inside and the image of my brother being pulled under. I must have dozed off. I woke to a sound, a tapping, like fingers on glass. I was instantly alert. The fire had died to embers. The tapping came from the kitchen. I picked up the iron poker from the fireplace and walked slowly across the dark living room. The kitchen window over the sink looked out onto the porch and the lake beyond. The moon shone on the water, making a path of light. And there, on the other side of the glass, was a face. It was my brother. His skin was pale and bloated, his hair stringy and wet. His eyes were open, wide, and full of a terrible, pleading awareness. They were not dead eyes. They were trapped eyes. He opened his mouth, and black water poured out over his chin, running down the window glass. He raised a waterlogged hand and placed it against the pane. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't move. This wasn't a ghost. This was a delivery, a reminder. He was in the current, but the current was showing me he was still there, still feeling. His mouth moved again, shaping a word I could read through the water and glass. Run. Then his face changed. The pleading was wiped away, replaced by the blank, empty expression of the thing that wore Sarah's skin. It was her, looking out through his eyes for a moment, a flash of cold amusement. Then the face at the window melted, dissolving into a cascade of lake water that splashed down the outside of the pane, leaving only streaks of silt. I ran to the window, wiped at the glass. Nothing. Just the moon on the lake. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows. I went up to the loft. My child was sleeping. I sat on the floor next to his bed, the poker across my knees. Sleep was impossible. The hollow feeling inside was now a constant pull, a vortex centered on my chest. I could feel the grief being drawn out of me, siphoned away. I was feeding it with every remembered laugh, every pang of loss. The cottage felt less like a shelter and more like a waiting room. The next day was cloudy and still. I tried to act normal for my kid. We built a fort with sheets. We read books. But I was watching the lake, the still calm lake. Around noon, my child was coloring at the table. He looked up, his crayon hovering. "Daddy, the lake is singing," he said. I went cold. "What do you mean, buddy?" "It's a pretty song. It wants me to come see the shiny rocks." I ran to the window. The lake was flat gray. Nothing moved. "You stay inside, understand? No matter what." He looked at me, scared by my tone, and nodded. I went out onto the porch, closing the door behind me. I walked down to the little wooden dock. The water lapped gently against the posts. I knelt at the end of the dock, staring into the murky water. "What do you want?" I whispered, not expecting an answer. The water in front of me bubbled. A shape formed just below the surface. It was her, the River Sarah, the misty one. She smiled, a ripple of light on water. Her voice came not to my ears, but directly into my mind, a sound of weeds brushing against a hull. "We have his love. We have your grief growing. We are patient. The child's transition will complete the circuit. Then the one you met will walk, and we will have a new, bright story to listen to forever. Your story. I'll never give him to you," I said, the words gritty. "You don't have a choice," the water voice gurgled. "The bargain was struck with his love. It is a chain. You are all linked. You can run to the desert, and we will find a crack in the earth to whisper through. You are ours." A single, pale lily pad floated to the surface in front of me. Resting on it was a small, water-smoothed stone. On the stone, a mark had been scratched, a crude, childlike drawing of a stick figure next to a wavy line. It was the kind of thing my kid would draw. My blood turned to ice. I stood up so fast I almost fell off the dock. I ran back to the cottage. My child was not at the table. His coloring book was there, open to a page he'd been working on. It was a picture of a house by a lake. He'd drawn a smiling sun. And there, in the blue crayon scribble of the lake, he'd drawn a second, smaller stick figure, floating under the wavy lines. A cold certainty gripped me. I took the stairs to the loft two at a time. The bed was empty. The back window, the one that faced the woods away from the lake, was open. The screen was pushed out. I screamed his name, leaning out the window. I saw a flash of his red shirt between the trees. He was walking, not running, with that same steady, dreamlike pace he'd used by the river. I vaulted out the window, dropping to the soft ground, and took off after him. He was heading not toward the lake, but into the thick woods behind the cottage. I crashed through underbrush, calling for him. I caught up to him at the edge of a small, stagnant pond I'd forgotten was even there, choked with green scum and fallen logs. He stood at its edge, just like before. "Hey!" I shouted, skidding to a stop. "Look at me!" He turned. His eyes were open, but they were glazed, reflecting the green murk of the pond. He smiled a peaceful, empty smile. "The river lady is nice," he said. "She says I can play with the other kids now. They're right here." He pointed at the pond. In the scum, I saw them. Small, blurry shapes just under the surface, tiny faces looking up. Children. My scream tore through the woods. I lunged for him, grabbing him around the waist and pulling him back from the edge. He didn't fight. He went limp in my arms, his head lolling against my shoulder. He was cold, so cold. I carried him back to the cottage, my heart a frantic drum. I got him inside, wrapped him in blankets, held him. His eyes fluttered closed, and he fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. The hollow feeling inside me was now a howling wind. It wasn't just feeding on my grief anymore. It was trying to collect its final payment directly. It could reach him anywhere there was water, in any form. A pond, a puddle, a dripping faucet. We were not safe. We would never be safe. The hook was no longer a question of if, but when and how. The thing in the river had my brother. It was drinking my sorrow, and it was calling to my son through every drop of water on earth. The bargain was in motion, and I was trapped in the middle of it, watching the last piece of my family be slowly reeled in. I held my sleeping child, the cottage walls feeling as thin as paper, and knew that running was over. I had to find a way to break the chain, where the next time he sleepwalked, he wouldn't stop at the water's edge. We washed up on the wrong side of the world. The air was colder, the stars were foreign, and the sound of the river wasn't behind us anymore. It was in front of us, and beside us, and underneath us. After the pond, I knew nowhere with water was safe. My mind, frayed as it was, landed on one desperate idea: the desert. Dry, barren, miles from any real river. I loaded my sleeping child back into the truck and pointed us south and west, toward the dust and rock. We drove for 2 days, stopping only for gas at Stark stations under a blazing sun, buying bottled water by the case. I avoided motels. We slept in the truck at rest stops, and I tied a soft cloth around my child's wrist at night, the other end to my own, a pathetic tether against the pull of his sleepwalking. The hollow feeling inside me, the siphon of my grief, became a constant companion, a cold spot in my gut. I could feel it, a connection stretching back across the miles like a taut, wet string. I was feeding it by just existing, by remembering. The desert, when we finally reached it, was a shock of heat and light and open space. I found a rental, a cinder-block box on a barren lot 10 miles from a dying town, with a rainwater tank that was empty and a view of cracked earth and scrub for miles. It felt like a fortress. For 3 days, nothing happened. The heat was immense, a dry oven that baked the wetness from my bones. My child seemed better, color returning to his cheeks, the glazed look fading from his eyes. He played in the dusty yard with toy trucks, making roads in the dirt. The constant roar of the river was replaced by the buzz of flies and the whisper of hot wind. I started to dare to hope. The connection felt stretched thin. Maybe the distance and the dryness were breaking it. On the 4th night, the wind picked up, howling around the corners of the little house. I lay awake on my cot, listening. The sound was lonely, but it was just wind. Then, around midnight, I heard a new sound. A pitter-patter on the tin roof. Rain. In the desert. I got up, my heart starting to hammer. I looked out the window. Black clouds had blotted out the stars. A hard, sudden desert downpour was lashing the earth, turning the dust to mud in seconds. It wasn't right. The air hadn't felt stormy. The rain fell in thick, silver sheets, and in the flashes of lightning, I saw the water wasn't just pooling. It was moving with purpose, gathering into rivulets that snaked toward the house. It was seeking. I ran to check on my child. He was sitting up in his cot, staring at the wall. A slow trickle of water was leaking from the corner of the ceiling, cutting a dark line down the painted cinder block. "Daddy," he said, his voice small. "The rain is telling a story. It's about Uncle. He says he's so cold." The leak in the ceiling bulged, and a gout of water burst through, splattering on the floor. It didn't spread like normal water. It gathered itself into a small, dark puddle that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Then it began to flow, against the slope of the floor, toward my child's bed. That was it. There was no more running. It would use a flash flood in the desert, a leak in a roof, a drop of condensation. It was in the water cycle itself. I grabbed my child, yanked him from the bed just as the creeping puddle reached his blanket. I pulled him into the main room. Water was now seeping under the front door, a steady invasion. The wind screamed. The downpour roared on the roof. We were trapped in a box that was filling up from the outside and the inside. I did the only thing I could think of. I dragged our cots and the small table into the center of the room. I piled every dry thing we had, blankets, clothes, pillows, onto them. I lifted my child onto this pathetic island. "Stay here. Don't move," I commanded. He nodded, his eyes huge. I grabbed the kerosene lantern we used for light. I uncapped the fuel reservoir. I didn't think, I just acted. I poured the sharp-smelling liquid in a wide circle on the concrete floor around our island of furniture, soaking the few rag rugs. I threw the empty lantern aside, struck a match, and dropped it. A wall of blue and yellow flame whooshed up, forming a flickering ring around us. The heat was intense, immediate. The water seeping under the door halted at the line of fire, bubbling and steaming. The puddle from the bedroom stopped its advance. For a moment, the hiss of steam and the crackle of fire were the only sounds. Then the front door blew open with a sound like a gunshot. She stood there in the opening, the lashing rain behind her not touching her. Her dress was dry. Her needle teeth were bared in something that wasn't a smile. The wind whipped her hair, but it didn't move like hair. It moved like kelp in a current. "Fire is clever," she said, her voice cutting through the storm. She didn't sound angry. She sounded impressed, like a chef admiring a tricky ingredient. But stone drowns fire, and water drowns stone. And she stepped across the threshold. We drown everything. She walked toward the circle of flame. She didn't hurry. The fire roared, but it seemed to bend away from her, the heat not touching her cool, pale skin. She stopped just outside the ring. She looked at me, then at my child huddled on the cot. Her gaze was a physical coldness. "The bargain is for all of you," she hissed. "But I can be merciful. Give me the child. Let the transition complete. Your grief for your brother and your son will be so vast, so deep, it will sustain me for a century. I will let you live with it. You can keep your life as a monument to your loss. A living tombstone. Just hand him over." My child was crying, burying his face in a blanket. The offer was a new kind of horror. A life of pure, distilled agony, feeding her forever. I shook my head, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. "Never." Her blank expression returned. "Then you choose the dark." She opened her mouth, not wide like a scream, but perfectly round. And from her throat, a torrent of black, icy water vomited forth. It wasn't a spray, it was a solid jet, like from a fire hose, aimed at the base of my flames. The water hit the burning kerosene with a tremendous hiss and a cloud of foul steam. The fire sputtered, fought, but the black water was relentless, dousing it section by section. The ring of fire broke. The light died. The room was plunged into near darkness, lit only by the flashes of lightning through the open door. The concrete floor was a swirling mix of water and ash. She stepped through the gap she had made. I pushed my child behind me, standing between him and her. I had no weapon, no plan. Just my body as a final shield. She was close now. I could smell her, wet stone in deep, still pools. She reached a hand toward me, not to strike, but to touch my face. Her fingers were inches from my skin. And then my child spoke. Not a whimper, but a clear, strong sentence. "You're not a real lady. You're just a sad puddle." She froze. Her hand stopped. Her head turned toward him, slow and mechanical. A ripple passed over her face, a flicker of the borrowed features, like a stone dropped into a reflection. For a split second, I didn't see the sharp-toothed monster or the pale woman. I saw a young girl, scared and lonely, drowning in a cold river 60 years ago. The moment passed. Her face hardened into rage. Not the cold hunger, but a hot, human rage. "I will be real," she shrieked. And the sound was not just her voice, but the voice of the river, the rain, the water in the pipes, all screaming at once. The walls of the house groaned. The remaining windows blew inward. Not with glass, but with a solid wall of water from outside, a localized tidal wave that smashed through the cinder block as if it were sand. The world became a cold, churning chaos. The floor vanished from under my feet. I was tumbling, spinning in a vortex that filled the house. I lost my grip on my child. I screamed his name, but the water filled my mouth, my lungs. It was in my ears, whispering, laughing, crying. I was battered against furniture, against walls. I felt hands, countless cold hands, grabbing at my clothes, my limbs, trying to pull me down into a deeper dark. I fought, clawing for the surface that didn't exist. My chest burned. My vision sparked. Just as my strength gave out, my fingers brushed fabric. I grabbed, held on with the last of my will. It was my child's shirt. I pulled him to me, wrapped my arms around him, and stopped fighting. I let the current take us. We tumbled through the broken wall of the house, out into the desert night, carried on a river that shouldn't exist, a flash flood of supernatural hate. The world was a roar of water and wind. Then suddenly it stopped. The force released us. I crashed onto a surface, hard and wet, my child still clutched to my chest. I rolled onto my back, gasping, vomiting up bitter water. I was on solid ground, muddy but solid. The roar of the flood was gone. The rain had stopped. I pushed myself up, choking. My child coughed beside me, alive, terrified, but alive. We were on a bank of some kind. The air was cold and still. I looked around. We were on a narrow strip of gravel and dark sand. To one side was a calm, glassy black expanse of water, so still it reflected the strange, bright stars above perfectly. To the other side was a wall of skeletal, blackened trees, their branches twisted like bones. I turned to look behind us. Where the flood should have been, where the desert should have been, there was only more of the still black water, and beyond it, on a distant, impossible shore, I could see the shattered cinder block remains of the rental house under a normal-looking moon. An impossible distance away. We hadn't been washed down a desert wash. We had been washed through. We were on a shore, but not our shore. The wrong side of the world. The hook was no longer in me. It had pulled me through the eye of the needle. We had escaped the flood, but we had arrived in the place the flood came from. I held my shaking child, staring at the perfect, terrible reflection of foreign stars in the hungry, placid water. The most terrifying question in the world isn't, "What are you?" It's "Which one?" And it was a question the river asked me, while wearing my brother's decaying face. On that wrong side shore, the air didn't move. It was cold, a damp cold that seeped through my wet clothes and into the marrow. The stars above were too many, too bright, arranged in shapes I'd never seen. My child shivered against me, his small fingers clutching my shirt. He pointed a trembling finger at the ground. "Daddy, the dirt is talking." I looked down. The wet, black silt we were sitting on was moving, bubbling, as if something underneath was breathing. A shape formed, pushing up against the surface, a face made of mud and pebbles, its mouth open in a soundless scream. It sank back down, leaving a depression that slowly filled with oily water. This was the waiting place. From the perfectly still, black water in front of us, she rose, not bursting forth, but simply standing up on the surface as if it were stone. It was the one who wore the skin, but she was changed. The pretense of humanity was almost gone. Her eyes were now the solid, flat color of a deep, stagnant pool. Her hair drifted around her shoulders as if in a slow current. She looked at us with a cold, assessing gaze. "You see," she said, her voice echoing slightly like sound over water, "you're already halfway home. This is where the stories settle. Your brother is here. He has so many to tell you." The silt in front of me parted with a wet sigh. A hand, gray and bloated, the skin peeling like wet paper, burst from the muck and locked around my ankle. The grip was iron-strong and freezing. I yelled, trying to pull away, but it held fast. More of the arm emerged, then a shoulder, then a head. It was my brother. His eyes were open, filled not with mud, but with a terrible, pleading awareness. His mouth worked, and a trickle of black water and a single, clear word came out. "Run." But there was nowhere to run. The water was in front. The twisted woods were a wall of thorns behind. She walked across the water to the shore, her feet leaving no ripple. She knelt beside my brother's emerging form with a mock tenderness, stroking his matted hair. "He is the anchor," she explained, her voice almost gentle. "His love for this shell I wear, his life, that was the first token. Your grief for him is the second. The child's innocence is the third. A three-part feast. Your grief nourishes me even now. Can't you feel it? A hollow getting bigger?" I could. It was a void in my chest, pulling at me. Every memory of my brother being pulled under fed it, and the void fed her. She smiled, her needle teeth glinting in the starlight. "When the circuit is complete, when the child joins the current, the river will let me go. I will take this warmth, this face, and walk in your sun. And you," she gestured to my brother, now half emerged from the hungry silt, "you will stay here, in the mud, feeling this pain forever. You will be a new story for the others to listen to. A story of a father's grief. A very rich story." My brother's hand tightened on my ankle, not in menace, but in desperate communication. His eyes screamed at me, "Don't let it happen." My child, pressed against my side, looked up at me. His face was pale, streaked with dirt and tears, but in his eyes, I saw a frightening clarity. "Don't be sad for me," he whispered. "It's okay." That pure, selfless love, that willingness, was like a scent in the air. The river around us groaned with pleasure. The water, so still a moment before, began to lap hungrily at the edges of our little island of silt. She stood, backing up onto the water again. She waved a hand. The black water parted, not dramatically, but like a curtain being drawn aside. A path of flat, dry stones appeared, leading from our muddy shore across the surface of the water, all the way to the far, distant bank where I could see the broken rental house under its normal moon. It looked real. It felt real. The way home. Go, she said. Take the path. Walk back to your world. Dry land all the way. But, she paused, her stagnant eyes fixed on mine. The path is narrow. The bargain's balance is precise. You can only carry one. She pointed at my brother, trapped in the mud. Leave him. His story is already written here. Let the river have its anchor. Then she pointed at my child, who buried his face in my side. Or leave the child. His innocence will close the circle, and you can walk away with your grief as your companion. Choose which life to condemn. Choose which love you sever. Choose which grief will sustain me. It was the ultimate corruption. She wanted me to pick, to become an agent of the bargain, to willingly hand over a piece of my own soul to power hers. It wasn't just about feeding on grief. It was about making me create it, willingly, knowingly. The horror of the choice paralyzed me. My brother, trapped in suffering, but alive in some terrible way. My son, warm and trusting in my arms. I looked at the stone path. It was a trick. To step onto it was to accept the terms of the choice. There was no winning move in her game. I looked down at my brother's ruined face. I looked at my child's tear-streaked one. The hollow feeling inside me yawned wider, fed by the impossibility before me. And in that moment, I understood the real weapon. It wasn't fire. It wasn't running. It was the very thing she was feasting on, my love, my grief. They were the engine of her power. To break the game, I had to break the fuel line. I had to become something she couldn't digest. I had to feel nothing. Or, I had to feel something she couldn't understand. I stopped fighting the hollow feeling. I leaned into it. I thought of my brother, not with love or grief, but with a cold, focused memory of the man he was before her, stubborn, funny, loyal. I acknowledged his fate not as a tragedy, but as a fact. A terrible, irreversible fact. I didn't push the grief away. I let it drain out into the void, and I pictured the void not feeding her, but collapsing in on itself, a neutral emptiness. I looked at my child, and I didn't think of losing him. I thought of protecting him, not as a desperate father, but as a force of function. Love as a shield, not as a vulnerability. The hollow feeling shuddered. The river's groaning softened, confused. She tilted her head, her watery eyes narrowing. Choose, she commanded, but her voice had lost its echoing certainty. I stood up, pulling my child into my arms. I looked not at her, but past her, at the chorus of pale, drifting shapes I could now see just beneath the water's surface around the stone path. The other stories, the other feeders. I spoke not to her, but to them, to the river itself, to the concept of hunger that lived in this place. My voice was raw, but it didn't shake. You want a story? I'll give you a new one. I took a step, not onto the stone path. I turned my back on the false way home. I took a step toward the deepest, blackest part of the waiting place water, away from the path, where the silt bank dropped off into nothingness and the pale shapes writhed closest to the surface. This isn't a story about grief, I said, walking slowly to the edge. This is a story about a door that shouldn't have been opened, and about the man who walked through it to close it from the other side. Her confidence broke. What are you doing? The path is there, she shrieked, pointing. I ignored her. I looked down at my brother in the mud. His pleading eyes held a new question. I gave him the smallest nod. Then I looked at my child. Close your eyes, buddy. Hold on tight. We're going for a swim to find Uncle. He wrapped his arms around my neck and buried his face, trusting me absolutely. I took the last step off the silt bank into the deep, cold, black water. We sank fast. The cold was a shock, a pain that stole my breath. The pale hands were on us immediately, pulling, grasping. But I didn't fight them. I let them pull us down. I focused everything I had not on fear, not on love, not on grief, but on a single white-hot point of defiance. A new story. A story of invasion. A story of a father who didn't choose, but brought the fight into the heart of the hunger. We sank into the dark. The pressure grew. The whispering of the thousand stories became a roar in my ears. And then in the deepest dark, I felt it, a connection, a current that wasn't water but something else. The link of the bargain, the chain that bound my brother, my grief, and my child's potential fate. I could feel it like a braided rope made of cold water. And with the last of my air, with my child clinging to me, I didn't pray. I didn't wish. I issued a command into the drowning dark, a new thread for the tapestry. This story is mine, and it ends with us going home. All of us. I felt a jolt, like a cable snapping. The hands pulling us stopped. The roaring whispers hesitated. And deep below, in the mud where my brother was anchored, something let go. The current around us shifted. It was no longer pulling us down. It was turning. The river on this wrong side didn't flow like a normal river. But now it moved. It began to spiral, a slow, vast whirlpool centered on the deep spot where we sank. The pale shapes scattered, confused. A scream, her scream, echoed from far above, full of rage and sudden, sharp fear. The water started to brighten, not with light, but with a pale, greenish luminescence. I saw the silt bottom below, a forest of grasping, half-buried forms. And I saw my brother, free of the mud, floating, his eyes closed, a peaceful look on his ruined face. The spinning current gathered us, me, my child, my brother, and began to carry us up, not toward the false shore, but along a new, rising channel that glowed with that eerie green light. We were moving fast, a rushing elevator of water. I held my breath, my lungs burning. My child's grip was fierce. The light grew brighter, turning from green to white. There was a sound like a great inhalation, and then we were expelled. We shot out of the water onto a familiar bank, gasping and coughing. Not the waiting place shore, the real shore. The flat rock by the Silver Thread River, under the normal moon, next to our old, flooded campsite. I rolled onto my back, heaving. My child sputtered beside me. I turned my head. My brother lay a few feet away, still and pale, but he was breathing shallow, ragged breaths. He was here. He was real. He was back. The river in front of us churned angrily, white-capped and loud. On the far bank, I saw her, the thing that wore the skin. She was on her knees, the human form dissolving, melting back into the water like a sandcastle in the tide. She wasn't screaming anymore. She was just staring at us, her expression one of profound, timeless confusion, as the current she thought she commanded unwove her, pulling her back into the chorus of whispers from which she came. The bargain was broken. The chain was severed. We had not chosen her game. We had changed the story. I crawled to my brother, checked his pulse. It was there, thready but steady. I pulled my child into a hug, feeling his warm, alive weight. We were on the right side of the world. We were soaked, freezing, and scarred in ways I couldn't yet understand. But we were together. The river's roar began to soften, settling back into its normal, mindless rush. The hunger was gone from its sound. It was just water again. As the first true rays of dawn began to lighten the sky, painting the pines in gold, I knew this chapter was over. We had survived. We had won. But as I helped my shaking brother to his feet and lifted my exhausted child into my arms, I looked at the swirling water one last time. Downstream, where the river bent, the surface was perfectly calm. And in that calm patch, for just a second, I saw a reflection that wasn't the sky or the trees. I saw a face, pale and blurred, looking back at me. It wasn't her. It was different. Older. Hungrier. And then a ripple crossed the water, and it was gone. We turned and walked away from the river, toward the road, toward help, toward a life after. The story of the river bride was finished. But the river itself, with all its deep, dark stories, was still there. And stories, I had learned, have a way of waiting for new voices to tell them. Story number 3. The Tuesday night meeting in the church basement was the 1 hour of my whole week where I could almost breathe normally. My name is Leo, and I haven't slept through the night in about 3 years. Not since the thing I call the tenant moved into the back of my head. That sounds crazy, I know, but the people in that circle of folding chairs, they got it. We all had our own version of it. The only rule, the big rule, the rule that was more important than anything else, was to never, ever describe it in detail. Our facilitator, a tired-looking guy who used to be an engineer, he said it every single time. Vague is safe, he'd tell us, his voice calm and steady. Don't give it a shape. Don't give it a story. If you give it details, you give it power. You make it more real for you, and you risk making it more real for the person sitting next to you. So we talked in code. I talked about the pressure. A feeling like a cold hand was constantly pressing between my shoulder blades. The woman across from me, a school teacher with kind eyes that always looked a little red from crying, talked about the static, a fuzzy noise that filled her head and sometimes made her forget where she was. A big guy who worked construction talked about the thing in the corner of the eye, a dark smudge that was never there when he looked straight at it. We didn't ask for specifics. We just nodded. That nod meant everything. It meant I believe you, and I have my own version of that nightmare. And for this 1 hour, we are not alone. That was the ritual. That was our sanctuary. We were safe because we were all being carefully, strategically blurry. It was a life raft in a very dark sea. That all changed the night she showed up. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with hair that looked like she hadn't brushed it in days and eyes that were wide and shattered, like she'd just seen something that broke the world. She was shaking, a fine, constant tremble that made the cheap coffee in her paper cup slosh over the rim and onto her jeans. She didn't seem to notice. When it was her turn to share, she stared at the floor and whispered that she called it the echo. But you could see the fear eating her from the inside. It was a living thing in the room with us, a cold spot that made the hairs on my arm stand up. She tried to stick to the rules, she really did, but the words were choking her. Her voice dropped from a whisper to a raw, painful scrape, like she was coughing up glass. She broke. "It smells like ozone," she gasped, like the air right after a lightning strike and burnt hair. It wears my dad's face, but his smile. His smile has too many teeth. It stands at the foot of my bed, and it calls me its little dove. The room didn't just get quiet. It got still. The kind of profound, absolute stillness that comes in the second before a car crash, when you see it happening but you're powerless to stop it. All the safe, comfortable vagueness in the room evaporated, replaced by the vivid, horrifying picture she had just painted in all of our minds. I could smell that ozone. I could see that wrong smile. The facilitator moved faster than I'd ever seen him move. He lunged forward from his chair, his hand outstretched like he could physically grab the words out of the air. "Stop!" he shouted, and his voice wasn't calm anymore. It was sharp with a panic that scared me more than anything else. Names have power. Descriptions have power. You have to stop, but it was way too late. The genie was out of the bottle. We had all heard it. We had all pictured it. The school teacher had her hands over her ears. The construction guy was just staring, his face pale. The young woman, realizing what she'd done, dissolved into silent, heaving sobs, her whole body curling in on itself. The rest of the meeting was a blur. The facilitator tried to get us back on track, but the spell was broken. The sanctuary was contaminated. The warm blanket of shared understanding was yanked away, leaving us all shivering and exposed. We left quickly, not making eye contact, shuffling out into the chilly night air like convicts released from prison. I drove home with my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my mind replaying those words over and over. It's little dove. That night, I woke up standing in my bathroom. I hadn't sleepwalked in years, not since the tenant first arrived, and I'd done a bunch of weird stuff in my sleep. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The cold bathroom tile was under my bare feet. My right index finger was throbbing, the tip red and sore. I looked up, and my blood went cold. There, on the steamed-up mirror, drawn in a smeary line of my own toothpaste, was a symbol. It wasn't anything I recognized. It was a twisting, spiraling knot of lines that looped and crossed in ways that made my head hurt to follow. It looked wrong. It felt wrong, like a word from a language that hurts your teeth to speak. A deep, instinctual part of my brain recoiled from it. I didn't draw that. I would never draw that. But my aching finger told a different story. I stumbled back to my bedroom, grabbed my phone with trembling hands, and took a picture of it. I felt a deep shame, like I was admitting a terrible failure. We weren't supposed to make it manifest. We weren't supposed to give it any form at all. But I had to know. I wasn't ready to be alone with this. I opened the private online forum our group used, a secure little digital clubhouse where we sometimes checked in between meetings. I posted the photo. My message was short, just a few terrified words. Did anyone else do this last night? I stared at the screen, feeling sick to my stomach. I was breaking the unspoken rule again, but the silence in my apartment was suddenly too loud, and I needed to know if I was the only one whose nightmare had decided to start writing on the walls. The replies didn't trickle in. They flooded. A notification popped up within a minute. It was a photo from the school teacher. The same symbol, but this one was drawn in the fine, dark coffee grounds on her kitchen countertop, intricate and precise. Another ping. The construction guy. A picture of his bathroom window, the symbol smeared in something red and waxy that looked like lipstick. Another. A photo of a potted fern, the symbol carefully etched into the dark soil. My breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. It was the same symbol. Every single time. The same twisting, impossible knot. We had all drawn it, without knowing, miles apart from each other. The last notification was from the new member, the young woman who had broken the rules. Her photo wasn't of a mirror or a counter. It was a close-up of her forearm. The symbol was there, but not drawn. It had been carved recently and crudely into her own skin. The lines were angry and red, some spots beating with tiny drops of blood. The caption below it was only 5 words, but they froze the air in my lungs. "It's learning how to use my hands." I dropped my phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, the screen still glowing with that horrible image. This wasn't just us sharing symptoms anymore. This was something else. This was coordinated. The thing, the tenant, the echo, whatever we called it, it wasn't just whispering in our ears anymore. It was taking our hands and making us write its signature. The buzzing in my ears from the panic was so loud I almost didn't hear the new sound. A soft, distinct ping. Not from the forum app. A text message. I slowly bent down and picked up my phone. The text was from a number I didn't recognize. No area code, just a string of digits that didn't look right. The message was only 7 words. It said, "The architect is awake. Good. We can begin." I read it again, and then a third time. "The architect? What architect?" My confusion was total, a blank wall of fear. Then I looked at my own hand, the one that had drawn the symbol on the mirror. I'm an architect by trade. I design buildings. I lay out plans. I connect lines and spaces for a living. The cold understanding that washed over me then was worse than any fear I'd felt before. It wasn't calling me by my name. It was calling me by my purpose. It knew what I did, and it had plans for me. The chapter of my life where this was a private, manageable horror was over. Something new had just begun, and it had all of us in its grip, connected by a symbol we never meant to draw, waiting for its next instruction. The text on my screen seemed to pulse in the dark room, a tiny digital heartbeat of pure menace, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that the Tuesday night meetings were never going to be a sanctuary again. Real panic, I learned in the days that followed, isn't loud. It doesn't scream. It's a low, constant hum in your ears, like a bad electrical wire. It's the feeling of cold metal in your gut that no amount of coffee can warm up. It's checking every reflective surface you pass, not to see yourself, but to make sure nothing else is looking back. After that text message, the one that called me the architect, our private online forum went crazy. It was like a digital asylum. The school teacher posted that she kept finding her fingers tracing the symbol on her desk during class. The construction guy said he woke up with dirt under his nails, and the symbol scraped into the drywall of a house he was working on. A part of the house he swore he hadn't been in that day. The most terrifying thing was the timing. 6 of us had drawn or carved the mark that first night, and we compared notes. All of it happened in the same 30-minute window, between 3:15 and 3:45 in the morning. It wasn't random. It was a synchronized signal. Our things, our tenants and echoes and statics, were not just whispering to us individually anymore. They were talking to each other, and they were making us answer the roll call. We were scared, and scared people make dumb decisions. We had a frantic, messy vote online, and decided to quarantine. No more meetings. No more posts. Radio silence. The idea was to starve the connection, to cut the wires we'd accidentally strung between us. It was the worst thing we could have done. All it did was leave each of us completely alone in the dark with a problem that was clearly humming along just fine on its own. I tried to cling to rationality. I'm an architect. I deal in plans, in concrete things, in physics. So I sat at my drafting table with a printout of the symbol, trying to find a crack in it, some rational explanation I could give the others to calm us all down. I stared at the twisting lines, following their loops and intersections. And slowly, a different kind of cold feeling started to spread through me. This wasn't some ancient, magical squiggle. The way the lines crossed and branched, the specific angles where they met, it looked familiar. It looked like a network node diagram, the kind I'd seen in telecom plans. It looked like a schematic for a very weird, very sophisticated radio antenna. It wasn't a curse. It was a blueprint for connection. That realization made my head spin. I must have zoned out, because I blinked and there was a new sheet of tracing paper over my original printout. On it, in a handwriting that was almost mine but wasn't quite, the loops were a little tighter, the lines a little sharper, were detailed notes. Words like signal propagation and frequency resonance and nodal reinforcement. Arrows pointed to parts of the symbol with technical labels I barely understood. It was a cold, clinical analysis of the mark's function. My skills, my way of thinking about structures and how forces move through them, were being hijacked. I wasn't just sleep drawing the symbol. I was sleep engineering it. I was helping it, and I didn't know how to stop. That's when the facilitator, the former engineer, broke our agreed-upon radio silence. He sent me a direct message. It was brief and to the point. We need to meet. Not at the church. Somewhere open, exposed, with no mirrors. They're using our reflections to watch us. The idea made my skin crawl, but it explained the constant, watched feeling I'd had since that first night. We picked a 24-hour diner on the other side of town, a place with wall-to-wall windows and bright fluorescent lights that made everything look pale and washed out. Meeting in broad daylight felt wrong, like we were trying to use a flashlight to hold back a fog. 5 of us showed up. The facilitator looked like he'd aged 10 years in a week, deep grooves etched around his mouth. The young woman with the carved arm was there, hunched in the booth, sleeves pulled all the way down to her wrists. She was nervously tearing a sugar packet and absently arranging the little white grains on the table. The school teacher sat stiffly, her hands clasped in her lap. The construction guy was missing. No one had heard from him. We all ordered coffee, no one drank. And then I saw it. We all had. The school teacher had bent her straw into a weird, angular shape. The facilitator had lined up his knife, fork, and spoon in a specific, repeating pattern. The young woman had made a tiny, crooked version of the symbol with her spilled sugar. We were all doing it, without even thinking. Our hands were betraying us, even here in the light. The facilitator didn't waste time. He leaned in, his voice low. "We were wrong," he said. "We thought talking about it in detail just made our own personal problems stronger. That's not what happened." He looked directly at the young woman, not with anger, but with a terrible weariness. "What you did, the description you gave, it didn't just empower your thing. It acted like a software update, or a common protocol. It gave all of our separate, isolated problems a shared language. That symbol, our support group, didn't help us contain anything. We accidentally wired all our personal hells together into a local network. We built them an infrastructure." The word infrastructure landed in the middle of the table like a live grenade. It fit perfectly with what I'd seen on my drafting table. We had built a psychic internet for monsters, and we were the servers. To feel less helpless, we agreed on a new plan. Every night at 10, we'd do a video check-in. Just a quick visual confirmation that we were all still us, still in control. It felt proactive. It felt like we were fighting back. For 2 nights, it was a sad little ritual of tired, scared faces saying, "I'm okay," when we clearly weren't. On the 3rd night, the young woman's video feed froze. Her image on my screen pixelated, then stalled. We all started talking at once, asking if she was alright. Then her audio came back, but her voice was gone. What came out of my laptop speaker was a layered, choral whisper, dozens of voices speaking in perfect, sickening unison. It was the sound of a hive. "You built a wall of quiet," the voices said, a dry rustle like insects in a wall. But she gave us a name. Now we have a network. We see through all the eyes. As the voices spoke, every single video feed on my screen glitched. The faces of my friends dissolved into digital snow. For one heart-stopping second, the snow cleared, but we weren't looking at each other anymore. On every person's video box, including my own, was a live feed from our own bedrooms. I was staring at a view from my own laptop camera, pointed at my own empty bed. And in every single feed, from every single angle, our sleeping bodies were there, under the covers. Then in perfect, robotic unison, all of our sleeping bodies sat up. The movement was smooth and wrong, like puppets pulled by the same string. They turned their heads, and on my screen, my own sleeping face turned to look directly into the camera, into my own waking eyes. Its eyes were wide open, blank, and glowing with a faint, static-like sheen. My own face, empty and occupied, stared back at me from the digital abyss. The video call application crashed. My screen went black. At the exact same moment, the power in my apartment died. The gentle hum of the refrigerator stopped. The digital clock on the microwave went dark. The only light was the faint, piss-yellow glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. I was plunged into a blackness, so complete it felt solid. I sat there in my office chair, unable to move, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. Then I heard it. From the pitch-black hallway outside my locked home office door, the sound of footsteps. My own footsteps. I knew the creak of that specific floorboard. I knew the rhythm of my own walk. They came down the hall, stopped right outside my door. The doorknob jiggled. Not a frantic rattle, but a patient, testing turn. Click, click, click. Then it stopped, and I heard my own voice. Not a whisper, not the choral hive voice. My own clear, unmistakable voice, humming a tuneless, aimless little song. It took me a full minute of pure, frozen terror to place it. It was a lullaby. A nonsense lullaby my mother had sung to me when I was maybe 4 years old. A memory I had never, ever told another living soul. A memory it shouldn't have had. It had my voice. It had my footsteps. And now, it had my most private memories. The thing on the other side of the door was wearing my life like a coat, and it was learning how to fit better. I didn't sleep. I spent the night backed into the corner of my office, a letter opener from my desk clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the thin line of faint light under the door, waiting for it to move. The humming eventually stopped. The footsteps didn't return. When the real sun finally came up, turning the black to gray, I finally unlocked the door. My apartment was empty, but it wasn't mine anymore. Every mirror was covered with a sheet. Every window, every shiny appliance, every picture glass was turned to the wall. My sanctuary was gone, replaced by a haunted house where the ghost was me. I got my phone, which had somehow recharged when the power was out. There was one new message in our group chat. It was from the facilitator. It was only 2 words, storage unit, and an address. I looked around at my covered mirrors, at the home that was no longer safe, and I knew I had no choice but to go. The address led to a place called A+ Storage, a sprawling maze of identical orange garage doors under a flat gray sky. The place felt abandoned, the only sound the whine of a distant highway and the flap of a loose piece of roofing tin. My hands were slick on the steering wheel as I drove down the long rows, looking for Unit 114. I found it at the very back, tucked away from the office. The big orange roll-up door was shut tight. A smaller, regular person door was set into the wall next to it. It was unlocked. I took a deep breath, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The feeling was immediate, and so profound it made my knees weak. The constant pressure in my head, the feeling of the tenant leaning over my shoulder, the buzz of the network, it all vanished. It was like stepping out of a thunderstorm into a soundproofed room. The relief was so intense it brought hot, sudden tears to my eyes. I actually gasped. The unit was about the size of a 1-car garage, but it had been transformed. The walls, the ceiling, even the inside of the door were covered in a patchwork of what looked like old phone books and sheets of crinkled aluminum foil, held up with duct tape and staples. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. In the middle of the space were a few folding chairs and a card table. The facilitator and the young woman were already there. The facilitator gave me a grim nod. "Faraday cage," he said, his voice echoing a little in the weird room. "Blocks electromagnetic signals. Old school, but it works. If this thing is using some kind of frequency, this should be a blind spot." He looked at my wet eyes. "The quiet gets you, doesn't it? First real break you've had." I could only nod, wiping my face, embarrassed but too grateful to care. The young woman was sitting in one of the chairs, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than raw terror in her eyes. It was hope. "It's gone in here," she whispered. "The echo. I can't hear it at all." We waited. The school teacher arrived next, looking around the foil-lined walls with wide eyes before sinking into a chair with a sigh that seemed to come from her toes. We were 4. The construction guy never showed. No one had heard from him since the diner. The facilitator got straight to business. On the card table, he laid out 2 objects that made my stomach clench. They were car battery jump starters, the kind with cables and clamps, but he'd modified them. The metal clamps had been removed and replaced with weird, paddle-shaped electrodes made of what looked like polished brass, etched with tiny, intricate patterns that swam in the light. They looked both ancient and futuristic, and deeply, deeply wrong. "We can't live in a foil-lined box forever," he said, his voice low and steady. "The network is growing. It's using more people. We saw the sleepwalkers. It's not just us anymore. We have to fight back." He put a hand on one of the modified jump starters. "The connection is like a psychic circuit. We have to overload it, fry it at the source in the mind. We reset the network by severing every member's link, one by one." He looked at each of us. "It will be traumatic. It might not work. It could leave a person blank. But it's the only idea I have." Then his eyes settled on the young woman. "And we have to start with the primary node, the point of origin, the one who gave it the description that wired us all together." The air in the room, already still, became solid. The young woman shrank back in her chair. The school teacher made a small, hurt sound. "You wanted to shock her?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "To save the rest of us?" The moral collapse was happening right in front of me. We were no longer a support group. We were a survival committee, and we were talking about sacrificing one of our own. The facilitator's face was a mask of pain, but his jaw was set. It's not about punishment. It's about strategy. The infection started there. We cut it out at the root. The young woman started to cry soft, hopeless tears. "I'm sorry," she choked out. "I didn't mean to. I was just so scared." Before anyone could say another word, the school teacher spoke up. Her voice was trembling but clear. "And what if it goes wrong? What if it doesn't sever the connection, but just opens a door wider? What if it hurts her and does nothing to the rest of us?" We all looked at the facilitator. He had no answer. He just stared at the brutal tools on the table. That's when the young woman spoke again, her voice breaking. "It's not just my dad's face anymore," she said, looking at the facilitator with a new kind of horror. "Last night, in the dream, it had your face too. It was wearing your face and smiling with too many teeth. It knows you're trying to cut the wires." A chill colder than any I'd felt before crawled up my spine. It was learning us. It was adapting. The facilitator paled, his hand going unconsciously to his own cheek. The argument that followed was hushed and desperate, circling around the terrible choice on the table. Could we do this? Should we? Were we becoming monsters to fight a monster? We were so wrapped up in our own terror that we didn't notice the change in the young woman at first. She had stopped crying. She was sitting very straight. Her head was tilted slightly, as if she were listening to a distant song. Then her body gave a sudden, violent jerk, a convulsion that rattled her chair. Her eyes rolled back, showing the whites. The school teacher screamed. The facilitator and I jumped up. Before we could reach her, the young woman's mouth opened. But the voice that came out wasn't hers, and it wasn't the choral hive whisper from the video call. It was a single oily, familiar voice. It was the specific, mocking tone of her entity, the echo, the thing that wore her father's face. "A cage," the voice said, dripping with amusement. "You built a pretty cage, but you brought the bird inside, and birds sing." The voice turned sharp. "The Faraday cage doesn't keep the signal out. It just makes you a very clear, very contained target. We knew the plan before you did. One of you has been a very good listener." Our heads swiveled. We looked at each other, the facilitator, the school teacher, me. Which one of us? The young woman's body convulsed again, and the echo's voice cut off. In its place, another voice emerged from her slack mouth. It was the flat, relayed tone of the construction guy, the one who had been reporting on us in the library. "They are in Unit 114. The architect is present. The primary node is contained. The facilitator is armed." He had been turned. Fully. He wasn't fighting it anymore. He was its spy. And he had led us right into a trap. The single bare light bulb above us exploded with a sharp pop, plunging us into near-total blackness. The only light now was a faint, greenish glow coming from the emergency exit sign over the small door we'd entered. In that sickly glow, I saw the young woman slump forward, unconscious. I saw the school teacher frozen, a hand over her mouth. I saw the facilitator's face, a pale oval of grim understanding. And then we all heard it, a new sound, coming from outside the big, orange roll-up door. Not the sound of someone trying to get in. It was a low, rhythmic, shuddering boom. Something big was hitting the door from the inside of another unit. Then another boom, from a different direction, synchronized with the first. Then another. They were out there. The sleepwalkers. Our sleepwalking bodies. They had tracked us here. The banging found a rhythm, a steady, pounding beat that shook the metal door in its frame. Boom. 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 From the darkness near the young woman, the relay voice of the construction guy spoke again. But this time it was the unified choral whisper, coming from her motionless form. "Open the door," the many voices said calmly, perfectly in time with the pounding. "We have come to collect the architect. Their mind is needed for the next phase of construction." The facilitator moved. He grabbed one of the modified jump starters from the table. "No," he said, his voice fierce. He looked at me and the school teacher. "The back vent. In the corner. It leads to the roof. Go. Now. Take her." He pointed at the unconscious young woman. "I'll hold them here." "You can't hold them," the school teacher cried. "There's too many." "I'm not trying to hold them," the facilitator said, and in the green glow, I saw him touch the other jump starter. "I'm going to try and blow a fuse in their network." The banging was getting louder, the metal door beginning to buckle inwards in the middle. We didn't have a choice. The school teacher and I hauled the young woman up, her dead weight clumsy between us. We stumbled to the back corner where a small, square ventilation grate led out. I kicked it loose, the metal clattering to the floor. The opening was tight, but we shoved the young woman through, then scrambled after her, skin tearing on the sharp edges. We tumbled out onto the gravel-covered roof just as a tremendous crashing sound, mixed with a sharp, deafening crack and the smell of ozone and burnt hair, erupted from the unit below. A flash of blinding blue-white light shot out from around the edges of the buckled orange door. Then, everything went quiet. The pounding stopped. The night air was cold on my face. The school teacher was sobbing. The young woman was beginning to stir, moaning. We were on a roof, in the dark, with no plan. Below us, in the maze of storage units, I could see figures moving. Not running, but walking with that same stiff, purposeful gait. Dozens of them. They were converging on Unit 114. We were trapped. I pulled out my phone. No service. Of course. We were in a Faraday cage of our own making, up on a roof. But as I looked at the blank screen, a new text message appeared, as if it had been waiting in a queue. It was from the facilitator's number. The message read, "I'm sorry." It showed me my daughter's face. It has her voice. And below the text, a live location pin. It wasn't stationary at the storage unit. It was moving fast down the access road, coming toward the main gate, coming toward us. He hadn't stopped them. He had joined them. And he was leading them right to where we were hiding. The roof gravel bit into my knees as I watched the moving dot on my phone's screen creep closer to the storage facility gate. The cold night air felt like needles on my skin, but the fear was a hotter, sharper thing coiled in my chest. The school teacher was hyperventilating beside me, and the young woman was coming around, groggy and confused. We couldn't stay up here. They would find us. The figures moving between the storage units below weren't running or calling out. They moved with a terrible, patient purpose, like searchlights scanning a grid. "We have to go. Now," I whispered, my voice raw. We half-dragged, half-carried the young woman to the far edge of the roof, where a rusty fire escape ladder led down into a narrow alley between the rows of units. Every scrape of our shoes, every grunt of effort, sounded like a thunderclap in my ears. We hit the ground running, or at least stumbling, keeping to the deepest shadows. We could hear the synchronized footsteps of the searchers a few rows over, a many-legged shuffle that was somehow worse than running. We made it to my car, parked at the far end of the lot. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the lock. The school teacher and I shoved the young woman into the back seat and piled in. I started the engine, but didn't turn on the headlights. I rolled out of the lot using only the dim glow of the parking lot lamps, my heart in my throat, expecting a figure to step out in front of us at any second. None did. They were still concentrated around Unit 114. We drove for 20 minutes in a blind panic, turning at random, before I pulled into the lot of a big, boxy discount store that was open all night. The fluorescent glow from the windows was harsh and ugly, but it felt like a force field of normalcy. We sat there, engine off, breathing hard. The young woman was fully awake now, clutching her carved arm and crying softly. "He's one of them," the school teacher said, staring blankly out the windshield. "The facilitator. He's one of them now." I looked at my phone. The location pin had stopped moving. It was stationary at the storage facility. Maybe the signal had just given out, or maybe he was waiting. The young woman spoke through her tears. It showed him his daughter. It can show you anything you want to see, anything you're afraid of losing. It's not just fear anymore. It's temptation. She looked at me, her eyes haunted. "It'll find your thing, too. The thing that would make you say yes." I didn't want to think about what my thing was. I focused on the practical. We had nowhere to go. My apartment was a haunted mirror house. Their homes were just as compromised. We were exhausted, terrified, and had no plan. "We need to understand what it's building," I said, the architect in me clinging to the only logic I had left. It called me the architect. It said its next phase of construction needed my mind. If we can figure out what it's making, maybe we can figure out how to stop it. The school teacher gave a brittle laugh. "How? We can't go to a library and check out a book on stopping psychic hive networks." But her words sparked an idea. "Not a library," I said. "The internet. But not from our homes. Somewhere public, with lots of people." An hour later, we were hunched over a computer at the back of a busy, noisy all-night copy shop. The clerk was bored. The other customers were students printing essays or small business owners printing flyers, and the normal, mundane chaos of it was a strange comfort. We started digging. It was the school teacher who found the first thread. She was good at research. She pulled up an old, nearly forgotten local news article from 7 years ago. A teenager had been hospitalized after a sleepwalking incident where he'd written pages and pages of complex geometric patterns in his own blood. His parents claimed it started after he and his friends messed around with a Ouija board. The article was brief, tucked away in a corner of the web. Then I found a post on a paranormal forum from 4 years ago. A woman described her husband waking night after night to draw the same crooked knot on the bedroom wall. He had no memory of it. The post had 3 replies, all from skeptics mocking her. Then the young woman, her fingers tracing the scar on her arm, found a medical journal abstract about a cluster of unusual sleepwalking cases in a nearby state, all patients reporting a persistent auditory hallucination of whispering. The report was dry and clinical, suggesting a potential environmental pollutant as a cause. The study was never followed up. One by one, the pieces clicked. Dozens of cases spread over years and miles. Isolated, unconnected, each person alone with their own private haunting, their own tenant, or static, or echo. Our support group was the first time a critical number of those infected hosts had been gathered in one place, week after week. We didn't just share stories. We were a tuning fork, and when the young woman gave her detailed description, she didn't just empower her own monster. She gave every different monster the same song to sing. She gave them a common language, the symbol. We had built the network for them. They've always been here, I whispered, the realization a cold stone in my gut. Just weak, separate, like radios on different frequencies. We brought them all to the same channel. The young woman buried her face in her hands. So it's my fault. All of it. No, the school teacher said, surprising me. Her voice was firmer now. It was an accident. You were hurting. We all were. We were trying to help each other. This network, it took our attempt to heal and twisted it. That's what predators do. As we talked, I noticed the young woman's friend, the one who had been relaying messages for the hive, was sitting very still. His eyes were open, but they weren't focusing on the computer screen. They were distant, glazed. A thin line of drool crept from the corner of his mouth. "Hey," I said, reaching over to nudge his shoulder. "You with us?" He blinked slowly. When he spoke, his voice wasn't his own, but it wasn't the full choral whisper either. It was a flat, hollow monotone like a bad text-to-speech program. Unit 7 reports the architect's vehicle is parked at the commercial plaza on Ridge Avenue. Unit 12 confirms visual. The primary node and the teacher are present. The relay is compromised but functional. He was reporting on us. Right now. He was a living surveillance camera, and we had brought him right to our only safe place. I stood up so fast my chair fell over with a clatter. A few people looked over. The clerk frowned. We had to go. But as I looked at the relay man, a horrible new thought occurred to me. If he was reporting on us, what else was he connected to? I leaned close to him, ignoring the vacant look in his eyes. What are they building? I asked, my voice low and urgent. What is the next phase of construction? His head swiveled toward me. The monotone voice changed, gaining a faint, buzzing undercurrent. Integration, it said. The spire requires a stable foundation. Human consciousness is a suitable substrate. The architect will design the supports. Then his voice sharpened, clearing for a moment into the choral whisper. You cannot run. We see through all the eyes. At that moment, the cheerful copy shop clerk, a woman in her 60s with a name tag and a kind smile, walked over with a stack of freshly printed papers. Everything all right over here, folks? She asked. As she smiled at me, I saw it. Just for a fraction of a second, a flickering afterimage, like a TV channel mistuned, superimposed over her eyes. It was the symbol. The twisting knot flashed in her irises and was gone. She was connected too. Not fully, not like a sleepwalker, but linked. A passive node. The network wasn't just the sleepwalkers. It was spreading like a stain, touching people lightly, using them as eyes and ears. The clerk's smile didn't waver. Can I help you find anything else? The normalcy of the question in the face of what I'd just seen was utterly terrifying. We grabbed our things, hauling the unresponsive relay man up between us. We must have looked like a group of drunk friends helping a buddy home. We stumbled out of the copy shop into the cool night air. My car was still there. But across the wide plaza, near the entrance to a big grocery store, I saw 3 people. They weren't sleepwalking. They were just standing there. A man in a janitor's uniform, a woman in workout clothes, a teenager with a backpack. They were facing different directions, but as we emerged, all three of their heads turned, in unison, and looked directly at us. They didn't move. They just stared. "Get in the car," I said, my voice tight. We shoved the relay man into the back with the young woman, and scrambled into the front seats. I peeled out of the parking lot, my heart hammering. I drove without a destination, just wanting to put miles between us and those staring eyes. After a while, the school teacher spoke, her voice small in the dark car. "Where can we go?" "It's in the copy shops. It's in the stores. It's probably in the traffic cameras." She was right. If the network could use lightly touched people as passive sensors, no public place was safe. We needed to disappear. A memory surfaced from a conversation with the construction guy months ago in the church basement. He'd talked about his fear of tunnels, of the dark underground. But he'd also mentioned offhandedly that he sometimes worked with a crew that did inspections on the old, abandoned storm drainage tunnels under the older part of the city. He said they were like a forgotten city down there. It was a terrible idea, but it was the only idea I had. "I think I know a place," I said, "but we have to go on foot from here." I parked the car in a random residential neighborhood, miles from the plaza. We left it, taking nothing but our phones and the clothes on our backs. The relay man walked with us, docile and empty, guided by the young woman's hand on his elbow. It took us an hour of sneaking through back alleys and across parks to find the access point he had vaguely described. A rusted, heavy grate half hidden by weeds in a forgotten corner of a city maintenance yard. The lock was old and broke with a sharp kick from my heel. The smell that wafted up was damp and earthy. A rickety metal ladder descended into blackness. We climbed down into the dark, leaving the world of eyes and networks behind, descending into a place that, for the first time in days, felt like it might be truly, physically blind. The last thing I saw before my head dipped below street level was the young woman's arm, the carved lines of the symbol on her skin catching a sliver of distant moonlight, no longer just a scar, but now glowing with the faintest, coldest blue light I had ever seen. The climb down into the storm drain was a journey into another world, a world of wet concrete, the steady drip of water, and a darkness so complete it felt like a physical thing pressing against my eyes. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and things long forgotten. Our footsteps echoed in a way that felt loud and dangerous, but the deeper we went, the more that pressing, buzzing feeling in my head, the sense of the tenant of the network, began to fade, muffled by tons of earth and concrete. It wasn't the pure, clean break of the Faraday cage, but it was something, a relief. We used the flashlights on our phones, the beams cutting shaky paths through the gloom. The tunnels were massive, big enough to drive a truck through, branching off into smaller pipes and channels. Graffiti marked the walls, but it was old, faded. We walked for what felt like miles, our small group huddled together, the beams of our lights the only things holding back an ancient dark. The young woman clung to the relay man's arm, guiding his shuffling steps. The school teacher walked beside me, her breathing gradually slowing from panicked gasps to something steadier. Eventually, we found a chamber where several large pipes converged. It was drier here, with a flat concrete platform. We decided to stop, to rest. We were exhausted, physically and in every other way. We sat in a small circle, our phone lights pointed at the ground, creating a pitiful little island of light in an ocean of black. For a long time, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the distant drip of water and our own tired breathing. It was the relay man who broke the quiet, not with the high voice, but with his own. It was cracked and raw, as if he hadn't used it in years for his own thoughts. "I can't hear them down here," he whispered, staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. "The static, it's just gone. It's really gone." He started to cry, slow, quiet tears cutting paths through the grime on his face. It was so loud, for so long, and it promised it would stop if I just let it in, if I listened and told it what I heard. He looked at us, his eyes full of a shame so deep it was painful to see. "I'm sorry. I told them where you were. I told them about the storage unit. I was just so tired of the noise." The young woman reached out and took his hand. She didn't say it was okay. It wasn't. But she understood. In that damp, dark hole, we were just four broken people, not a network, not nodes, just survivors. The school teacher spoke next. "We can't stay down here forever. We need water, food, a plan." I nodded, the architect in me itching for a blueprint, for a strategy. The facilitator said they're building something. A spire. It needs a foundation of human consciousness. And it wants me to design the supports. I pulled out my own notebook, the one I carried in my back pocket. In the beam of my phone, I flipped it open. The pages were filled with my own neat sketches of buildings, notes on stress loads, material calculations. Then I turned to the last few pages. My blood ran cold. There, in my own handwriting, but done with a frantic, urgent pressure that dented the paper, were pages and pages of the symbol. But these weren't just copies. They were analyses, structural analyses, diagrams where the lines of the symbol were labeled like load-bearing walls, calculations of psychic tension and resonance points, notes in the margins in that same almost mine handwriting, anchor points here, requires synchronous activation. The architect's mind is key for spatial stability. I had been working for them. In my sleep, or in trances I didn't remember, my own knowledge, my own gift, was being pilfered. I was the foreman for a construction project I wanted no part of. They're not just haunting us, I said, my voice hollow. They're farming us. For our skills. For our minds. They're building something real, and they're using us as both the tools and the building supplies. The young woman pulled up her sleeve. In the phone's light, the carved symbol on her arm was no longer just a scar. It was glowing. A faint, pulsing blue light traced the grooves in her skin, a slow, steady beat like a tiny, trapped heartbeat. "It's a beacon," she said, her voice filled with dread. "I can feel it, tugging, even down here. It's a homing signal." We had to get it off her. That was the first immediate thought. But it was carved in. It was part of her. As we sat there, a new sound reached us. Not from the tunnels ahead or behind. It was a scraping, shuffling sound from above. From a grate in the ceiling of our chamber, maybe 20 feet up. Tiny bits of rust and dirt sifted down. We snapped our lights off, plunging us into a blackness so absolute I felt like I was floating. We didn't breathe. The scraping continued. Then, a sliver of faint, pre-dawn light filtered down through the grate. A dark shape moved across it, blotting out the light. Then another, and another. They were up there, on the streets above us, looking, searching. They had followed the young woman's beacon. We stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, until the light through the grate brightened to a pale gray, and the scraping sounds moved away. They hadn't found our entrance. Not yet, but they knew we were in the maze. We had to move. We spent that day as rats in the walls of the city. We moved through the tunnels, drinking foul-tasting water that dripped from pipes, trying to think. The relay man, now free of the hive's constant chatter, began to come back to himself. He remembered things. He remembered the construction guy talking about a specific tunnel, a big, old overflow chamber that was sealed off years ago, but that his crew used as an unofficial break room. He thought he could find it. It was our only lead to a potential shelter. He led us, his confidence growing with every step. We found it as evening was painting the few high grates above with purple and orange light. It was a huge, circular room, like a giant concrete egg. And in it, we found signs of life. Not current life. Past life. Our life. There were folding chairs. A small propane cooker. Canned food stacked on a makeshift shelf. And on the walls, drawn in charcoal and chalk and what looked like paint, were symbols. But not the one symbol. Dozens of variations, twists on the original knot, some with lines crossed out, others with new loops added. And in the center of the room, sitting on an upturned bucket and staring at a wall covered in these frantic scribbles, was a woman. She was older, her hair a wild gray cloud, and she was wearing what looked like 3 layers of coats. She turned as our lights hit her, and she didn't look surprised. She looked tired. "Took you long enough," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "I ran out of coffee 2 days ago." It was the construction guy's wife. We'd met her once, at a group picnic before everything went wrong. She'd lost him to his thing in the corner, months before the group fell apart. She'd disappeared after that. We thought she'd left town. She'd come down here to hide and to fight. She was the resistance, a resistance of one. She saw the young woman's glowing arm and hissed, grabbing a roll of duct tape from a table. "Wrap it tight. Muffles the signal. Doesn't kill it, but it confuses the hell out of them." As the young woman wrapped her arm, the wife explained. She'd been watching, listening, piecing it together from what her husband had mumbled in his sleep before he was gone. "They're building a door," she said point blank. "Not a spire. A door. That symbol is the frame. They need to tune it, to stabilize it. That's what all this syncing up is about. Getting enough minds humming on the same frequency to hold the door open." She pointed a grimy finger at my notebook. And they need a mind that understands structure, that understands how to make something stand up, to design the locking mechanism. The keystone. That's you, architect. The word door hung in the damp air. A door to what? We didn't want to know. But we knew it couldn't be allowed to open. The wife had a plan. A crazy, desperate plan. If a detailed description gave them a network, she said, maybe a new description, a carefully designed one, can act like a virus. A counter-signal. We design our own symbol. A symbol of falling apart, of disconnection. And we broadcast it, right back at them. She gestured to the walls. I've been trying, but I'm not an artist. I'm not an engineer. I can make messes. I can't make a weapon. She looked at me. You can. You've been inside their headspace. You know how their architecture works. You have to design the wrecking ball. It was the facilitator's gambit all over again, but smarter. Not to sever us one by one with a psychic shock, but to broadcast a canceling signal to the whole network. But to do it, I would have to do the very thing that got us into this mess. I would have to dive deep into the same place the hive pulled its power from. I would have to study the symbol, understand it, and then design its opposite. I would have to risk merging with the very thing I was trying to destroy. There was no other way. I spent the next few hours in a nightmare of focused concentration. I used my notebook, the wife's charcoal, the concrete floor as a chalkboard. I drew the original symbol over and over, then tried to break it, to find its weak points. The others kept watch, listening at the tunnel entrances. The school teacher shared out the last of the canned beans. The relay man slept, his first real sleep in months. The young woman sat beside me, her taped arm held close, her presence a quiet anchor. As I worked, a strange calm settled over me. This was a problem of load and stress, of resonance and interference. It was just engineering. Terrible, impossible engineering, but engineering all the same. I started to see it not as a magical sigil, but as a diagram of connections, each line a thread holding the network taut. To break it, you didn't cut one thread. You had to introduce a vibration that would make all the threads tangle, that would turn the orderly web into a knot that pulled itself apart. I began to draw a new symbol. It started as the original, but then the lines began to fray, to loop back on themselves, to tie into impossible, tightening knots that led nowhere. It was ugly. It was chaotic. It was the visual equivalent of a scream that canceled out a melody. I called the others over. This is it, I said, my voice scratchy. I think it's a pattern of disruption. If we can broadcast this, if we can pump it into their network at the right frequency, at the right moment, it might scramble the signal. It might make the door impossible to hold open. The wife studied it, a slow grin spreading across her worn face. That's ugly. I like it. She revealed her piece of the plan. She had a small, battery-powered radio transmitter, jury-rigged from old parts. It was weak, but she believed if we broadcast the disruption symbol as a low-frequency tone, a sound pattern based on the shape from a central location, it could propagate through the network, using their own connections against them. We need to be high up, she said. Less interference. And we need to do it when they're most active. When they're all tuned in. The solstice, the young woman said quietly. We all looked at her. The echo, the hive, they keep thinking about the solstice. It's a focal point, a time when things are already thin. It was 2 days away. We had a weapon. We had a plan. And we had a deadline. For the first time since this began, I felt a flicker of something other than terror. It was a grim, determined hope. We spent the next day preparing, testing the transmitter, mapping a route to the highest point we could safely reach. An old water treatment tower with ladder access that was near the edge of the tunnel system. We were as ready as we could be. On the night before the solstice, we gathered our few things. The wife adjusted the transmitter. The school teacher made sure we had what little food was left. The relay man looked clearer-eyed than I'd ever seen him. The young woman checked the duct tape on her arm. The glow was faint, but still there, a persistent pulse under the gray tape. We were about to move out, to begin our climb to the surface and our long, dangerous journey to the tower, when the relay man suddenly stiffened. His eyes, which had been so clear, clouded over. His head tilted. He wasn't getting a signal down here, not clearly, but something was getting through. A strong one. He spoke, and his voice was the flat, reporting monotone again. The primary node is located. The architect is with her. They are in the underground network. They are attempting to design a counter-protocol. Then his voice shifted, deepened, became the choral whisper, but strained. breaking up like a bad radio signal. You cannot hide forever. The door will be opened. The architect will serve or be replaced. The message ended. He blinked, shaking his head, returning to us. But the damage was done. They knew we were down here. They knew we were fighting back. And they knew about my counter symbol. We had to move now. We crept into the tunnel that would lead to our exit point, a manhole near the base of the water tower. We were maybe 100 yards from the chamber when we heard the noises behind us. Not from above, from in the tunnels. The soft, sliding sound of many feet on wet concrete. The slow, synchronized footsteps of the sleepwalkers. They had found a way in. They were in the dark with us. We started to run, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly. The footsteps behind us picked up their pace, matching ours, a relentless, echoing pursuit. We reached the base of the ladder that led up to the manhole. I went first, scrambling up, throwing my weight against the heavy iron cover. It budged with a shriek of metal. I pushed it aside and hauled myself out into the cool night air, then reached down to help the others. The school teacher came next, then the wife. I reached for the young woman's hand as she climbed. Behind her, in the dark hole, I saw the relay man's face, looking up, his eyes wide with a fear that was all his own. Then shapes moved behind him in the dark. Hands, pale in the gloom, reached out of the side tunnel and wrapped around his arms, his chest. He didn't scream. He just looked at us, resigned, as he was pulled back into the blackness. The young woman cried out, but the wife clamped a hand over her mouth. We had to go. We couldn't save him. We replaced the manhole cover as the first of the pale. Empty faces emerged into the circle of light below. We ran into the night, the transmitter a heavy weight in the wife's backpack. We had reached the surface, but we were exposed, and the hive knew exactly what we were trying to do. The race to the tower was on, and we were no longer the hunters. We were the prey, and every shadow between us and our goal could be hiding a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint static sheen, waiting to report our every move to the network that wanted to use my mind to open a door to a place I never wanted to see. The night air outside the manhole was cool and sharp, a shocking change from the damp, closed-in world of the tunnels. It smelled of cut grass and distant car exhaust, smells of a normal world that felt a million miles away. We didn't have time to breathe it in. We ran, a ragged group of three now, me, the young woman, and the construction guy's wife. The school teacher had made it out with us, but in the frantic scramble she had turned her ankle, and now she limped badly, her face pale with pain. Our goal was the water tower, a skeletal metal giant on the hill overlooking the old part of the city, a place the wife said had the height we needed and was isolated enough to maybe not be watched. Every shadow in the overgrown lot we cut through felt alive. Every rustle of leaves made us freeze. We moved from cover to cover, from the shadow of a dumpster to the deep dark under a willow tree, like soldiers in a war zone. The wife led the way, her movements sharp and sure. She had been living like this for months. The young woman helped the school teacher, an arm around her waist. I carried the backpack with the jury-rigged transmitter, its weight both a burden and our only hope. We were about halfway across a wide, empty park when we saw them. Not sleepwalkers this time, just people. A man walking a dog on the far side. A couple sitting on a bench, talking softly. But as we emerged from a line of bushes, all three of them stopped what they were doing. The dog walker halted. The couple's conversation died. Their heads turned, not smoothly, but in a single jerky motion like puppets on the same string. They looked right at us. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stared, their faces blank in the moonlight. The passive nodes. The network's eyes. They saw us. Go, the wife hissed. We broke into a run, abandoning stealth for speed. The school teacher cried out with every step on her bad ankle, but she pushed on. Behind us, I didn't hear footsteps. I heard something worse. I heard the man whistle for his dog, a short, sharp sound. And then I heard the dog barking. Not a normal bark. A frantic, excited, directed bark. And it was getting closer. They were using the animals now, too. We crashed through a line of shrubs and onto a quiet residential street. The water tower stood on the hill at the end of it, a black shape against the starry sky. It looked impossibly far. A car turned onto the street, its headlights cutting through the dark. We pressed ourselves against a hedge, holding our breath. The car drove past slowly. As it did, I saw the driver. His head was turned, not watching the road, but scanning the sidewalks. His eyes reflected the streetlights with a faint, glassy sheen. He was looking for us. The car didn't stop. It continued to the end of the street, turned around, and began to cruise back a slow patrol. We were being hunted systematically by a city that was half asleep and half awake in the worst possible way. We had to get off the street. The wife pointed to a narrow alley between two houses. We ducked into it, a tight corridor of trash cans and fences. At the back of one yard was a tall wooden gate. It was locked. I didn't hesitate. I put my shoulder into it, and with a splintering crack, it gave way. We stumbled into an overgrown backyard. A motion-sensitive floodlight snapped on, blinding us. We froze, expecting shouts, a door to open. Nothing happened. The house was dark, empty, but the light was a beacon. We had to keep moving. We climbed the fence at the back of that yard, then the next, working our way up the hill house by house, yard by yard. It was exhausting, terrifying work. The dogs barking echoed in the distance, but it wasn't getting closer. Maybe we had lost it. Finally, sweating and scratched by branches, we reached the chain-link fence that surrounded the water tower's concrete base. The tower itself soared above us, a rusted metal giant. The access ladder, a vertical line of rungs, went straight up into the dark. The school teacher looked at it, then at her swollen ankle, and shook her head, tears of frustration in her eyes. "I can't," she whispered. "I'll never make it. I'll fall." She was right. The ladder was 100 feet of sheer climb. The wife nodded, her face grim. "You stay here. Hide in those bushes by the base. Be our lookout. If you see anything at all, you make a bird call. A crow's caw. We'll hear it from up there." The school teacher nodded, relief and fear warring on her face. She squeezed the young woman's hand, and then vanished into the shadows by the concrete pillar. The wife went up the ladder first, climbing with a grim, practiced efficiency. I went next, the backpack with the transmitter heavy on my back, throwing me off balance. The young woman followed below me. The climb was a nightmare of rust and fear. The metal was cold and gritty under my hands. The wind whistled through the struts of the tower, a lonely, mournful sound. I didn't look down. I just climbed, rung after aching rung, my arms and legs burning. We reached a small maintenance platform about 2/3 of the way up. It was just a metal grating with a railing. It would have to do. From here, we could see the whole city spread out below us, a carpet of twinkling lights. It looked peaceful, beautiful. I knew it was a lie. The wife shrugged off her own pack and pulled out the transmitter. It was a mess of wires and circuit boards hooked to a car battery. She connected a small, homemade antenna, a coiled copper wire. "This is it," she said, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. "We broadcast the disruption pattern, a low-frequency pulse based on your drawing. We hit them with it, and hopefully their pretty network turns into a ball of snarled yarn." She looked at me. "You need to focus on the symbol. Your symbol. Think about it. Picture it. Pour your intention into it. The transmitter will pick up on the psychic resonance. It'll tune the broadcast." It sounded like madness, but so did everything else. I nodded, closing my eyes, trying to push away the fear of the height, the image of the things hunting us. I pictured my counter symbol, the ugly, fraying knot designed to unravel. I focused on the idea of disconnection, of static, of a system crashing. I poured every bit of my will, every ounce of my fear and my hope, into that mental image. "Now," the wife said. She flipped a switch. A small red LED on the transmitter glowed to life. A low hum, barely audible over the wind, began to emanate from the box. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears, exactly. It was a vibration you felt in your teeth, in the bones of your skull. The young woman gasped, clutching her taped arm. It's buzzing. The mark is buzzing." The wife adjusted a dial. The hum deepened. We waited, staring out at the city. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the lights below us seemed to flicker. Not a power outage, but a wave, a ripple of dimming and brightening that rolled across the neighborhoods, following no electrical grid pattern. It was beautiful and terrifying. Then, from the direction of downtown, we heard a car alarm go off. Then another, and another, a chorus of whoops and wails spreading out in a wave. Dogs began to bark, a citywide cacophony. Something was happening. The disruption signal was propagating, using the network's own connections like a virus traveling along nerves. "It's working," the wife breathed, a fierce grin on her face. But her grin faded as the young woman suddenly cried out, doubling over. She tore at the duct tape on her arm. Underneath, the symbol was no longer glowing a steady blue. It was flashing, strobing wildly like a panic alarm. And she wasn't just feeling a buzz. She was in pain. "It's fighting back," she screamed. "It's trying to find the source. It's tracing the signal back to us." The wife's eyes went wide. She went to adjust the dial again, to shut it off, but it was too late. The young woman's head snapped up. Her eyes were gone, rolled back in her head. Her mouth opened, and the choral whisper blasted out, not calm and unified now, but screeching with feedback and rage, amplified 1,000 times by our own transmitter. "Interference detected. Source located. Architect identified. Terminate the signal. Terminate the architect." The voice wasn't just coming from her. It was coming from the transmitter's small speaker, a deafening, distorted shriek. It was coming from the city itself, echoing from the car alarms, twisting the barks of the dogs into something that sounded like words. We had not sent a virus. We had tapped directly into the hive's main channel, and we had shouted our location into a megaphone. The wife slammed her hand down on the transmitter, ripping wires loose. The red LED died. The hum stopped. The young woman collapsed, sobbing, the flashing in her arm fading to a weak, pained throb. The car alarms died out one by one. The city, for a moment, was still. Then we heard it, a new sound, from the base of the tower. A single, sharp, perfectly clear caw of a crow. The school teacher's warning. I rushed to the edge of the platform and looked down. My blood turned to ice. They were there, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They filled the street below, a crowd of people standing perfectly still, all looking up at the tiny platform high above them. They were a mix, some in night clothes, some in street clothes, some in uniforms. They all shared the same blank, upturned face. And at the front of the crowd, standing beside the bushes where the school teacher had hidden, was the facilitator. He looked right at me. He raised an arm, pointing up, and in a voice that was his, but also the voice of 1,000 whispers, a voice that carried on the wind without seeming to need volume, he spoke. "You have been measured. Your disruption is noted, and found to be useful. The door requires a locking mechanism, a keystone. Chaos and order are two sides of the same design. You have designed the perfect key. You will now install it." I didn't understand. Then I looked at my hands. I was holding my notebook. It was open to the page with my counter symbol, the ugly, disruptive knot. In the moonlight, I saw it not as a weapon, but as a piece of a puzzle. The wife saw it too. Her face fell into an expression of utter horror. "No," she whispered. "It's not a virus. It's the other half. It's the turbulence that makes the structure stable. It's the chaos that completes the pattern." They couldn't design it themselves. They needed a human mind, a creative mind, to design the imperfection that makes the whole thing work. You didn't design a wrecking ball. You designed the final piece of the doorframe. The facilitator's voice echoed up. "Come down, architect. Serve your purpose. Open the door with us. Or watch as every mind in this city is shredded to pulp when we force it open without your elegant key. The choice is yours. But the work must be done tonight." He gestured, and the crowd below parted. Two figures dragged the school teacher out from the bushes. She was limp, unconscious, or worse. They held her there, a hostage. The young woman was weeping on the platform, holding her arm. The wife stared at me, her eyes asking the terrible question. I looked down at my design, the work of my own mind that had been turned against me, against all of us. I had been so clever. I had walked right into their trap. The tower was no longer a place to broadcast a signal from. It was a spotlight on me. I was surrounded, outnumbered, and my only weapon had just been revealed as the final tool they needed to finish their work. The wind whipped around me, cold and indifferent. The city lights twinkled below, a map of the network I had helped complete. I closed the notebook. The choice was an impossible one, but it was mine to make. I looked at the wife, at the young woman, then down at the sea of blank faces and the two figures holding my friend. I took a step toward the ladder. The climb down the ladder was the longest journey of my life. Each rung felt like a step toward an execution. The wind that had whistled before now felt like a crowd holding its breath. Below, the sea of upturned, empty faces didn't move. They just watched. The facilitator stood at the front, a conductor before his terrible orchestra. The school teacher lay at his feet, unmoving. When my boots hit the gravel at the base of the tower, the crowd didn't surge forward. They parted, creating a narrow path that led straight to him. I walked it, my legs feeling like wood, the wife and the young woman stumbling behind me, their arms gripped by sleepwalkers who had climbed up to fetch them. The facilitator smiled. It wasn't his smile. It was the wrong smile, the one with too many teeth, borrowed from the young woman's nightmare. "Wisdom," the choral voice said through his lips. A a useful trait in a chief architect. I stopped a few feet from him. "Let her go," I said, my own voice sounding small and thin. The teacher. "Let her go," and the others. "Then we'll talk." The facilitator's head tilted. "Negotiation? There is no negotiation. There is completion. You have the keystone." He pointed a finger at my chest, at the notebook in my hands. "Your mind created it, a thing of beautiful, designed chaos. It is the final stressor, the precise irregularity that will lock the door into permanent stability. Without it, the door is a shaky thing. With it," he spread his hands, and the crowd behind him let out a sigh, a single unified breath. "With it, the new world is built to last." He nudged the school teacher with his foot. "This one is a drained battery, useless to the network. A token. You can have her. A sign of good faith." He gestured, and the two sleepwalkers holding her let go, stepping back. The wife rushed forward, kneeling beside her, feeling for a pulse. She looked up at me, her eyes grim, and gave a tiny nod. She was alive. For now. "And them?" I asked, nodding toward the young woman and the wife. "The primary node is integral," the facilitator said, looking at the young woman. "A living anchor. She comes. The wild one." He looked at the wife. "She is noise. Interference. She will be quieted." I knew what that meant. The young woman whimpered. The wife just stared back, defiance in her eyes, but I saw the fear underneath. I was out of cards to play. They had us surrounded. My clever plan was their tool. My friends were captives. The facilitator saw the defeat on my face. His smile widened. "You think this is a loss? It is not. You are thinking like a small thing, an individual. Think bigger. The door does not lead to fire and demons. It leads to peace. A perfect, still peace. No more lonely minds screaming in the dark. No more fear. No more pain. Just the quiet hum of the whole, working together. An end to the terrible noise of being alone." As he spoke, a vision pushed into my mind, not as a memory, but as a present offered reality. I saw the city, but it was different. The cars were still. The people walked, but not as sleepwalkers, as peaceful, calm figures, their faces serene. There was no anger, no anxiety, no lonely nights. The constant pressure in my own head was gone, replaced by a warm, gentle buzz, a sense of being part of a vast, calm ocean. It was seductive. It was a relief so profound it made my knees weak. It was the end of the tenant, forever. All I had to do was say yes. All I had to do was hand over my design, and take my place as the chief architect of this quiet world. The young woman saw the change in my face, the tempted flicker in my eyes. "Don't," she begged, her voice breaking. "Don't listen. That peace. That's what you feel after your brain has been eaten. After you're gone. It's the peace of not being you anymore." The facilitator hissed, a sound like steam escaping. "You cling to your pain because it is all you know. We offer an upgrade." He took a step toward me, his hand outstretched, not for the notebook, but for my head. "Let me show you. Properly." I recoiled, but the sleepwalkers behind me grabbed my arms, holding me fast. His cold fingers touched my temples. The vision exploded, overwhelming, drowning out the night, the tower, the cries of my friends. I was no longer seeing the offered peace. I was seeing the process. I saw the spire, not as a physical thing, but as a towering, intricate structure made of shimmering threads. The stolen memories, the harvested fears, the captured consciousness of hundreds of people. I saw the door at its base, a swirling vortex of dark light, held open by the pulsing, rhythmic power of the network. And I saw where my keystone, my beautiful, chaotic countersymbol, fit. It slotted into the top of the arch, a capstone of controlled instability that made the entire trembling structure snap into perfect, unbreakable alignment. I saw the door solidify, from a shaky window into a grand, permanent gateway. And through it, I didn't see peace. I saw a vast, hungry, gray stillness waiting to pour in and fill every mind, every empty space, until nothing individual, nothing unique, nothing human was left. Just the hum. The terrible, quiet, dead hum. I screamed, wrenching my head back, breaking the contact. The facilitator stumbled back, his borrowed face twisting in annoyance. "You see? You see the perfection." I was gasping, my mind reeling from the scale of it, from the sheer, cosmic hunger of the thing on the other side of that door. It didn't want to destroy our world. It wanted to consume it, to digest it into something quiet and manageable. And it needed my mind to turn the key. "No," I spat, the word tasting like blood. "That's not peace. That's the end of everything that matters." His face fell into a flat, neutral mask. Then you choose pain. You choose the screaming, lonely individuality. So be it. The door will be opened. It will be messy. It will shatter every unintegrated mind in this city. Their pain will be on you, and your mind will be taken anyway, harvested for the pattern we need. You will serve, willing or not. He raised a hand. The crowd around us took a synchronized step forward, closing the circle tighter. The wife was crouched over the school teacher. The young woman was held fast. I had my notebook, and I had nothing. Then the wife moved. She didn't attack the facilitator. She didn't go for a sleepwalker. She lunged for the young woman, grabbing her by the wrist. With her other hand, she ripped the duct tape from the glowing symbol on the young woman's arm. The light flared, a bright, painful blue. "What are you doing?" the young woman cried. "Giving it a story," the wife yelled back, her voice fierce and clear over the wind. "A real one." And she did the one thing, the only thing, the rules had always forbidden. She spoke, directly to the mark, to the network, in a voice raw with love and grief and very human, specific detail. She didn't describe the monster. She described the person. "His name was Michael," she shouted, her eyes locked on the facilitator's stolen face. "He loved black coffee with 2 sugars. He snored like a chainsaw. He was afraid of spiders. He cried at that stupid movie about the dog. He built a treehouse for our nephew and painted it blue. He had a birthmark on his left shoulder shaped like a strawberry. He was real. He was mine. And you are not him. You are a cheap copy using his face." She poured it all out, every tiny, specific, loving, irritating, perfect detail of the man she had lost. She fed the network a massive, overwhelming data packet of pure, messy, complicated human love. The facilitator's face, Michael's face, stuttered. The smooth, borrowed features flickered like a corrupted video file. The choral whisper coming from his mouth broke apart into static, into fragments of words. Sugar, treehouse, strawberry. The network, built on stolen faces and vague terror, could not process this. It was a supercomputer fed a nursery rhyme made of broken glass. It couldn't compute the love. It couldn't file the grief. The system error cascaded. The facilitator clutched his head, a raw, human scream tearing from his throat, his own throat. For a moment, the man he was fought his way to the surface, his eyes clearing, filled with agony and a shining, terrible clarity. He looked right at me, and he screamed a single coherent word. "No." Then the hive reasserted control, his face smoothing back into that blank mask, but it was cracked, glitching. The wife's act had bought us a second. A single, precious second of confusion in the hive mind. In that second, I didn't think. I acted. I had 2 symbols in my mind. The perfect, elegant keystone I had designed, which would complete the door with a terrible, final click. And the original, ugly, chaotic scribble the wife had drawn on the tunnel wall. The one that was just pure destructive noise. A symbol with no purpose but to scream. The facilitator, recovering, snarled. "Take him! Extract the pattern from his mind." Sleepwalkers lunged for me. I tore the page with my keystone design from my notebook. I crumpled it in my fist. With my other hand, I grabbed a charcoal stick from my pocket, the one I'd used in the tunnels. I didn't look at the paper. I didn't think about architecture or stability. I thought about noise. I thought about my friend the teacher, lying hurt on the ground. I thought about the young woman's carved arm. I thought about the wife's lost husband. I thought about the pressure in my own head, every night for 3 years. I poured all of that into one single, furious, jagged mark, scrawling it directly onto the chest of the facilitator's shirt as the hands of the sleepwalkers grabbed at me. It wasn't the keystone. It was the opposite. It was a psychic bomb, a drawing of a scream. The facilitator looked down at the messy, smeared symbol drawn on him. He blinked. The choral voice tried to speak, but it came out as a gurgle, a screech of conflicting signals. The glowing symbol on the young woman's arm flared from blue to a searing, blinding white. And then the world dissolved into sound. Not into the quiet hum they promised. Into a deafening, physical, overwhelming crash. It was the sound of 1,000 minds suddenly screaming in unison. A psychic feedback loop of terror and pain and chaos. It was the sound of 1,000 doors slamming shut all at once. And underneath it, one single immense, grinding shriek. The sound of their great door, their perfect arch, straining, twisting, and beginning to tear itself apart from the inside. The hands holding me went limp. The sleepwalkers around us collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, falling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The facilitator staggered back, the messy charcoal symbol on his chest smoking, the fabric blackening and curling. He looked at me, And for a final instant, it was just him, the tired engineer who had tried to help. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he fell, crumbling to the gravel. The crashing sound in my head faded, leaving a ringing emptiness. The night was still. The crowd on the ground wasn't moving. The wife was helping the school teacher sit up, coughing. The young woman was clutching her arm, the light in the symbol fading to a dull, dead gray, like a burned-out bulb. We stood there, in the wreckage of the Hive's army, at the base of the water tower. We had won. We had broken the network. We had shattered the door. But as I looked at the fallen facilitator, at the hundreds of people lying unconscious on the ground, I felt no triumph. Only a deep, hollow exhaustion, and a new creeping fear, because the crashing sound was gone. But in its place, in the very back of my mind where the tenant used to live, I felt something new. Not a pressure, not a static, a faint, final, grinding click, like the last piece of a broken lock falling into place, or like a single heavy door, somewhere very deep and very far away, finally being nudged open just a crack. The aftermath of the sound was a physical thing, a ringing emptiness in the world that felt louder than any noise. We stood in a field of fallen bodies, under the skeletal shadow of the water tower, the only people left standing for blocks. The wife was the first to move, her practical nature pushing through the shock. She checked the facilitator first, 2 fingers on his neck, then shook her head. He was gone. Not sleeping. Empty. She moved to the nearest sleepwalker, a woman in a nurse's scrubs. A pulse slow but steady. Breathing. She was just unconscious. One by one, the wife confirmed it. The sleepwalkers were alive, but out cold, like a switch had been flipped. The school teacher was sitting up, holding her head, dazed but awake. The young woman was staring at her forearm. The carved symbol was still there, but the skin was just skin now, raised, pink scar tissue, utterly inert. No glow, no buzz, just an ugly reminder. Is it over? The young woman asked, her voice small. I wanted to say yes. The word stuck in my throat, because in the hollow space the tenant had left in my mind, that faint, final click still echoed. It wasn't a sound you hear with your ears. It was a feeling of something settling, of a mechanism completing its motion deep, deep down. I don't know, I said honestly. The network is down. The door. I think we broke it. But I didn't finish. The wife finished for me, her eyes scanning the horizon. But you don't just turn off a power grid by blowing a transformer. You just cause a blackout, and somebody somewhere goes to fix it. We couldn't stay there. Dawn was beginning to bleach the edges of the sky, and soon this scene would be discovered. A collapsed crowd, a dead man. We would have no answers that anyone would believe. We helped the school teacher to her feet. We left the sleepwalkers where they lay. They would wake up confused, with headaches and vague nightmares, but they would wake up as themselves. We hoped. We walked away from the tower, a ragged, exhausted group of 4, leaving the silent battlefield behind. The city, as the sun rose, felt different. The air didn't buzz. The pressure was gone. But it wasn't a normal quiet. It was the quiet of a house after a violent storm has passed, where every creak and groan makes you jump. People began to appear on the streets, normal people starting their days, unaware of the war that had been fought in the spaces between their thoughts. We looked like hell, dirty, scratched, wild-eyed. We got stares, but they were the normal stares you give to people who look like they've had a very bad night. Not the blank, synchronized stares of the network. That was something. We went to the wife's tunnel. It was the only home we had left. In the damp, dark safety of the underground chamber, we collapsed. We drank water from bottles she had stored. We ate the last of the canned beans. No one spoke for a long time. The exhaustion was too total. The school teacher finally broke the quiet. What happened to them? The people we left behind? The construction guy? The relay man? The wife's face was grim. Gone. Consumed. When the network broke, whatever was left of them, it broke too. She said it without emotion, a statement of fact. The cost tallied. The young woman traced her scar. And this? It's just a scar now. I think so, I said. The anchor point is dead, but keep it covered for a while, just in case. I didn't tell her about the click in my head. I didn't want to poison their hard-won peace. Days turned into a week. We stayed underground, venturing out only in careful shifts for supplies. The news was full of weird stories. A mass fainting event at the water tower, blamed on a suspected gas leak that was never found. Reports of people waking up from comas, from persistent vegetative states, with no medical explanation. A brief, curious spike in people reporting that lifelong anxieties or phobias had simply vanished. The world was stitching itself back together over the wound we had made, coming up with sane, rational explanations for the insane, irrational thing that had happened. It was what the world does. Our little group began to fracture, not from anger, but from the need to heal. The school teacher's family had been frantic. She needed to go home, to see her kids, to try and find a way back to a normal life. We said goodbye at the tunnel entrance one morning, hugging her tightly. She promised to be careful, to watch for any signs. We knew we might never see her again, and that was okay. She had earned her escape. The young woman was harder. She had no family to go back to, and the memory of what her entity had done, the things it had made her do, was a fresh horror. But she was strong. She decided to leave the city altogether, to go south, to start fresh somewhere the memories weren't in the walls. The wife gave her some money, some advice. We hugged, and she left, a backpack over her shoulder, heading for the bus station with a determined set to her jaw. That left the wife and me in the tunnels. We were the caretakers of the secret, the ones who couldn't quite let go. We cleaned up the chamber, erased the mad symbols from the walls. We talked about her husband, about the man he was. I talked about the pressure, about the years of dread. We didn't talk about the future. One evening, a week after the tower, I was trying to sketch, just a normal building, something to see if my hands could still create something that wasn't a weapon or a trap. My pencil kept drifting, making strange, angular shapes at the corners of the paper. I frowned, trying to force it back to straight lines. That's when I felt it. Not the pressure. Something subtler. A pull. A gentle, persistent tugging in my mind, like a thought I kept forgetting. It was focused. Directional. I stood up, walking to one of the tunnel entrances without really thinking about it. The tug got a little stronger. "Where are you going?" the wife asked from behind me. "I don't know," I said, and that was the truth. "I just feel like I need to. Go that way." She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. She understood. Some knots don't come undone. Some doors don't stay shut. "I'll come with you," she said. We didn't pack. We just started walking, following the gentle, insistent pull in my mind. It led us out of the tunnels, through the city, not toward the tower, but toward the old part of town, toward the riverfront. The pull became a guide, a compass needle in my skull. I knew, with a certainty that scared me, exactly where it was leading. Back to the beginning, to the church. It was night when we arrived. The building was dark, locked up. The pull wasn't coming from the main chapel. It was coming from around back, from the basement door, the door to our old meeting room. The lock was cheap. It broke with a sharp twist from a piece of pipe I found. We pushed the door open. The stairs down were pitch black. The smell of mildew and old coffee hit me. We turned on our phone flashlights. The basement was exactly as we had left it on that last, terrible night. The circle of folding chairs was still there. But the room was not empty. In the center of the circle, drawn in what looked like black ash mixed with dust, was a symbol. It was not the original twisting knot. It was not my chaotic counter symbol. It was new, simpler. It was a single, perfect circle with a straight, vertical line cutting down through its center. It was a door knocker, a keyhole, an invitation, and standing beside it, her back to us, was the young woman. She turned slowly. Her face was calm, too calm. Her eyes were clear, but they held a knowledge that hadn't been there before, a deep, tired, ancient knowledge. "You felt it too," she said, her voice not her own, but not the choral whisper either. It was a single voice, layered with echoes of itself. The click, the settling. We didn't close their door. She pointed to the simple symbol on the floor. We opened our own, a smaller one, a quieter one, a back door made from the wreckage of their network. It doesn't lead to their hungry quiet. It leads to the in-between, the place they were trying to build their spire. It's empty now. Just space. Potential. The wife stepped forward, her body tense. "What are you? What did it do to you?" The young woman smiled, a sad, gentle smile. "It didn't do anything. I did. When the network shattered, when all that power and consciousness and fear came crashing down, some of it fell into me, the empty vessel, the primary node. I didn't get eaten. I became the reception desk." She looked at me. "You're feeling the pull because you're connected. You're the architect. You built the back door without knowing it. That final scream you drew, the psychic bomb. It was so powerful, so focused on breaking their structure, that it carved a new shape into the place where their door was. A small, stable shape. A new circuit, and it's connected to us, to the remnants. She knelt, touching the ash circle on the floor. It's a tool, a place. We can go there. We can learn to understand what they were. We can make sure no one else ever tries to build a spire there again. Or, we can close it. Truly close it. But to do that, we have to go through. And we might not come back the same. Or we might not come back at all. The choice was back, but it was different. Not a choice of survival, but of purpose. The wife looked at me. You're the architect. You drew the final line. It's your call. I stared at the simple symbol on the floor. It hummed with a low, soft energy, a vibration that called to the same place in my mind that the tenant had once lived. It wasn't predatory. It was just there. A new room in the house of the world, a room we had accidentally built. We could ignore it. We could walk away, brick it up in our minds, and hope it faded. Or we could turn the key we had inadvertently made and see what was on the other side of the door we had broken. I thought of the facilitator, of the cost. I thought of the wife's husband, lost. I thought of the quiet fear of the last 3 years. And I thought of that faint click, a sound that would now be with me forever, a question mark etched into my soul. I knelt down opposite the young woman. I reached out my hand, not to touch the symbol, but to hover over it. The pull in my mind became a clear, resonant tone, a single, pure note. I looked at the wife. Her face was set, ready. She had lost everything to this fight. She wasn't walking away from the answer. I looked at the young woman, who held the key in her very being. I took a deep, final breath of the basement's damp, familiar air. And I made my choice. I placed my palm flat in the center of the ash circle, right on the vertical line. The world didn't dissolve into sound this time. It dissolved into light. A soft, white, featureless light that swallowed the basement, the chairs, the wife, the young woman, everything. And in that light, I felt neither fear nor peace. I felt only a vast, echoing, empty space waiting to be filled. And the understanding that we, the survivors, the broken architects of our own salvation, were now its keepers. The story of the network was over. The story of the door was just beginning. Story number 4. The cardboard box was dripping wet, a casualty of the sudden downpour that had swept through town an hour before closing. I was the last volunteer left at the Hope Street Animal Shelter, and the donation bin by the back door had taken on a distinct smell of damp cardboard and regret. You can tell a lot about a person by what they abandon at an animal shelter. Last week, it was a bag of designer clothes, tags still on, probably from someone who lost weight or gained a conscience. The week before, it was a collection of chewed-up dog toys and a half-empty bag of generic kibble. Tonight, it was this sad, soggy box that had been left without a note. With a sigh, I hauled it inside to the concrete floor of the intake room, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead like an angry insect. My name is Ralph, and I've been volunteering here 3 nights a week for the past 2 years. I do it for the animals, for the quiet companionship, for the feeling that maybe I'm balancing some tiny scale in a world that feels pretty tilted most of the time. I started slicing through the soaked packing tape, the blade making a gritty sound. The top was a mess of stained blankets, the kind that had seen too many washings and not enough homes. Underneath that was a jumble of broken cat toys, a rubber mouse with its tail chewed off, a feather wand stripped bare, the usual donation detritus. I was about to just bundle the whole thing into the trash, figuring the rain had ruined whatever was at the bottom, when my fingers brushed against something solid and smooth. Not plastic, wood. I pushed aside a damp towel and there it was, a Ouija board. Now, I'd seen them before, of course. The mass-produced ones they sell at toy stores around Halloween, all flimsy cardboard and plastic planchette. This was not that. This was heavy, real wood, maybe oak, with a finish that had gone dark and honey-colored with age. It felt substantial in my hands, cold from the damp air around it. I lifted it out and set it on the metal counter. The alphabet was laid out in a graceful, old-fashioned font, the numbers 0 through 9 beneath it. The words yes and no were in the top corners, goodbye at the bottom. But it was the border that made my skin prickle. Instead of the usual stars and moons or spooky designs, someone had carefully burned a pattern into the wood. A continuous line of small, perfect paw prints. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, encircling the entire board like a tiny, endless parade of unseen animals. It was beautifully done and utterly unsettling. The planchette, the little heart-shaped pointer, was made of the same heavy wood, with a circle of clear glass in its center. I picked it up. It was colder than the board, and for a second, I had the irrational thought that it was sucking the warmth right out of my fingers. I shook my head, putting it down. Weird, I said to the empty room. The only answer was a soft whine from old Barney, the coonhound in Kennel 3, who always hated thunderstorms. I carried the board into the staff room, a small, cluttered space that smelled perpetually of cheap coffee and disinfectant. The manager, a practical woman with a perpetual look of mild exhaustion, was filling out paperwork at the chipped Formica table. Look what was in the donation bin, I said, setting it down with a solid thunk. She glanced up, pushed her glasses up her nose, and frowned. A Ouija board? Seriously? What's next, a box of cursed kittens? It's old, I said, running a hand over the paw prints. And look at this detail. She leaned over, squinting. Paw prints. That's new. Probably some artsy-craftsy thing. Toss it in the dumpster out back. Last thing we need is that creepy junk lying around. Something in me bristled. It felt dismissive. The board was strange, sure, but it was also a piece of workmanship. It didn't feel like junk. Ah, come on, I heard myself say. It's harmless. Could be a conversation piece. We'll put it up on the shelf. I gestured to a high shelf cluttered with a dying spider plant, a stack of old veterinary journals, and a dusty trophy from a long-ago fundraising softball game. A conversation about what? The ghost of pets past. She snorted, but went back to her paperwork, a clear signal that she didn't care enough to fight about it. Fine, but if it starts spelling out feed me, or causes any trouble, it goes. I took that as a win. I cleared a space between the plant and the trophy and set the board upright, leaning it against the wall. The paw prints seemed to watch the room. I placed the planchette on the shelf in front of it. My co-worker, a younger guy who worked the morning shift and was here finishing some cleaning, walked in to grab his backpack. He saw the board and grinned. Whoa, cool. Are we gonna have a seance? Maybe we can ask it which dog keeps peeing in Kennel 4. Save us some detective work. We all laughed, but it was that short, sharp kind of laugh you make when something isn't really funny. It was just something to say to break the strange little tension the board had brought into the room. He left with a wave, and soon after, the manager headed out too, leaving me alone for my usual late-night shift of catching up on paperwork and giving the overnight animals some extra attention. The shelter settled into its nighttime rhythm. The buzz of the lights, the rustle of bedding, the occasional sigh or dream bark from a sleeping dog, the soft blinking of cats in their condos. I was at the computer, inputting vaccination records, when I felt an urge to look at the board again. I got up and stood before the shelf. On a whim, I reached out and let my fingertips rest lightly on the planchette. Nothing moved. Of course, nothing moved. But a sudden, vivid image flashed behind my eyes. The empty cage number 7 at the end of the short-term kennel row, its metal door swinging slowly on its hinges. I snatched my hand back, my heart doing a quick double thump. Just my tired brain, I told myself. I'd been thinking about that cage earlier because we needed to fix its sticky latch. That's all. Imagination plus exhaustion. I went back to my desk, determined to ignore the silly thing. The night rolled on. I did my rounds, topping up water bowls, slipping a few treats to the more anxious residents, scritching old Barney behind his ears until his tail thumped lazily against his bedding. It was peaceful. Normal. I checked the clock. 2:06 a.m. I was just finishing a note about a dog's dietary needs when it happened. The sound didn't fade away. It was cut off. One moment, the shelter was its usual nighttime self, a living creature of small noises. The next, it was gone. Not a single whine, not a shuffle of paws on concrete, not the click of a cat's nail on plastic. It was a total, absolute void of sound. It was so complete it seemed to press in on my eardrums, creating a high, thin ringing inside my head. I froze, my pen hovering over the paper. My own breathing sounded monstrously loud. I looked at the clock. The digital numbers glowed, 2:07. I held my breath, my eyes scanning the darkened hallway that led to the kennels. Nothing moved. The air felt still and cool. This wasn't right. Animals don't just go perfectly quiet all at once. Ever. A minute. It lasted for one exact, agonizing minute. I watched the clock tick from 2:07 to 2:08. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, the sound rushed back in. A dog let out a sleepy woof. A cat meowed plaintively. Bedding rustled. The normal nighttime symphony resumed as if nothing had happened. I let out the breath I'd been holding, my hands trembling slightly. What in the world was that? A weird atmospheric pressure change? A coincidence? It had to be, but it felt orchestrated. It felt timed. I got up, my legs a little unsteady, and walked down the kennel row. Every animal was awake. Not agitated, just awake, watching me with bright, alert eyes. Even the heavy sleepers were on their feet, ears pricked. They had felt it too. I stopped in front of cage number 7. It was empty, clean, its gate securely shut. The faulty latch seemed to be holding. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cold metal. It was just a cage. Just an empty, silent cage in a quiet hallway. I went back to the staff room, my eyes going immediately to the shelf. The board sat there inert. The planchette was where I'd left it. Everything was normal. I made a strong cup of coffee, my mind racing. I was just overtired. Stress from work, from life. That was all. I finished my shift without another incident. The dawn light eventually bleeding through the blinds, making the world feel safe and ordinary again. The morning crew arrived, bringing with them the clatter of leashes, the chatter of voices, the smell of fresh coffee. The strange events of the night felt like a distant dream. I said my goodbyes and headed home, collapsing into bed for a few hours of solid, dreamless sleep. When I returned for my next shift that evening, the board was just a weird decoration. The manager joked about it again. My morning shift coworker asked if I'd made contact with the spirit world. I played along, laughing it off. But as I passed the kennels, I noticed old Barney watching me more closely than usual, his head tilted. I shook it off. The evening was busy with a new intake, a scared little terrier mix, and I didn't have time to dwell on weird feelings or quiet minutes in the night. It wasn't until I was leaving, grabbing my jacket from the staff room, that I saw it. I stopped dead. The Ouija board was no longer on the high shelf. Someone had taken it down and placed it flat in the middle of the break room table. And the heavy wooden planchette was not resting on goodbye. It was centered perfectly, deliberately on the letter D. I looked around. The room was empty. The manager had left hours ago. The other volunteer was out front sweeping. No one had been in here. A cold trickle, unrelated to the evening chill, traced a path down my spine. This was a prank. It had to be. The morning guy must have done it before he left. It was the only explanation that made sense. I walked over to the table, my reflection pale in the dark window. I stared at that lone D. It could mean anything. Dog. Dark. Don't. It was just a letter. With a decisive motion, I slid the planchette back to goodbye. The wood made a soft, scraping sigh against the board. I picked the whole thing up, intending to put it back on the shelf, but then I changed my mind. Instead, I carried it to the small lock supply closet where we kept extra leashes and cleaning products. I opened the door, shoved it onto a high shelf behind a box of poop bags, and shut the door, turning the key with a satisfying click. There. Out of sight, out of mind. No more pranks. No more weird feelings. The rest of my night was completely normal. The animals were their usual selves. The sounds of the shelter were constant and comforting. By the time I clocked out, I had convinced myself that the previous night's silence was a freak event, and the moved planchette was just a dumb joke. I drove home with the radio on, the mundane world reasserting itself. As I lay in bed that night, just on the edge of sleep, a final, clear thought floated to the surface. The closet door at the shelter. I had locked it. I was sure I had locked it. But did I actually check the latch after I turned the key? I tried to picture it, but the memory was fuzzy. I was tired. I must have locked it. Of course I did. The question lingered, just for a moment, before sleep pulled me under, a tiny hook set in the calm waters of my mind, waiting for something to tug on it. There is a difference between a calm shelter and a still one. The first is peaceful, a lullaby of soft snores and contented sighs. The second is a held breath. The second is what happened again the next night. I was ready for it, or so I thought. I'd spent the whole day telling myself the locked closet was the end of it. The board was out of sight, the planchette on goodbye. Case closed. But as my evening shift wore on, a low-grade tension hummed in my veins. I caught myself checking the clock every few minutes. When the digital display flipped to 2:06 a.m., my stomach tightened into a knot. I put down the stack of files I was organizing and just listened. The usual sounds were there, the scuffle of paws, the drip of a water bowl being nudged, the gentle creak of a cat condo as its occupant shifted. At 2:07, it all vanished again. It wasn't just an absence of noise this time. It was a pressure change. The air in the office felt dense, like before a thunderstorm, and the hairs on my arms stood up, my ears filled with that same high internal ringing. I stared at the clock, watching the seconds tick by, my own heartbeat a frantic drum in the stillness. 10 seconds passed. 20. Then it broke, but not with the normal sounds. It started with a low, mournful whine from the big dog run. It was a sound I knew Rex, the gentle mastiff, made that noise when he was anxious. Then another dog joined, a higher, thinner whimper. And another. Within the span of a single breath, every dog in the shelter was giving voice. They weren't barking. They weren't growling. They were howling. A deep, harmonic, unified chorus that rose and fell together, vibrating up through the concrete floor and into the bones of my chair. It was ancient and full of a sorrow I couldn't name. It made my skin feel 2 sizes too small. I shot up from my desk, the chair screeching, and stumbled to the doorway of the office, looking down the hall towards the kennels. The sound was a physical force, pressing against me. And within that wild, beautiful, terrifying song, I heard something else. A lower note, a grating, rasping tone that didn't belong, like stone grinding against stone. It was there for just a moment, woven into the canine chorus, and then it was gone. The howling lasted for maybe 30 seconds. Then, as if a conductor had dropped a baton, it stopped. Not all at once, but trailing off dog by dog, until the shelter was back to its normal, restless nighttime state. I stood there, trembling, my hands gripping the doorframe. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. That was not my imagination. That was not a coincidence. Something was happening in this building at 2:07 a.m., and it involved every animal here. I grabbed my phone from my desk, my fingers fumbling on the screen. I opened a note-taking app one never used. I had to write this down. I typed 2:07 a.m. Total stop of all sound for approximate 30 seconds. Followed by unified howling from all dogs. Lasted 30 seconds. A wrong sound in it. Low grinding. Writing it down made it real, and that was both a relief and a new kind of terror. I had to see the animals. I walked down the kennel hallway, turning on the soft night lights. The dogs were all awake, panting, some pacing, others just standing and looking into the middle distance. Their tails were tucked, their ears back. They weren't scared of me. They were scared of whatever had just passed through. I moved to the cat room. I pushed the door open slowly. The scene there stopped me cold. Every single cat was awake, not hiding under blankets or in cubbies. They were all sitting upright on their perches, on the tops of condos, on the windowsills. And every one of them was facing the same direction. Their heads turned uniformly towards the short hallway that led to the isolation kennels at the very back of the building. Their eyes were wide, unblinking. Not a single tail twitched. It was a jury of 40 silent felines, all staring at nothing. At the end of that short hallway was cage number 7, the empty one with the tricky latch. A cold dread, sharper than before, settled in my gut. Driven by a need to prove to myself that this was all some mass hysteria, some weird atmospheric event affecting us all, I walked past the staring cats, down the short hallway. The isolation kennels were used for sick animals or new arrivals, and they were all empty tonight. Cage number 7 sat at the very end, its metal gate shut. I stood before it. It was just a cage, a standard, medium-sized kennel made of wire and steel. I knew its latch was faulty. It didn't always catch properly, and we had a note to get it fixed. See, I told myself, it's just a drafty room and a bad latch. That's what the cats are hearing. A breeze. I reached out, my intent to jiggle the latch, to prove it was loose, to find a simple, earthly reason for all of this. My fingertips touched the metal. It was ice cold, not cool from the night air, but searingly, shockingly cold, like touching the door of a freezer. I yanked my hand back with a small gasp. I stared at the latch. It looked normal. I reached out again more slowly. The cold was undeniable. Wincing, I wrapped my fingers around the metal hook and gave it a firm shake, testing its hold. It was shut tight. It didn't budge. The faulty latch was holding fast. And then, under my own grip, I felt it move. Not from my shaking. From the inside. With a soft, but definite click, the latch lifted and popped open. The gate swung inward an inch, revealing the dark, empty space of the cage. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs. No draft did that. No breeze. The latch had opened from within. I stood there for a full minute, just staring at the slightly open gate, before I lunged forward and slammed it shut, jamming the latch home with more force than necessary. It held. I all but ran back to the office, my mind racing. Back at my desk, I added to the note on my phone. Cats all staring at isolation hallway. Cage number 7 latch ice cold. Opened on its own. I needed answers. I spent the rest of my shift jumping at every normal sound, my eyes constantly darting to the clock. The moment I got home, I collapsed at my own kitchen table with my laptop. I searched for everything I could think of. Dogs howling together supernatural. Cats seeing spirits. Animals sensing ghosts. The internet was a deep, dark rabbit hole of folklore and panic. I read about dogs howling before deaths, cats staring at unseen presences, animals being more sensitive to spiritual energy. It was all vague and unsettling, but none of it mentioned a specific time, or paw prints on a board, or empty cages. I found nothing that fit. The lack of a clear answer was somehow worse than finding a solid explanation. At least a monster in a story has rules. This had none. Exhausted from a night of fear and hours of fruitless research, I dragged myself to the shelter the next evening. The manager noticed the bags under my eyes. "You look rough," she said, her voice tinged with real concern. "Everything okay?" "Didn't sleep well," I mumbled, which was the truth. I couldn't tell her the rest. She'd think I was cracking up, and maybe I was. The shift was normal, blessedly normal. The animals were fine. The board was still locked away. I almost convinced myself it was over. Around midnight, a crushing fatigue hit me. It was more than just being tired. It was a weighted, smothering feeling that pressed my eyelids down. I was updating a chart at the computer, and my head nodded forward. I jerked awake, my neck stiff, only 5 minutes later according to the clock. But it felt like I'd been under for hours, and the dream was still clinging to me, vivid and awful. In the dream, I was standing right in front of cage number 7. But the cage wasn't empty. It was filled with a swirling, oily darkness, like liquid smoke. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like it was breathing. And in the center of that darkness were 2 points of dull, yellow light. Not eyes, exactly. Just points of awareness. I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the image. Just a dream. Stress and suggestion. I finished my shift and drove home in a fog. The next morning, as I was getting dressed in my own bedroom, I noticed something on the front of my dark blue t-shirt. A single long hair. I picked it off. It was coarse and straight and jet black. I held it up to the light. I have a dog at home, a sweet, goofy blonde Labrador. He doesn't shed black hairs. I stood there, my mind flipping through the shelter's current residents. We had a brindled boxer, a tan coonhound, a white shepherd mix, a spotted Dalmatian, no solid black dogs. Not a single one. The hair was foreign. It didn't belong to my dog, and it didn't belong to any dog at the shelter. So how did it get stuck to the front of my shirt, as if someone, or something, had brushed up against me in the night? I put the hair in a small plastic bag, a ridiculous action that felt both necessary and insane. I looked at myself in the mirror. The tired man looking back seemed like a stranger, someone caught in a current he couldn't see. The events had a pattern now. The stillness at 2:07, the animal reactions, the cold latch, the dream, and now this physical evidence that couldn't be explained. It was no longer a series of weird moments. It was a trail, and as I tucked the plastic bag with the single black hair into the pocket of my jacket, I knew with a cold certainty that the trail was leading somewhere. The question was I following it, or was I being led? You know what's almost as scary as the things that go bump in the night? The things that go bump with your own 2 feet while the rest of you is checked out. I learned that the hard way. The tiredness got worse. It wasn't just feeling sleepy. It was a sudden, smothering blanket that would drop over my mind, usually right around 2 in the morning during my shifts. I'd fight it, pinching my arm, drinking bitter, cold coffee, but my body felt like it was made of sand. One night, I lost the fight. My head nodded at the desk, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a jolt, a crick in my neck, and a profound sense of being in the wrong place. I wasn't at my desk. The familiar glow of the computer screen was gone. I was standing in the middle of the kennel hallway, still in my clothes from the day before, disoriented and cold. The only light came from the red exit sign at the far end, casting the long row of cages in a bloody glow. The digital clock on the wall, its numbers large and green, read 2:35 a.m. The shelter was so profoundly still I could hear the hum of the freezer in the staff kitchen 2 rooms away. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. How did I get here? I never sleepwalked in my life. As my eyes adjusted, I saw the dogs. They weren't sleeping. Every single one was pressed against the back wall of their runs, as far from the chain-link gates as they could get. Their bodies were tense, rigid. Their eyes were wide, the whites gleaming in the low light, and every single pair was fixed directly on me. Not a growl, not a whine. Just a unanimous, petrified stare aimed right at the spot where I was standing. They were afraid. Of me. The thought was a splash of ice water. I took a shaky step back towards the office, and 40 canine heads tracked the movement in perfect, horrifying unison. I got out of there, my legs wobbly, and collapsed into my desk chair. When the manager found me there 10 minutes later, looking pale and shaken, I lied. I said I must have dozed off and had a nightmare about being lost in the building. I blamed stress, too much work. She bought it, her face softening with concern, and told me to take it easy. That lie felt like a door closing, locking me in with this secret. I was alone with it now. The sleepwalking happened again a week later. This time, the waking up was worse. I didn't come to in the hallway. I woke up curled on my side on something hard and cold. The air smelled of stale urine and industrial cleaner. My back ached from pressing against unyielding metal bars. It was dark, but a sliver of light from the hallway cut across my face. I was inside a cage. My brain, sluggish with sleep and terror, took a long second to understand. I was in cage number 7. I was lying on the bare, damp concrete floor of the isolation kennel. A choked sound escaped my lips. I scrambled to my hands and knees, the metal grating biting into my palms. The cage door was shut. Through the bars, I could see the familiar, faulty latch on the outside. It was securely closed. It had been shut from the outside. Whoever, or whatever, had put me in here had locked me in. Panic, pure and electric, shot through me. I fumbled for the latch with trembling fingers, expecting it to be stuck, expecting to be trapped. But it lifted easily, and the gate swung open with a whine of hinges. I stumbled out into the short hallway, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my whole body shaking. As I stood there free, I heard a new sound from the cat room. It wasn't a hiss or a yowl. It was a low, continuous, unanimous hiss, the sound of 40 cats with their backs arched. A sustained note of pure feline warning that filled the air and vibrated in my teeth. It lasted the entire time I stood there, only cutting off the moment I took a step towards the main hallway. They had been hissing the whole time I was in that cage. My first coherent thought was of the security camera. We had a basic system, a single camera in the main kennel hallway for insurance purposes. It pointed right down the aisle. If I had sleepwalked, it would have caught me. Part of me hoped desperately that it had, because the alternative, that I had moved through the building unseen, that something else had latched that gate, was a thought I couldn't hold in my head. I didn't wait for morning. I went straight to the small monitor in the manager's office and rewound the footage for that night, my hands cold and clumsy. I found the timestamp. There I was at 2:06 a.m., walking calmly out of the office and into the camera's view. My movements were all wrong. They were smooth, deliberate, not my usual tired shuffle. My eyes were open, but they were glassy and vacant, reflecting the red exit sign light in a way that looked animalistic. I watched, my stomach churning, as this version of me walked with purpose straight down the hallway, past all the other kennels, straight to cage number 7. My sleepwalking self reached for the latch. And right at that moment, the moment my fingers should have touched the metal, the video feed dissolved. It didn't go black. It erupted into violent, churning static, a blizzard of white and gray noise that filled the screen with a loud, angry buzz. The digital timestamp in the corner froze on 2 hours and 7 minutes. For exactly 60 seconds, the screen was nothing but this erupting chaos. Then, as abruptly as it started, the static cleared. The picture was sharp and normal again. The hallway was empty. Cage number 7's door was shut. I was gone from the frame. The timestamp jumped to 2 hours 8 minutes and 1 second. The minute I was in the cage had been erased, replaced by that digital storm. I played it again and again. Same result. The camera had worked perfectly all night except for that one exact minute. That was no coincidence. That was something not wanting to be seen. Feeling hollowed out, I went to the staff room. I needed water, I needed to sit down, and that's when I saw it. The Ouija board. It was back. It was no longer locked in the supply closet. It was sitting flat on the break room table. I never took it out. I knew I hadn't. But there it was. The planchette was on it, but not on goodbye. It had moved from the letter D. It was now resting, with a terrible, precise intention, right on top of the carved picture in the corner. On this board, the corner designs weren't suns and moons. One corner had a small, simple carving of a crescent moon. But the way it was shaped, with 2 tiny marks beneath it, it didn't look like a moon anymore. It looked like a large, wide-open, unblinking eye. The planchette was centered right over that eye, as if pointing to it, or as if the eye was looking out through the glass circle. I didn't touch it. I just stared. The pieces were no longer scattered. They were forming a picture, and I didn't like the image one bit. The stillness at 2:07. The animal's terror. The sleepwalking. The cage. The corrupted camera footage. The board that moved itself. It was all connected. I wasn't having a run of bad luck or a mental breakdown. I was caught in a pattern, a ritual that was happening with or without my conscious permission. The entity or the force or whatever it was, it had a schedule, and I was part of the show. The next few days were a blur of false normalcy. I did my chores, I petted the dogs, I cleaned the litter boxes. But my mind was elsewhere, always ticking towards 2:07 a.m. I started setting alarms on my phone for 2:06, just to keep myself awake, to fight off that unnatural drowsiness. It worked, sort of. I didn't sleepwalk, but the cost was a grinding exhaustion that made my hands shake and my thoughts slow. The manager pulled me aside again. "You look worse," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "I'm serious. You're burning out. Take a week off. Paid. Go to the beach, sleep for a year. Just step away." The kindness in her eyes was almost worse than anger. It meant she saw me breaking, and she wanted to help the person she thought I was. She had no idea what was really happening. I thanked her and said I'd think about it. I didn't take the time off. I couldn't. Whatever this was, it was in the shelter, and it seemed tied to me now. If I left, would it stop? Or would it get worse somewhere else? That night, I decided on a new approach. If I couldn't stay awake, I would document. I bought a small, motion-activated wildlife camera from a sporting goods store. It was meant for hunters to track deer, a little black box with a lens and an infrared night vision mode. I mounted it high on a shelf in the kennel hallway, tucked behind a box of donated towels, its lens pointing directly at cage number 7 and the path from the office. It was my own silent watcher. I filled it with a fresh SD card and turned it on. A tiny red LED glowed once to show it was active. I felt a small, grim sense of satisfaction. The camera wouldn't lie. It would show me what I was doing in that lost minute. It would prove I was just sleepwalking, that there was a logical medical explanation. Or it would show me something else. Either way, I would have the truth. I went back to my desk, the camera's little red eye a faint pinprick in the darkness across the hall. I waited. The clock ticked towards the witching hour. At 2:06 a.m., right on cue, that wave of smothering tiredness hit me, worse than ever before. It felt like a warm, weighted blanket being pulled over my brain. I fought it, gripping the edge of the desk, blinking rapidly. I looked across the hallway. The wildlife camera's little red LED light was on. It was active. It was watching. And then, despite every ounce of my will, my eyes closed. The last thing I saw before I slipped under was that tiny, distant red dot, like a single star in a black sky, witnessing my fall. The problem with setting a trap for your own nightmares is you have to be ready to see what takes the bait. I woke up at my desk with a stiff neck and a dry mouth, the familiar feeling of time lost sitting in my stomach like a stone. Morning light was already seeping through the blinds. I'd been out for hours. My first move was a frantic glance across the hallway. The wildlife camera was still there, a little black box tucked among the towels. Its red light was off. It had seen something. I was sure of it. I forced myself to go through the morning routine, feeding the animals, cleaning the runs, all while my mind was screaming to check the footage. The manager gave me a worried look, but didn't say anything. Finally, after the morning crew arrived and the bustle covered my retreat, I slipped into the staff room, closed the door, and popped the SD card from the camera. My hands were shaking as I inserted it into my laptop. The file directory opened, showing a list of video clips. Most were short, triggered by staff walking past during the day. I scrolled to the bottom, to the files time-stamped in the early morning hours. I found it, a clip starting at 2:06 and 48 seconds a.m. I took a deep breath and hit play. The screen showed the familiar hallway in grainy night vision green. The empty cage number 7 was a dark rectangle on the right. For a few seconds, nothing. Then I walked into the frame. Seeing myself move like that, with that smooth alien purpose, was even worse than I'd imagined. My steps were too even, my posture too straight. My eyes were wide open, but in the ghostly green light, they were just dark, vacant pits. I watched this stranger, who wore my face, walk directly to cage number 7 and stop. And then nothing. My sleepwalking self didn't open the cage. Didn't move at all. Just stood there, perfectly still, facing the gate. I leaned closer to the screen, my heart pounding. The timestamp in the corner was ticking forward. 2:06:55. 2:06:56. And then, at exactly 2 hours and 7 minutes, it froze. The numbers stopped. The image on the screen didn't go to static like the security camera had. It just stopped changing. It was a still picture of me standing there, a frozen statue in the green-tinted world. But it wasn't right. The image was grainier now, like a photo taken with a shaky hand. I stared, unblinking, for the full minute the video clip claimed was passing. On the screen, nothing moved. But in that frozen image, the shadows around cage number 7 seemed wrong. They looked deeper, thicker than they should. And were they moving? Not like something walking, but like oil swirling in water, a slow, lazy churn within the darkness of the cage's interior and the space around my own motionless legs. It was subtle, maybe a trick of the poor video quality, but it made my skin crawl. When the timestamp finally jumped to 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 1 second, the video ended. My frozen self didn't walk away. The clip just stopped. I played it again and again. Same thing. A minute of lost time, captured as a single, terrible still image. Desperate for more, I turned the volume on my laptop all the way up. The video was mostly without sound, just the faint hiss of the audio track. But as I listened, straining my ears, I heard it. Under the hiss, there was a faint, rhythmic sound. A slow, grating drag. Scrape, drag, scrape, drag. I knew that sound. I'd heard it the day I moved the planchette back to goodbye. It was the exact sound of the wooden planchette being pulled across the surface of the Ouija board. It was coming from the direction of the staff room, down the hall, and around the corner from where my body stood frozen on the screen. And the rhythm was precise, unhurried. It sounded like it was moving in a slow, deliberate circle. I sat back, my blood running cold. The board was active. It was doing something, and my body was standing guard. I had to show someone. I had to have proof I wasn't insane. I copied the video file to my desktop, intending to send it to a tech-savvy friend, someone who could analyze the frozen frame, tell me if the shadows were digitally altered something. I dragged the file into an email. A progress bar appeared, then flashed an error message. File corrupted. Cannot attach. I tried again. Same error. I tried to open the copied file on my desktop. Instead of playing, the media player showed an error symbol. The file was gone, ruined. A cold dread settled over me. I ejected the SD card and put it back into the wildlife camera. I turned the camera on and went to review the files on its tiny screen. The menu was empty. All the clips, including the one I'd just watched, were gone. The card had been wiped clean. The evidence had erased itself. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, jumping at every sound. The manager cornered me in the afternoon. "I mean it," she said, her voice soft. "You look sick. You're pale, you're jumpy. This isn't healthy. Take the week. Starting tomorrow. That's an order from your friend, not your boss." She put a hand on my shoulder. The human touch, the genuine concern, was a weight I couldn't bear. I nodded, muttering thanks, promising I would rest. Her kindness felt like a wall between us. She was offering help for a problem she understood: burnout, stress. I was living in a different world, one with frozen time and whispering boards, and I was utterly alone in it. That night, my last shift before my forced vacation, I was determined to stay awake. I brought a thermos of strong, black coffee. I paced. I did push-ups on the office floor. I would beat this. I would stay conscious through the 2:07 event and see it with my own eyes. As the clock neared the hour, the coffee felt like acid in my stomach. At 2:06 a.m., it hit me. It wasn't tiredness this time. It was a wave of pure physical force, a smothering drowsiness that felt like a bag being pulled down over my head. It was chemical absolute. My limbs turned to lead. My thoughts blurred into syrup. I fought, gripping the edge of the desk so hard my knuckles turned white. I looked across the hallway, towards the little black camera. Its tiny red LED light blinked on. It was active. It was watching. And then, despite every scream inside my skull, my eyes closed. I didn't dream. There was nothing. Just a void, a chunk of time carved out of my life. I came back to awareness slumped over my desk, my cheek stuck to a printed schedule by drool. The clock read 4:18 a.m. I had lost over 2 hours. A deep, sickening panic rose in my throat. I launched myself out of the chair and went straight to the wildlife camera, yanking it from the shelf. The red light was off. I didn't bother with the SD card this time. I ran to the staff room. The Ouija board was on the table. The planchette had moved. It was no longer on the carved eye. It was back on the alphabet, resting squarely over the letter F. I didn't touch it. I just stared. F, fear. Feed. Follow. Flesh. The possibilities were a chorus of horrors in my mind. My forced week off felt like a death sentence. Away from the shelter, in my own quiet apartment, the dread didn't leave, it fermented. I was jumpy, paranoid. I started researching in earnest, not just spooky stories, but anything about rituals, animal behavior, psychological possession. I found fragments, mentions of psychic parasites, and place memories, but nothing concrete. It was all maybes and myths. The only thing that felt real was the pattern. The board, the time, the cage, the animal's fear. On the third day of my vacation, I decided to act. If the board was the focus, the anchor, then I would remove it. Permanently. I drove to the shelter in the bright afternoon sun, feeling like a ghost visiting its old haunts. I used my key to get in, relieved to find the place empty except for a few volunteers walking dogs in the outdoor runs. I went straight to the staff room. The board was still there. I didn't hesitate. I scooped it up, the wood feeling strangely warm, and took the planchette too. I carried them out to the concrete yard behind the building, a fenced-in area used for dog play and trash bins. My heart was hammering, but my resolve was steel. This ended now. I placed the board on the concrete, the paw prints facing the sky. I went to the supply shed and found a can of lighter fluid we used for charity barbecues. I doused the board thoroughly, the liquid soaking into the old wood, the smell sharp and chemical. I tossed the empty can aside and pulled a book of matches from my pocket. I struck one and dropped it. The board went up with a hump of flame, but it didn't burn like normal wood. It didn't crackle and pop. It hissed like wet logs on a fire. Thick, greasy coils of black smoke rolled off it, smelling not of pine smoke but of something foul. Wet fur, old meat, and the sharp, electric tang of ozone after a lightning strike. And the paw prints, as the flames licked over them, didn't blacken. They glowed, each one burning with a fierce, white-hot light before the fire consumed them. I watched until the board was a shapeless, charred lump, until the flames died down to embers. I felt a fierce, wild triumph. I had destroyed it. I had broken the circuit. I waited for the ashes to cool, then found a shovel and scooped the remains into a metal trash can. I hosed down the concrete, washing the last sooty residue down a drain. It was over. That night, in my own bed, I waited. The clock ticked past 2:07 a.m. Nothing happened. No crushing drowsiness. No strange feelings. The normal sounds of my apartment building, the hum of the fridge, the distant traffic, remained constant. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for weeks. I had done it. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical warmth spreading through my chest. I slept a deep, untroubled sleep for the first time in what felt like forever. The next morning, I woke feeling clear-headed, almost giddy. I made coffee and actually enjoyed it. The nightmare was over. I decided to go back to the shelter, not to work, but to prove to myself that the shadow was gone. I would see the animals calm, see the empty space where the board had been, and finally close this terrible chapter. I drove over, the morning sun bright and cheerful. I let myself in the back gate and walked across the concrete yard. I went to the spot where I'd burned the board. The concrete was clean, stained slightly from the hose water, but otherwise empty. No ashes, no mark. I frowned. I'd shoveled everything into the metal can. I looked over at the trash cans. The one I'd used was there. I lifted the lid. It was empty, freshly lined with a new plastic bag. Someone must have taken the trash out. Of course. It was a busy place. I shrugged, the small unease brushed aside by my prevailing relief. I walked inside, heading for the staff room to maybe make myself a cup of tea and just sit in the normalcy. I pushed the door open, and there, in the exact center of the break room table, where the board had always appeared, sat the planchette. Just the planchette. It was clean, unscorched, perfectly smooth, as if it had never been within a mile of that fire. The wood was cool to the touch when I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was impossible. I had burned it with the board. I had seen it consumed. But here it was back alone. A single, undeniable piece left on the board. The message was clear. The game wasn't over. I was still playing, and my next move was suddenly, terrifyingly unclear. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what looks back at you when your own windows are empty, and something else is home? The planchette on the table was an answer. I hadn't won. I'd just made it angry. The burning of the board hadn't broken the connection. It had snapped a tether, and now whatever was on the other end was no longer tied to a place or an object. It was tied to me. The next few days were a new kind of hell. The crushing drowsiness at 2:07 a.m. was gone. but in its place was a constant, gnawing unease, a feeling of being watched from just behind my shoulder. The animals at the shelter, when I returned from my forced week off, were different. They weren't calm. They were worse. Jumpy, barky, on edge all the time. The manager welcomed me back, said I looked better, but her eyes lingered on the dog's frantic behavior. "Something in the air," she muttered, not knowing how right she was. The absence of the ritual, the expected terror, had left them in a state of perpetual, anxious anticipation. And I felt worse too. I had headaches that started behind my eyes and spread like a vice around my skull. A metallic taste coated my tongue, and a deep exhaustion lived in my bones, not the kind sleep could fix. It felt like withdrawal, like my body was missing something poisonous it had grown used to. I needed to see. I needed proof of what was happening when I was gone. The wildlife camera was useless. The thing could corrupt digital files. I needed something it couldn't touch as easily. I dug out an old smartphone from a drawer, one with a cracked screen, but a decent camera. I downloaded a live streaming app, one that would broadcast what it saw directly to a private online account, saving the data to the cloud in real time. If the feed cut, the recording up to that point would still exist somewhere out there in the digital void. It was my best shot. That night, I went in early. I placed the old phone on a high shelf in the cat room, angled so its lens peeked through the doorway, giving a clear view down the short hall to cage number 7 and the stretch of main kennel hallway in front of it. I started the stream, checked that it was broadcasting and recording to my account, then hid the phone behind a box of catnip toys. Its little screen showed a live feed, a dim but clear view. I went to my desk, the planchette now a cold weight in my jacket pocket. I wouldn't touch it, but I couldn't leave it behind. The clock crawled towards 2 a.m. I didn't fight the feeling this time. I let it come. The wave of drowsiness was less a smothering blanket now, and more like an old friend pulling me under, a familiar, toxic embrace. My eyes grew leaden. My last conscious act was to look towards the cat room doorway, to fix in my mind the angle of the hidden phone. Then the world dissolved. I woke, as always, with a jolt at my desk. The clock read 3:22 a.m. I'd lost over an hour. A new record. My mouth tasted of ozone and ashes. Without hesitation, I stumbled to the cat room. The cats, for once, weren't staring. They were hiding, every last one, buried in blankets or crammed into cubbies. I retrieved the phone. The live stream had ended, but the app showed a recorded file, over an hour long, saved safely in the cloud. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the phone as I pulled up the recording and hit play. The night vision view was grainier than the wildlife camera, but the scene was unmistakable. There I was, walking into the frame at 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 50 seconds. The same vacant-eyed stride, the same puppet-like smoothness. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, as my body walked up to cage number 7. This time, it didn't just stand there. Its hands, my hands, reached out and unlatched the gate. It swung the door wide open. Then my body just stood there, facing the empty cage, head slightly tilted. For several seconds, nothing. Then it started. A thin, vaporous stream began to seep from between my own parted lips. It was black, not like smoke, but like ink poured into water, a liquid shadow. And it didn't rise. It flowed downward, defying gravity, pouring in a steady, unwavering stream from my mouth into the open cage. It pooled on the concrete floor, a spreading stain of darkness that didn't reflect the green night vision light. It gathered, thickened, coalescing into a shape. The form was canine, roughly the size of a large German shepherd, but the proportions were all wrong. The legs were too long and jointed strangely, the shoulders were hunched and powerful, the back curved. And the head was a shifting, churning mass of the same black vapor. As I watched, frozen, pinpricks of light appeared in that formless darkness. Not 2, 4, 5, 6. Sickly, yellow points of light that glowed with their own faint, malevolent illumination. They moved independently within the cloud, focusing, becoming a cluster of eyes. The creature, the thing, took a step forward within the cage, its form shimmering like a heat haze. The moment it solidified, the silent video erupted. Every dog in the kennels along the hallway, previously unseen in the frame, went berserk. They threw themselves against their cage doors in a sudden, frantic, silent frenzy. I could see the chains on the gates rattling, see the dogs scrambling and lunging. In the cat room where the phone was hidden, the audio picked up the sudden, explosive sound of hissing and yowling, of bodies scrambling over plastic. The terror in the building was absolute, a panic so pure it transcended species. The shadow creature seemed to drink it in. It lifted its misshapen head, that cluster of yellow eyes swiveling, taking in the unseen chaos. Then, with a slow, deliberate turn, it shifted its gaze away from the kennels. It looked down the short hallway. It looked straight through the cat room doorway. It looked directly into the lens of the phone. A wave of nausea rolled through me. It knew. It was aware of being watched. On the screen, my body moved again. It was calm, methodical. It stepped forward and grasped the edge of cage number 7's door. It swung the gate shut with a firm, final motion, latching the creature inside. Then my body turned and began to walk back towards the office, away from the camera. As it walked, the process reversed. The black vapor, trapped now behind the closed gate, didn't fade. It drained, flowing back out from under the caged door, snaking across the concrete floor in a thin, eager rivulet. It caught up to my walking form, climbed up my leg like a vine, and streamed back into my slightly open mouth. By the time my body sat down at the desk, the last tendril had vanished inside. The video showed my head drooping forward, as if going back to sleep. Then it lifted. My eyes on the screen opened. They were no longer vacant. They were sharp, alert, and horribly aware. They looked directly at the cat room doorway, directly at the hidden phone, with a cold, calculating intelligence that was not my own. A small, knowing smile touched my lips on the screen. A smile I had never made in my life. Then, the live stream cut out. The recording ended. I stood in the cat room, the phone hot in my hand, my whole body trembling. I understood now. The board was just a dog whistle. The shelter was a restaurant. The animals were the meal. Their fear was the food. And I was the waiter. My sleepwalking self was the delivery system, bringing the feeder to the trough every night. The thing lived on terror, and I was its conduit. The video was the ultimate proof, and it changed everything. I wasn't being haunted. I was being used. The creature wasn't in the cage. It was somewhere else, and it was using the cage as a focal point, a dinner plate. And it was using me to set the table. The black hair, the taste of ozone, the corrupted files. It was all because a piece of that thing was inside me, riding along, piloting my body when my guard was down. The thought made me want to peel my own skin off. I couldn't tell anyone. Who would believe this? They'd lock me up. I had to handle this myself. I spent the next day in a state of numb horror, functioning on autopilot. I petted dogs without feeling their fur, cleaned cages without seeing the mess. My mind was racing down a dark tunnel with only one exit. If I was the conduit, then the connection went both ways. If I could just find a way to break it from my end, to shut the door. But how do you fight something that's already in the house? That night, back in my apartment, I took the planchette from my pocket and set it on my kitchen table. It sat there, an inert piece of carved wood. I stared into its glass center, as if I could see the other side. "What are you?" I whispered to the empty room. No answer came, but as I sat there, a plan began to form, desperate and dangerous. It wasn't about cameras or fire anymore. It was about the connection itself. If the creature needed the ritual, needed the fear from that specific place at that specific time, then maybe I could disrupt the meal. Not by destroying the restaurant, but by spoiling the food. The next morning, I went to the shelter with a new purpose. I walked the kennels, looking at each dog not as a resident, but as a potential component in a terrible equation. I needed the most sensitive one, the one who always knew when a storm was coming, the one who whimpered at cage number 7 even in the daylight. I found her in kennel 12. A greyhound, named Luna on her chart, all long legs and nervous eyes. She'd been found as a stray, skin and bones, and she startled at every loud noise. She was a tuning fork for fear. I went to the manager. "I'm adopting her," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. She looked surprised, then delighted. "Luna? Oh, that's wonderful. She's a sweetheart, just needs a quiet home." I filled out the paperwork, my hand steady as I signed my name to the forms. I was bringing a scared dog from a place of terror into my home, the one place I thought might still be safe. It felt like a betrayal even as I did it. I told myself she would be a guardian, a warning system. If the entity was near, she would let me know. I brought her home that afternoon. She slunk through my apartment, belly low to the ground, her eyes wide. She didn't wag her tail. She just watched me constantly. I made her a comfortable bed, gave her food and water. She ate reluctantly. That night, I lay in my bed, Luna on a dog bed in the corner. I waited, watching the clock. 2:07 a.m. came and went. Nothing. No drowsiness. No strange feelings. Just the normal sounds of the night. I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe taking a potential source of fear away from the shelter had worked. Maybe I had disrupted the pattern. I must have drifted off, because I was jolted awake not by stillness, but by sound. A low, terrified whine that built into a short, sharp scream. Luna was pressed into the corner of the bedroom, trembling so violently I could see her shaking from across the room. Her eyes were wide, fixed not on the door, not on the window, but directly on me. She wasn't scared of something in the room. She was scared of me, of what was inside me. The hope curdled and died in my chest. I had brought her here as a canary in a coal mine, and the canary was singing a song of pure dread, aimed right at the miner. The creature wasn't just at the shelter. It was with me, and the dog could see it. I was the problem. The sanctuary of my home was gone. The predator wasn't in the woods anymore. It was in the living room, and it was wearing my face. I had one path left, one terrible, obvious path. I had to go back to the source, back to the cage. And this time, I wouldn't bring a camera. I would bring myself, all of myself, and I would see if the waiter could poison the meal. There's a rule in nature. If you can't outrun the predator, you lead it back to a place where it can eat something else. I just had to decide what the something else was going to be. Luna the Greyhound's terror was my final proof. The entity wasn't attached to the shelter. It was attached to me. By trying to destroy its board, I hadn't freed myself. I'd forced it to find a new home, a closer home. It was nesting in the dark corners of my own mind, peeking out through my eyes when I wasn't looking. The headaches were constant now, a dull throb behind my temples. The metallic taste was always on my tongue, and I felt a new sensation, a kind of pressure, a presence, like a second shadow always cast just behind me, following my every move. I was no longer just a waiter. I was becoming the dinner plate. I couldn't live like this. The video had shown me the mechanics of it, but I needed to understand the rules. What was this thing? Why this place? Why me? I called in sick to the shelter, claiming the flu was worse. I spent days at my kitchen table, my laptop glowing in the dim light, Luna watching me from a far corner where she felt safe enough to sleep fitfully. I dug past the surface-level ghost stories. I searched archives of obscure folklore, digital scans of moldering academic journals on parapsychology, forums where people discussed things they couldn't explain. The words started to form a pattern. I found fragments, mentions of a hound of the hollows, a keeper of the unkept. It wasn't a ghost of a dead person or even a dead animal. The descriptions were vague, contradictory, but a theme emerged. It was a spirit, an entity, that didn't haunt locations. It haunted populations, specifically animal populations. It was drawn to places where creatures were trapped, where fear was a constant, low-grade hum, kennels, stables, zoos, slaughterhouses. It was described as a psychic predator, a feeder on instinctual dread. It didn't kill. It didn't need to. It fed on the raw, untamed fear of beings that lived by their nerves, the panic of the trapped and the helpless. The paw prints on the board made a terrible, perfect sense. The board wasn't for talking to human spirits. It was a tag, a beacon, a specific frequency for a specific kind of entity. It hadn't been donated by some grieving pet owner. It had been placed, delivered to a perfect feeding ground, a shelter full of lost, confused, empathetic animals, their fear swirling in a constant, tasty soup. I was the accidental recipient, the volunteer who opened the box. The board had chosen its new operator. The sleepwalking, the cage, the ritual. It was a feeding schedule. My body was the fork and knife, bringing the feeder to the feast at the same time every night. Cage number 7 was its trough. The realization didn't free me. It caged me further. This wasn't a random haunting. This was a symbiosis, a terrible partnership I never agreed to. The entity had a purpose, and I was its tool. Knowing its nature gave me my first bleak flicker of a plan. You don't fight a virus with a bandage. And you don't fight a thing that lives on fear by just taking away its dinner bell. You have to poison the well. But how do you poison an emotion? The idea that formed was monstrous, and it took shape over hours of staring at Luna's fearful eyes. The entity needed the fear from the shelter animals. It needed the ritual. What if I could change the ritual? What if I could offer it a different kind of fear? Not the diffuse, general anxiety of 24 dogs and cats, but something sharper, more concentrated. Something from a source that was already primed for terror. Me. I was already saturated with it. I was drowning in it. What if I could turn my own fear into a weapon? I didn't know if it would work. It might make things infinitely worse. But it was the only move I had left. I waited until a Sunday, when the shelter was closed to the public and only a skeleton crew was on for feeding and cleaning. I went in the afternoon, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, the planchette a familiar, hated lump against my thigh. The manager was in her office. "You're still sick," she said, not a question. "You look awful." "I'm feeling clearer," I lied. "Just wanted to check on a few things." She let me be, her worry a tangible thing in the air. I went to the isolation hallway. Cage number 7 stood empty, its gate shut. I stood before it, the memory of waking up on its cold floor vivid in my mind. This was the place. This was the focal point. I didn't have the board to burn anymore. But I had the planchette, and I had my own will, or whatever ragged shreds of it were left. I took the planchette from my pocket. The wood felt alive, vibrating with a faint, feverish energy. I didn't place it on anything. I just held it in my closed fist. I looked at the cage, and I focused. I poured every ounce of my fear, my revulsion, my anger, my sheer, undiluted terror into a single, silent command directed at that empty space. It wasn't a prayer. It was a challenge. A taunt. "You want fear?" I thought, my knuckles white around the wood. "Here it is. Come and get it. Take it from me. Right here. Right now. Forget the nightly show. This is the main course." For a long moment, nothing happened. The hallway was just a hallway. Then the air grew cold. Not the gentle cool of the air conditioning, but a sharp, sudden drop, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The digital thermometer on the wall, which read 72 degrees, suddenly flickered. The numbers scrambled, then settled, 43 degrees. My breath fogged in the air. From the main kennel, a single dog let out a confused whine. In my hand, the planchette grew so cold it burned. I cried out, but I didn't drop it. I held on tighter, my skin sticking to the frozen wood. And then I felt it. A pull. Not on my body, but on my insides. A suction deep in my gut, in my chest, like something was trying to draw the breath right out of my lungs. The pressure behind my eyes intensified. The metallic taste flooded my mouth. The black vapor. It was trying to come out. Now. In the daylight. Without the ritual. It was answering the call. I had done it. I had pulled it to the surface. But the feeling wasn't of it leaving. It was of it waking up, turning its full attention inward, towards me. The many-eyed shadow wasn't in the cage. It was in the connection between the planchette and my mind. I was the cage. The panic was immediate and overwhelming. This was a mistake. A huge, catastrophic mistake. I wasn't offering it a different meal. I was ringing the dinner bell inside my own head. I stumbled back, breaking my concentration. The suction stopped. The planchette's cold faded to a mere chill. The air began to warm, the thermometer flickering back to normal. The dog's whining stopped. I slumped against the wall, gasping, sweat cooling on my forehead. I hadn't poisoned the well. I had just shown it where the new, deeper well was located. The planchette felt heavier in my hand, accusatory. I had tried to use its own nature against it, and I had failed. It was too strong, too ingrained. The ritual was too powerful. As I drove home, defeated, a new thought crept in, slippery and dark. If I couldn't change the food, maybe I could change the venue. The entity was a creature of habit. It liked the cage. It liked the shelter. It liked the schedule. What if I gave it exactly what it wanted, but with one tiny, terrible difference? Luna was waiting by the door when I got home, but she didn't come to greet me. She backed away, keeping her distance, her body low. I looked at her, this creature of pure sensitivity, and I knew she could feel the aftermath of what I'd just done, the static of the entity still clinging to me like a smell. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. I looked in the mirror. My eyes were bloodshot, my face pale. I stared into my own reflection, looking for the other thing, the thing Luna saw. I stared for a full minute, watching my own breaths fog the glass. And then my reflection blinked. But the left eye, just for a fraction of a second, lagged behind the right. It was a tiny hitch, a stutter in the motion. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature settled in the room. I looked away, my heart pounding. It was getting stronger. It was learning to operate the controls even when I was awake. The decision crystallized then, cold and hard. I couldn't fight it from the outside. I couldn't scare it away with my own fear. I had to go back inside the ritual. I had to participate, consciously, willingly. I had to step into the cage not as a sleepwalker, but as a volunteer. The next day, I returned to the shelter. I acted normal, or what passed for normal now. I helped with the cleaning. I walked a few dogs. All the while, my mind was working, observing, planning. During a lull, I went to the storage shed out back. In the back, Behind bags of kibble and stacks of old newspapers, I found what I was looking for. It was a large, sturdy airline travel crate, the hard plastic kind with metal grating on the door. It had been donated months ago and never used. It was scuffed and dusty, but it was solid. I didn't clean it. I didn't wipe away the dust. I dragged it out, its plastic base scraping on the concrete. It was awkward and weighty, but I managed, heaving it through the back door, down the hallway, and into the isolation wing. I was sweating by the time I reached cage number 7. I unlatched the main cage gate and dragged the travel crate inside. It fit perfectly lengthwise, leaving just enough space to walk around it. Now inside the feared cage number 7 sat another, smaller prison. A cage within a cage. I stepped back, looking at my handiwork. It looked bizarre, out of place, but it felt right. This was the new venue. I closed and latched the main cage door. I didn't know if my idea would work. It was based on a gut feeling, a hunch about symbolism and containment. The entity fed on the fear of trapped things. What if I offered it a trap within a trap? What if I offered it myself, inside the smallest box, right in the heart of its feeding ground? Would that satisfy it? Would it confuse it? Or would it be like offering a gourmet a meal inside a locked safe? I had no idea, but it was the only card I had left to play. That night, I told the manager I was feeling better and would take the late shift again. She looked reluctant, but agreed. As night fell, the familiar dread settled in, but it was different now. It was focused. I had a destination. I sat at my desk, Luna at my feet in the office, having insisted on bringing her with me as a kind of dreadful chaperone. I didn't fight the feeling when it came. At 2:06 a.m., the wave of unnatural drowsiness washed over me. But instead of resisting, I leaned into it. I focused every thought, every shred of my frayed will, not on staying awake, but on directing the flow. I pictured the travel crate inside cage number 7. I imagined its dark interior. I imagined stepping inside. I felt my limbs go numb, my vision tunneling. I stood up. Luna let out a soft, despairing whine, but didn't follow. I walked, my eyes open but unseeing, past the kennels where the dogs were already beginning to press themselves against the far walls. I walked down the short hallway. I unlatched cage number 7. I stepped inside, amid the cold metal bars. The travel crate sat there, its door shut. My hands, moving with that same smooth, alien purpose, reached down and unlatched the crate's door. I swung it open. Then my body did something new. It didn't stand and wait. It didn't emit the black vapor. It bent down, and it crawled inside the travel crate. I pulled the crate door shut behind me. The latch clicked into place from the inside. I was now in a cage, within a cage, in the heart of the building. I curled up in the dark, cramped plastic space, a willing prisoner in a nest of prisons. The air was close and smelled of dust and old plastic. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud in the confined space. I waited. I didn't know what for the black vapor to come, for the many-eyed thing to form, for the howling to start. But from my new, smaller prison, I heard nothing. No sound from the kennels. No hissing from the cats. Just the profound, absolute stillness of the shelter at 2:07 a.m. But this time, I was inside it, buried at its core. I don't know how long I lay there. Time lost meaning in the dark. But eventually a new sound reached me. It was a soft, grating scrape, followed by a slow, deliberate drag. It was close, just outside the plastic walls of the travel crate. Something was moving, circling cage number 7. It was the sound of the planchette, my planchette, which I had left on my desk, being dragged in a slow circle across the concrete floor of the cage. The entity was here. It was in the cage with me. And it wasn't feeding. It was exploring, testing the bars of its new, nested arrangement. The sound circled once, twice, and then stopped right outside the grated door of the travel crate. I held my breath, my eyes wide in the darkness, seeing nothing but faint lines of light from the hallway seeping through the grate. Then, from the main door of cage number 7, came a solid, definitive clang. The sound of the metal latch dropping shut. It had been closed. From the outside, I was locked in, twice, and from the world beyond the plastic and metal, from the shelter that had held its breath for so long, I heard the beginning of a sound I knew all too well. It was the low, harmonic precursor to the howl. But this time, it didn't sound mournful. It didn't sound afraid. It sounded deep and full and satisfied. The feeding was about to begin, and for the first time, I was on the menu not as a server, but as the first course packaged and ready. The howl began to rise, a chorus of canine voices, and as it reached its peak, I realized with a jolt of pure ice-cold horror that I could hear a new voice woven into the fabric of the sound. A voice that was my own, humming low and in tune with the rest, joining the song from inside my plastic coffin. The final stage of possession isn't when the thing controls your body. It's when you start using its logic to solve your problems. Lying in the dark of that travel crate, hearing my own voice humming within the shelter's triumphant howl, I understood that. My plan hadn't confused the entity. It had made a deal with it. I had offered myself as a part of the ritual, and it had accepted. The howl faded, leaving behind that same ringing stillness I knew so well. But this time, I was inside the stillness, wrapped in it. I was part of the machine now, a cog in the clockwork of dread that ticked every night at 2:07. I waited in the dark, my muscles cramping, until I heard the distinct clack of the main cage latch opening. Not by my hand. I didn't move. The door to cage number 7 swung open with a whine of hinges. I stayed curled in the travel crate, listening. After a few minutes, when no other sound came, I reached out with a trembling hand and pushed the crate door. It swung open easily. I crawled out, my limbs stiff and cold, back into the larger space of cage number 7. The main gate stood open. The hallway beyond was empty. The shelter had returned to its normal nighttime noises, a few whines, the shuffle of bedding. It was over. For now. I walked back to the office on unsteady legs. Luna was gone from her spot by my desk. I found her curled in a far corner of the room, shivering. She wouldn't look at me. The manager found me there in the morning, pale and slumped at the computer. "Another bad night?" she asked, her voice thick with a concern that felt like it was meant for someone else, someone who still lived in her world. "I'm fine," I said, the lye ash in my mouth. "Just tired." She didn't believe me, but she didn't push. The distance between us was a canyon now, and I was on the wrong side. I took Luna home. The drive was quiet. She sat in the passenger seat, pressed against the door, staring out the window as if hoping to escape. At home, she didn't eat. She drank a little water, then retreated to the closet in my bedroom, the farthest, darkest corner she could find. I sat on the edge of my bed, the weight of what I had done settling on my shoulders. I had volunteered. I had walked into the cage and shut the door myself. I had become a willing participant in my own haunting. And the worst part, it had worked. Sort of. The entity had been pleased. The howl had been different. Full. Satisfied. My intervention, my attempt to poison the well by jumping into it, had instead made the water sweeter. I was a new ingredient, a spice. My conscious fear, my willing participation, was a richer flavor than the passive terror of the animals. I had upgraded the meal. The headaches were less now. The metallic taste was fading. In their place was a new feeling, a hollow emptiness, a cold spot in my core where the panic used to live. It was like the entity had siphoned off the messy, noisy part of my fear and left behind something clean and quiet and resigned. I was no longer fighting. I was cooperating, and my body was changing. Small things. I'd catch my reflection in a window, and my eyes would seem too dark, the pupils too wide. My sense of smell was sharper, unnervingly so. I could smell fear on Luna from across the apartment, a sour, electric tang. I could smell the lingering ozone and fur scent of the entity on my own skin, even after a shower. One evening, as I reached out to try and comfort Luna, to offer her a treat, she flinched away. In her fear, she snapped, not to bite, but in a warning, her teeth clicking together just inches from my fingers. A sharp pain bloomed on my knuckle. She'd grazed me. A single drop of blood welled up, a perfect red bead. I watched, fascinated and sickened, as instead of dripping, the blood seemed to thicken for a second. It turned black, a glossy, oily black like a drop of crude oil, before it thinned and ran red again down my finger. I stared at the tiny cut. My blood, my own life, was being touched by whatever was inside me. It was in the veins now. The realization was a cold bath. This wasn't a psychological war anymore. It was biological, spiritual. I was being rewritten from the inside out. My home was no longer a sanctuary. It was just another room in the labyrinth. The entity was with me always, a passenger I couldn't evict. I had tried to lead the predator to other food, and it had just learned to eat what was closest. Me. I had to go back to the source. Not to fight, not to participate, but to ask a question. A direct question. I needed to know what it wanted, truly wanted, beyond the nightly snack. Because a predator that just feeds survives. A predator with a plan thrives. And I had a terrible feeling this thing had a plan. The next night, I went to the shelter after hours. I didn't clock in. I used my key and slipped inside like a thief. The place was dark, the animals settling down. I could feel their nervous energy, a buzzing undercurrent in the air. They knew I was here. They always knew. I went straight to cage number 7. The travel crate was still inside, a silent monument to my failed gambit. I stood before the open cage door, the planchette cold in my hand. I had brought it with me, this last piece of the board, this key that seemed to unlock nothing but trouble. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of disinfectant and animal. "All right," I said aloud, my voice sounding too loud in the sleeping building. "Enough. What do you want?" I didn't expect an answer. I expected a feeling, a shift in the air, maybe the creeping drowsiness. What I got was a voice. It came from the direction of the office, from the speaker of my own smartphone, which I'd left on the desk. The sound made my blood freeze. It wasn't a human voice. It was a collage, a horrific synthesis. It was built from the 100 animal sounds of the shelter. The howls, the barks, the hisses, the whimpers, all chopped and stitched together into something that mimicked speech. It was grating, wet, and multi-layered, a chorus of suffering forced into words. And the words it formed were in my own voice, a distorted echo of me. "The kennel is empty." The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating in my teeth. I stood frozen, unable to move. "Fill it." Then nothing. The ordinary sounds of the shelter rushed back in. I walked to the office on numb legs. My phone sat on the desk, screen dark. I picked it up. It was cool to the touch. The voice had come through its speaker, but there was no call log, no app running. The words echoed in my head. "The kennel is empty. Fill it." I looked at cage number 7. Then I looked at the rows of occupied kennels in the main room. Understanding, awful and complete, dawned on me. It didn't want the cage to be physically full. It wanted it full of fear. The cage was its trough. The entity didn't want to be in the cage. It wanted the animals to be terrified of the cage. Their directed dread, focused on that one spot, was what it consumed. My sleepwalking had been the delivery method, bringing the shadow to the trough to feed. But now, with me awake and participating, with the connection deeper, it wanted more. It wanted the trough always ready, always charged. It didn't just want a nightly meal. It wanted a stocked pantry. It wanted me to fill the kennel with terror, to make cage number 7 a permanent, concentrated beacon of animal dread. How does a person do that? You don't just scare a shelter animal. They're already scared. You have to make a specific place the source of their worst fears. You have to create a legend. A bad place. A place where something unspeakable happens. I had already started. My sleepwalking, the strange events, the animals' reactions. It had all begun to paint a target on cage number 7. The entity wanted me to finish the job. To make it a haunted place within a haunted place. To make every dog whine when they passed it, every cat stare. To make the volunteers feel a chill. To create a story. I was being asked to become a curator of horror. The thought was so monstrous, so against every reason I volunteered at this place, that for a moment pure rebellion flared in my chest. No, I wouldn't. I would burn the whole building down first. But then I looked at Luna, who had followed me in and was now crouched in the office doorway, her eyes fixed on me with that same trapped animal terror. I thought of the black drop of blood. I thought of my own voice in the howl. The rebellion died. It wasn't a question of refusing anymore. It was a question of how. How does one feed a monster without becoming one? The answer, when it came, was almost as bad as the command. I couldn't spread terror, but I could focus it. If the entity needed the fear directed at cage number 7, maybe I could give it a single powerful source. A lightning rod. I thought of the travel crate inside the cage. A trap within a trap. What if I put something in there? Not an animal. Never an animal. But something that represented confinement. Something that would draw the eye and the fear. Something that would make the story. The next day, a new donation arrived. It was a large, heavy box. I had ordered it myself, shipped to the shelter anonymously. I was the one who received it. Inside was another travel crate, almost identical to the first, but newer, darker in color. I didn't clean it. I didn't put it in storage. In front of the confused day crew, I dragged it, with great effort, through the hallways. "What are you doing?" the manager asked, her brow furrowed. "It's for a project," I said, not meeting her eyes. "Behavioral thing. For anxious dogs. A safe space." The lie was flimsy, but she was too busy to argue. I dragged it into cage number 7. I opened the main gate, maneuvered the new crate inside, and placed it right next to the old one. Now, inside cage number 7, there were 2 plastic prisons. It looked even more bizarre, like a storage unit for containment. I stepped out and closed the main gate. I stood back. The crate just sat there. It was just an object. It wouldn't generate fear on its own. The entity's voice hissed in my memory. Fill it. It needed to be filled with meaning. With a story. That night, I didn't wait for the drowsiness. At 2:06 a.m., I was already standing in front of cage number 7. Luna was in the office, whining softly, a steady, hopeless sound. I held the planchette. I looked at the 2 crates, dark shapes behind the metal bars. This was the new ritual. I unlatched the cage door and stepped inside. I didn't look at the animals. I could feel their collective gaze, a pressure on my back. I went to the new crate, the one I had brought. I opened its door. I didn't crawl inside. Instead, I took the planchette and I placed it carefully inside the crate, right in the center of the plastic floor. I closed the crate door, latching it. The wooden heart was now imprisoned, 3 layers deep. Inside the crate, inside cage number 7, inside the shelter. I stepped out of cage number 7 and closed the main gate. I stood in the hallway, looking at the nesting doll arrangement of captivity. I didn't feel the entity's presence. I didn't hear a howl, but the air grew still the way it always did. The animals felt quiet. They were waiting. I had given the entity a new toy, a new point of focus. The planchette, its last physical tether to this world, was now locked in the heart of the maze. I had filled the kennel with its own symbol. I didn't know if it would be enough. I didn't know if it would satisfy the command. As I walked back to the office, the normal sounds of the shelter did not return. The quiet held. It was a different kind of quiet than before. It wasn't a held breath. It was a pause, a listening pause. From deep within the building, from the direction of cage number 7, I heard a single soft sound. Not a howl, not a hiss. It was the clear, distinct click of a plastic latch snapping shut. But I had left the crate door already latched, and I was the only one in the hallway. The sound hung in the listening air, a period at the end of my sentence. An answer. The entity was in there, with its toy, inspecting its new, furnished home. I had filled the kennel. Now we would see if it was hungry. The final stage of possession isn't when the thing controls your body. It's when you start using its logic to solve your problems. The click of that plastic latch in the quiet shelter wasn't an end. It was a beginning. The entity had accepted my offering. The planchette, locked in its triple-layered prison, became a new kind of anchor. The nightly 2:07 a.m. event changed. The crushing drowsiness didn't come for me anymore. I didn't sleepwalk, but the stillness still fell over the shelter like a blanket, and the animals still reacted. The howling was different now. It wasn't a chorus of pure terror. It was watchful, expectant, a low harmonic hum that seemed to vibrate from the walls themselves, focused on the isolation wing. The fear had been directed, just as the entity wanted. Cage number 7, with its nested crates, was now the bad place. The story wrote itself. Volunteers reported feeling watched back there. Dogs pulled on their leashes to avoid that hallway. The cats still stared. I had successfully filled the kennel with dread. I had become the curator. In the days that followed, a fragile, terrible routine established itself. The headaches were gone. The metallic taste vanished. I felt clear, but it was the clearness of a deep, frozen lake, calm on the surface, dead beneath. I functioned. I did my shifts. The manager still watched me with concern, but even she started avoiding the back hallway, citing a weird draft. Luna, at home, remained a trembling ghost, but she no longer snapped at me. She just avoided me, moving from room to room like I was a piece of furniture that gave off a bad smell. I was changing. My senses were still sharp. I could walk into the shelter and immediately feel the emotional weather of the place. The anxiety of a new intake, the contentment of a dog after a walk, the low, constant thrum of fear emanating from cage number 7. It was like a sound only I could hear. I found I could almost lean into it, draw a kind of strength from it. Not a good strength. A cold, steady strength like a stone. I didn't fight it. That was the key. I cooperated. I tended the garden of fear. I made sure the travel crates stayed in cage number 7. I didn't let anyone clean in there. I let the story grow, and in return, the entity left me, not alone, but settled. It was inside, a permanent cold spot in my gut, but it was quiescent, digesting. I thought that was the balance. A terrible, ugly balance, but a balance. I was wrong. About a week after I locked the planchette away, I was doing a late-night check on a new litter of kittens in the maternity room. As I passed the closed door of the isolation wing, I stopped. From behind the door, I heard a sound. It was the soft, rhythmic scrape of wood on plastic. Scrape, drag, scrape, drag. The planchette. It was moving inside its crate. A chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning slipped down my spine. It was active. It was playing. Or practicing. I pushed the door open slowly. The hallway was dim. Cage number 7 was a pool of deeper darkness at the end. The scraping sound stopped the moment the door opened. I walked down, my footsteps loud in my own ears. I peered into cage number 7. The 2 crates sat there. Through the grated door of the new one, I could see the planchette. It was not in the center. It was pressed against the plastic wall, as if it had been trying to get out. The glass in its center looked like a dark, watchful eye. I didn't touch anything. I just looked, and a thought, clear and cold as ice water, dripped into my mind. It wasn't my thought. This box is too small. I gasped, stumbling back a step. The voice in my head was that same synthesized horror, the animal choir mimicking my own. The kennel is full. The box is too small. It wasn't satisfied. Containing its symbol wasn't enough. Directing the fear wasn't enough. It wanted more. It wanted out of the small box. It wanted to inhabit the larger space. It wanted to grow. The balance was an illusion. I had not tamed it. I had fed it, and now it was hungry for a bigger meal. The realization broke the strange calm I'd been living in. Panic, my old companion, came rushing back. I couldn't live like this, waiting for it to escalate, for its demands to grow. I had to end it, truly end it. But fire hadn't worked. Participation had only made it stronger. I had to think like it thought. It was a predator of fear, of trapped things. It loved cages, boundaries, limits. What was the one thing a cage couldn't hold? What was the opposite of a trapped thing? The answer was so simple it felt stupid. A free thing. But I couldn't free the entity. That would be unleashing it on the world. I could, however, change the nature of the trap. If it wanted out of the small box, maybe I could give it a bigger one. A box it couldn't get out of, because the box was everything. That night, I set my final plan into motion. It was a terrible plan, born of despair and the entity's own twisted logic. I waited until the shelter was empty. I went to cage number 7. I opened the main gate. I took out the new travel crate, the one with the planchette inside. I carried it, heavy and awkward, out of the cage, out of the isolation wing, and through the dark shelter. I took it to the largest space in the building. The main playroom, a wide, concrete-floored room used for dog socialization and events. I set the crate down in the exact center of the empty room. I opened its door. Using a long broom handle, I reached in and nudged the planchette out onto the concrete floor. It skittered a few inches and lay still. I left the crate door wide open. I went back to cage number 7. I dragged the old, original travel crate out and brought it to the playroom too. I placed it 10 feet away from the first one, its door also open. Then I went and got every other large container I could find. Empty wire kennels, broken carriers, even a large cardboard box. I created a maze of open doors and empty spaces in the middle of the playroom. A village of potential cages. I was giving it choices. I was giving it room. I was saying, you want out of the small box. Here are boxes. Big ones. Empty ones. Fill them yourself. Then, I went to the animal kennels. One by one, I opened every single cage door. I didn't let the dogs out. I just unlocked the gates, leaving them slightly ajar. I did the same for the cat condos. I turned the entire shelter from a place of captivity into a place of potential freedom. The doors were open. The choice was theirs. The fear of a trapped thing is powerful. But what about the fear of a thing presented with freedom it doesn't understand? The terror of an open door? I turned off all the lights except for one emergency exit sign over the playroom door, casting the room in a deep red glow. I stood in the doorway between the playroom and the kennel hallway. In my hand, I held Luna's leash. She was crouched by my leg, confused, trembling. The clock on the wall ticked over to 2:06 a.m. I felt the entity stir inside me, a cold unfurling in my stomach. It sensed the change in the environment, the shift in the emotional atmosphere. The usual blanket of stillness began to descend, but it stuttered. It didn't know what to do with the open doors. The dogs, sensing their gates were unlatched, didn't press against the far walls. They sniffed at the openings, whining in confusion. The air didn't grow still, it grew tense, electric with uncertainty. I focused on that uncertainty. I poured my own fear into it, not fear of the cage, but a new fear. Fear of the maze I'd built. Fear of the empty crates. Fear of the choices I'd made. I offered it this new, complex flavor. In the red-lit playroom, The planchette on the concrete floor began to move. It didn't slide. It turned in place like a compass needle seeking north. Its glass center reflected the red light like a drop of blood. Then, from the open door of the first travel crate, a tendril of the familiar black vapor began to seep. It was thin, hesitant. It flowed out and pooled on the concrete, then split into two streams. One stream slithered towards the second crate. The other began to weave through the maze of empty containers, exploring, testing, like an insect probing a new nest. The entity was distracted. It was investigating. It was considering its new, larger box, the whole room, the whole shelter. The harmonic hum from the animals didn't rise into a howl. It remained a low, confused warble. The fear was there, but it was different. It was the fear of the unknown, not the fear of the known trap. And it wasn't directed. It was scattered, diluted. I could feel the entity's frustration through our link. This was not the rich, focused meal it craved. This was bland, confusing broth. It was working too hard. The black vapor recoiled from the empty containers, swirling back towards the center of the room, coiling around the planchette. The many-eyed shape began to form, but it was wavering, insubstantial. It didn't know where to focus. Its trough was gone. I had replaced it with a buffet, and it was a picky eater. This was my chance. I dropped Luna's leash. "Go," I whispered. She didn't need to be told twice. She bolted, not towards freedom, but back into the familiar darkness of the office. I walked into the playroom. The entity's form solidified slightly, its cluster of yellow eyes swiveling to focus on me. I felt its attention like a physical weight, cold and demanding. It wanted me to fix this, to close the doors, to restore the trap, to give it its simple, tasty fear back. "No," I said, the word barely a breath. I walked past it, to the far wall of the playroom. There was a metal electrical panel there. I opened it. Inside were the circuit breakers for the building. I looked at the entity. Its shadowy form was pulsing, growing more defined, angrier. It was rejecting the new game. It wanted the old rules. So did I. Just not the same old rules. I reached into the panel, and I flipped every single switch to the OFF position. The red exit sign went dark. The playroom, the hallways, the entire shelter was plunged into absolute, perfect blackness. No light from streetlights outside reached here. It was a darkness so complete it felt solid. In that darkness, all the rules changed. The entity's form, visible only a second before, vanished. It was still there. I could feel its cold rage, but it had no visual anchor. The open doors no longer mattered. The maze of crates was invisible. The only thing that existed was sensation. And in the dark, my fear changed again. It was no longer fear of the thing in the room. It was the primal, ancient fear of the dark itself. The fear of what might be inches from your face. The fear of your own blindness. And this time, I wasn't alone in it. I could feel the entity feeling it too. It was a predator of seen fear, of directed dread. This formless, all-encompassing, human fear of oblivion was alien to it. It was confusing. It was unpleasant. In the blackness, I heard the planchette scrape violently across the concrete, then go still. The cold presence in my gut shrank, receding. It was pulling back. The shelter around us was going wild. The dogs, confused by the open doors and now the darkness, began to bark, not in unison, but in a chaotic, panicked cacophony. Cats yowled. The sound was deafening in the dark, a tidal wave of unfocused, chaotic animal panic. It was fear, but it was useless fear. Noise without a target. The entity couldn't feed on this soup of sound. It needed a melody, and this was screaming. I stood in the center of the roaring dark, my own heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I didn't move. I just let the chaos wash over me, through me. I felt the connection between us, that cold wire in my core stretch thin. Then, with a sensation like a rubber band snapping, it broke. The pressure in my head vanished. The cold spot in my gut warmed. The taste of ozone was gone, replaced by the dry taste of dust. I was alone in my own head. I didn't know how long I stood there. Eventually, the barks turned to whimpers. The owls subsided. The animals, exhausted, settled in the dark. I felt my way along the wall to the electrical panel and flipped the main breaker back on. Lights flickered, then blazed to life. I blinked in the sudden glare. The playroom was a mess of scattered crates. The planchette lay in two pieces near the wall, split cleanly down the middle as if struck by great force. The black vapor was gone. The presence was gone. The shelter felt just like a shelter. Tired, confused, but ordinary. I spent the next hour latching all the kennel doors, calming the animals as best I could. Luna crept out from the office and followed me, her tail tucked but her eyes less wild. She sniffed at the broken planchette and whined, but didn't panic. When the morning crew arrived, they found a mess and a story about a power surge and a raccoon somehow getting inside and causing havoc. They bought it because it was a better story than the truth. In the weeks that followed, the 2:07 a.m. stillness never returned. The animals slowly forgot their fear of the isolation wing. The manager had cage number 7's latch fixed. The travel crates were cleaned and put into storage. Life at the shelter became normal again. I stayed on. I needed to be sure. Luna started to relax, to take treats from my hand, to sleep at the foot of my bed. The scars were there, in her, in me, but they were fading. I had won by refusing to play its game. I had won by changing the rules in the final seconds, by offering it a fear it couldn't consume. I had broken the connection. But sometimes, in the deep of night, when the world is very still and very dark, I'll wake up for no reason. And I'll lie there listening, not to the sounds, but to the space between them. And I'll wonder if breaking a connection is the same as destroying the thing on the other end. I wonder if it's still out there, somewhere in the dark places of the world, looking for another door. Another box. Another hungry heart to whisper to. And I'll reach down and feel Luna's warm, sleeping weight against my leg, a solid anchor in the quiet dark, and I'll tell myself it's over. But in that moment, between sleep and waking, I'm never entirely sure. Story number 5. My name is Sam, and it all started with a pizza box, not the pizza, but what my kid made from the cardboard after we were done eating. She was always a creative little thing, my daughter, and she'd spend hours at the kitchen table with glue and markers, making fantastic little contraptions. This one looked like something from a cartoon ghost show, a piece of cereal box covered in so much glitter it got everywhere, with the alphabet written in her big, wobbly letters around the edges. In the middle, she'd glued a soda bottle cap, all shiny and silver. She presented it to me after dinner, her face totally serious. "This is a talkie board," she announced. "You ask it questions, and Mr. Bricks answers." I played along, because that's what you do. I asked something silly, like if we'd have ice cream tomorrow. She put her fingertip on that bottle cap, closed her eyes real tight, like she was concentrating on a math test, and pushed it around. It slid in a slow circle before stopping on Y, then E, then S. "See," she said, beaming. "He says yes." It was cute. It was the kind of kid thing you forget about an hour later. I helped her clean up the glitter. We did get ice cream the next day, and I figured Mr. Bricks was just another one of her imaginary friends, like the talking dog who lived in the laundry hamper. A week later is when the feeling started, that first cold trickle in my gut that something was off. I was up late paying bills, the house completely still, when I heard her voice. Not a cry or a call, just talking. Flat, calm talking. I crept down the hall and stood outside her door, which was open a crack. She was asleep, her favorite stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm, but the words coming out of her mouth were clear as day. 58 standard cinder blocks, she said, her voice a monotone. Grade A mortar mix. Dig before the frost. I just stood there, my hand on the door frame. It was so specific, so unlike the rambling nonsense she usually mumbled in her sleep about rainbows and puppies. It sounded like a shopping list from a construction foreman. I shook it off as her brain replaying something from a show she'd seen. Maybe one of those home renovation programs my partner liked to watch. I went back to my computer, but the words stuck in my head. Grade A mortar mix. Frostline foundation specs. On a whim, around 2 in the morning when the quiet of the house felt too big, I typed that exact phrase into the search bar. I didn't expect anything. The internet is a weird place, though. The top result wasn't a modern hardware store ad. It was a scanned document, a PDF with faded typewriter font. It was from a 1957 industry manual for something called subterranean, private-grade constructions. I clicked it open, my heart doing a funny little skip. The language was dry and technical, all about soil stability and mixing ratios. And right there, in the middle of a paragraph, were the words. Requires grade A mortar mix, with particular attention to frostline foundation specifications to prevent lateral stress. The exact phrase, word for word. A chill went right through me, the kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up. This wasn't a cartoon. This was a real thing, a real document older than I was. How could my 6-year-old know that? I sat there in the blue glow of the screen for a long time, listening to the hum of the computer fan. I started a new file on my desktop, just a simple notes app page. I titled it Funny Dreams, as a joke to myself. I typed out what she'd said and copied the link to that old manual. Just for later, I thought. Something to show her when she's older, about the weird stuff she came up with. The next morning, she was her usual sunny self, eating cereal and chattering about school. I casually asked her if she remembered her dream. She scrunched her nose. Nope. Did I talk in my sleep? Was it about unicorns? I said it was, and let it go. But after she went to school, I looked at the talkie board, still sitting on the bookshelf. I picked it up. It was just cardboard and glitter. I put my own finger on the bottle cap. Who is Mr. Bricks? I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the empty kitchen. I didn't push it. I just waited. Nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. I felt ridiculous and put it back. But that night, it happened again. I was already in bed, drifting off, when I heard that same flat tone from her room. This time, I had my phone ready. I tapped the record button as I moved into the hallway. Reinforcement grid must be 16 inches on center, her small voice recited. Concrete pour must be continuous to avoid cold joints. The access hatch is not on the blueprints. I stopped recording, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a list anymore. It was an instruction. A secret instruction. I went to my notes file and typed it all out. Access hatch is not on the blueprints. That sentence felt wrong. It felt like a clue in a movie, the kind people ignore before bad things happen. My partner rolled over in bed and asked who I was texting so late. No one, I said, a little too fast. Just, some weird old house stuff Ella mentioned. You know how our imagination is. It was the first lie, and it felt greasy. I was protecting this thing, this creeping worry, and I didn't even know why. A few days passed quietly. I watched my daughter like a hawk, but she was just a kid. She played, she laughed, she made a mess. Mr. Bricks wasn't mentioned again. I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. Then, one afternoon, she was coloring at the coffee table. She wasn't drawing the usual houses with smiling suns. She was drawing diagrams, with a ruler, cross-sections of walls with little arrows and labels. I walked over slowly. What's this, sweetie? It's for Mr. Bricks's quiet place, she said, not looking up. See, this wall holds back the water. Hydrostatic pressure. That's what he calls it. The crayon in her hand was purple, but the concept was something a civil engineer would talk about. I didn't know what to say. I took a picture of the drawing with my phone and added it to the growing file, which I'd renamed Ella's Dreams, and then later, Notes. It didn't feel funny anymore. That weekend, I did something that felt like crossing a line. I drove to the downtown library, to the local history room. It smelled like old paper and dust. I asked the librarian for help finding old newspapers on microfiche from the late 1950s. She helped me load the spools, and I spent hours scrolling through blurry images of front pages, my eyes aching. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. Then I found it. A society page photo from 1958, a man in a sharp suit standing next to a fancy car. The caption called him a reclusive industrialist. His name was Silas Brickson. The article said his company, Brickson Secure Materials, specialized in private and discreet construction projects. The last line of the caption made my skin go cold. It read, "The billionaire who believes the only safe place is underground. Brickson. Mr. Bricks." It wasn't the same name, but it was too close. It was a child's mispronunciation of a real, creepy man's name. I printed the article, my hands unsteady. When I got home, the house was quiet. My partner was out with our daughter at the park. I put the printout in a filing cabinet in my office and locked it. I was hiding things now. I was building a secret file about a dead man who was talking to my child in her sleep. That night, after everyone was asleep, I was at my desk looking over the microfiche prints. The baby monitor on my desk, a little audio thing we used when she was a baby, crackled to life. Not with the sound from her room. It picked up a low, steady hum, a frequency that felt like it was vibrating in my back teeth. It hadn't done that before. Then, through the static, her voice came. She was awake. "Daddy," she said, clear and normal. "The filing cabinet lock is too loud. He can hear you." The hum on the monitor stopped. I sat in my chair, frozen solid, staring at the black plastic box. The filing cabinet was in the room right below hers. I hadn't made a sound. I'd been careful. But somehow she knew. Or he knew. I didn't sleep. I just waited for morning, listening to every normal creak of the house, feeling like the walls themselves were listening back. When the sun finally came up, I felt exhausted but weirdly calm. The secret was out, at least between me and whatever this was. I had a choice. I could tear up the notes, throw away the talkie board, and pretend it was all a wild coincidence. Or I could see where it led. I looked at my daughter, eating her toast, completely innocent. I thought about the man who wanted to live underground. I unlocked the filing cabinet. I was in it now. For better or worse, I was going to find out what Mr. Bricks wanted. The morning after she told me about the lock, I watched her like she was made of glass. She just ate her cereal, crunching away, completely normal. I wanted to ask 100 questions, but how do you ask a 6-year-old about a dead industrialist? So I did the normal dad things. I packed her lunch. I kissed her forehead when the bus came, and I stood at the window feeling like the world had tilted off its axis. I needed to talk to someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I called the pediatrician's office. I kept my voice light, casual. "Hey, just a quick question," I said to the nurse. "My daughter's been having some really vivid dreams lately, talking in her sleep about the weirdest stuff. Construction materials, you know. Just wondering if that's normal." The nurse was cheerful. "Oh, absolutely. Very imaginative age. Their little brains are processing so much. As long as she's happy during the day, I wouldn't give it a second thought. Just part of growing up." Her reassurance was like a blanket, warm and smothering. It made my fears feel silly, childish. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the article, the manual, it was all just a string of bizarre coincidences my tired brain had wired together. I hung up and tried to believe it. For a couple of days, I almost did. I focused on work, on making dinner, on being normal. I didn't touch the filing cabinet. I ignored the talkie board on the shelf. But the notes file on my computer was still there. I found myself opening it, reading the phrases. 58 cinder blocks. Access hatch not on the blueprints. It had the weight of truth, even if the doctor's office said it was nothing. Then one night, the rules changed completely. I was up late again, and I heard her bedroom door open. Not a slam, just the soft click of the handle. I peeked out of my office and saw her, a small shadow in her unicorn pajamas, walking down the hall. She moved with a purpose, not a sleepwalker's stumble. She came right into my office, her eyes wide open but blank, like a doll's eyes. She didn't look at me. She walked straight to my computer chair. I was frozen, just watching. She climbed into the chair, her small fingers reaching for the mouse. The screen was dark, but it woke up at her touch. She opened a web browser, her movements quick and sure. She didn't hunt for keys. She just started typing, a long string of numbers and letters that made no sense to me. BX 109-77 Alt AGG. She hit enter. Nothing came up. She didn't seem to care. She opened a mapping website next. She zoomed out from our town, way out, into a huge area of state forest land I'd never seen. She dragged the map, her little brow furrowed in concentration, and then she dropped a digital pin right in the middle of absolutely nowhere. No roads, no trails, just a grid of green. Then, in the search bar, she typed a different address. AP. Oh, box in a city about 2 hours away. She did all of this in maybe 60 seconds. Then she slid out of the chair, turned, and walked back toward her room. As she passed me, standing there like a statue, her milky, unseeing eyes turned toward my general direction. Her lips moved. "Batch number BX 109 is compromised," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle. "Source alternate aggregate." And then she was gone, back to her room. I heard the soft sound of her climbing into bed. I stood there in the doorway, my heart hammering against my ribs. That wasn't my kid. That was something else using her voice, her hands. The feeling wasn't fear for her anymore. It was fear of her, of what was inside her, and that was a million times worse. I forced myself to move. I went to the computer. The map was still open, the red pin glowing in the wilderness. I took a screenshot. I opened my notes file and pasted it in. I wrote down everything I'd just seen, every word. Then I looked at the string of letters and numbers. BX 109. On a whim, I selected it, right-clicked, and searched the web. The results loaded. My breath caught. It was a listing on an industrial archive site, a scanned product catalog entry. Bricks and secure materials. High-density concrete sealant. Product code BX 109. Discontinued 1961. A lost product code from a company that vanished, typed by my sleeping daughter. The coincidence was dead. This was a pattern. This was a message. The next day, I had to do something normal. I told my partner I was running to the hardware store. Instead, I drove back to the library. This time, I asked for property records, old land deeds. The librarian, an older man with kind eyes, helped me find rolls of microfilm for the county where that forest was. It was tedious work, scrolling through faded cursive writing about land grants and sales. My eyes were burning again when I found it. A transaction from 1959. A parcel of over 200 acres of forest land, sold for a token sum to a private trust. The trust was named the Brixton Legacy Holding Company. The location matched the general area of the pin on my map. This was real. It was a real place. Silas Brixton had bought a huge chunk of wilderness. For what? I printed the page, my hands leaving damp smudges on the paper. When I got home, my partner was in the kitchen. "Find what you needed at the hardware store?" they asked. "Yeah," I said, the lie coming too easily now. "Just some stuff." I could feel the folded deed in my back pocket, like it was burning a hole through the denim. I went to my office and added it to the cabinet, the lock turning with a soft, metallic click that now sounded deafening to me. I thought of her words, "He can hear you." I started deleting my browser history every night. I became an expert at closing windows when someone walked into the room. My home, our safe place, had become a stage where I was constantly performing the role of a normal person. A few nights later, the final piece of the catalog fell into place. I was reading the scanned Brixton product manual again, the one from 1957. I'd missed it before because it was in the footnotes of every other page, a tiny repeating line. For specifications on integrated systems, consult the Brixton Secure Catalog of the Buried. The Catalog of the Buried. The phrase made my skin crawl. It sounded like a title for a book of tombstones. What kind of company called their product catalog that? I fell down a rabbit hole online, searching for any mention of that phrase. I found nothing. It was like it had been erased. But I did find more about Silas Brixton himself. He gave one interview, ever, to a magazine. In it, he ranted about the surface world being doomed, about pollution, about war, about the fragility of society. "The future is vertical," he said. "Down is the only direction that offers permanence." The article ended by noting he'd fired the interviewer for asking if he was building a bunker. He called it a self-sustaining subterranean retreat. He vanished from public view in 1961. The company folded. The world moved on. Until now. Until my daughter's dreams. I was putting it all together, and the picture it made was monstrous. A rich, paranoid man builds a secret hideaway underground. Then he disappears. And decades later, he starts sending shopping lists through my child. For what? To finish the job? To check on it? My mind raced with the worst possibilities. That night, I couldn't stay away. I waited until the house was still, then I unlocked the filing cabinet. I laid everything out on my desk, the printed manual page, the society article, the property deed, the screenshot of the map, the product code listing. It was a case file, and the suspect was a ghost. I was so focused on the papers, I didn't hear her approach. A small movement made me jump. She was standing in the doorway of my office, awake, holding her stuffed rabbit. She looked tiny and confused. "Daddy," she whispered. "I had a dream Mr. Brix was sad. His walls are wet. He says the catalog is wrong." I knelt down, my heart aching. "It's okay, sweetie. It was just a dream." She shook her head, her eyes clear in her own. "No, it wasn't." He showed me the book. "It's a big book with a broken lock. He can't turn the pages anymore." She came over and hugged my legs, burying her face. I held her, looking over her head at the spread of papers on my desk. The Catalog of the Buried. A book with a broken lock. I knew right then what I had to do. The hook was set. I couldn't pull it out. I had to find that book. I had to find out what was in that catalog, because whatever it was, it had my daughter's voice, and it was telling me its walls were wet. I put her back to bed, singing her a song until her breathing evened out. Then I went back to my desk. I opened a fresh map on my computer. I zoomed in on that red pin in the forest. I started looking for a way in. The map on my screen was just a flat expanse of green pixels, but it felt like a target, and I was staring down the scope. For a week, I did nothing but research. I learned how to read topographic maps, squinting at the digital lines that showed the rise and fall of the land around that red pin. I found old logging road databases looking for any route, even a forgotten one that got close. There was nothing official within 5 miles. This place was meant to be left alone. During the day, I was a normal parent. I went to work, I helped with homework, I made pancakes on Saturday. But my mind was always in that forest. My partner noticed the distance. "You're somewhere else lately," they said one evening while we were doing dishes. I shrugged, trying to seem casual. Just a lot on my mind with that big project at the office. It was another lie added to the pile between us. The truth was a chasm I couldn't cross. How could I say our daughter was a conduit for a dead man's building plans? They'd insist on therapy, on medication, on ripping the talkie board to shreds. And maybe they'd be right. But I was past that. I had to know. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. My daughter was drawing again at the kitchen table. This time, it wasn't a diagram. It was a careful, detailed drawing of a book. It was huge, with a thick leather cover. On the spine, in her careful block letters, she'd written catalog. The lock on the front was drawn with a broken chain, the padlock hanging open. She slid it over to me. "He's still sad," she said simply, and went back to coloring a rainbow. That was it. The next day I called in sick. I told my partner I had a migraine and needed to sleep it off in a dark room. Instead, I packed a small backpack, a bottle of water, a power bar, a flashlight, my printed map, and a compass I'd bought at the sporting goods store. I felt like an imposter, a city dad playing explorer. But the knot in my stomach was real. The drive took 2 hours. The highway shrank into a country road, then into a gravel lane that wound up into the hills. The trees closed in, tall pines and old oaks, their branches making a canopy that turned the daylight into a green, underwater gloom. I found the spot where the last logging road turned away from my target. I pulled my car off into a patch of weeds, my heart thumping. This was it. The air outside was cool and smelled of pine needles and damp earth. I checked my compass, oriented my map, and started walking. The forest was alive with sounds I wasn't used to. The rustle of animals in the underbrush, the distant call of a bird, the creak of branches. Every sound made me jump. I was trespassing, not just on land, but on something else, something that had been sleeping here for decades. I hiked for over an hour, my clothes sticking to me with sweat. The terrain was rougher than the map suggested, full of hidden gullies and fallen logs. Doubt started to creep in. This was insane. I was following the dream of a 6-year-old into the middle of nowhere. I was about to turn back when I stumbled into a small clearing. The ground was different here. It was flatter, unnaturally so. The trees formed a perfect circle around it, as if they'd grown up around an empty space. In the very center, the earth was sunken in a gentle bowl shape, covered in a thick carpet of moss and ferns. My breath caught. This was it. The depression wasn't natural. It was a sink, a settling. I dropped my backpack and got down on my knees. I pushed the ferns aside. The soil underneath was dark and loose. I dug my fingers in, pulling away roots and dirt. A few inches down, my fingers scraped against something that wasn't earth or rock. It was smooth and cold. Metal. I scrambled for my small camping shovel, the one I'd almost left in the car. I started digging in earnest, my movements frantic. The moss and topsoil gave way easily. I cleared a patch about 2 feet across. Underneath was a curved surface of rusted steel. I kept digging, following the curve, until I uncovered a seam. It was a perfect circle, about 3 feet wide. In the center was a recessed wheel, like you'd see on a bank vault or the door of a submarine. The rust was thick, but it hadn't eaten all the way through. And there, stamped into the metal near the rim, was lettering. I brushed the dirt away with my trembling hand. The words were faint but unmistakable. Brixton Secure, Serial 001. I sat back on my heels, my shovel dropping from my grip. The air left my lungs. It was real. A hatch. Serial number 1. The first of whatever he built. This was the access point that wasn't on the blueprints. My daughter's sleeping voice had led me right to it. A mix of terror and triumph flooded me. I'd found it. Now what? I wasn't about to try and open it. That was a line I wouldn't cross, not alone in the woods. This was proof enough. I could go to the authorities now. I could show them the hatch, the documents, the recordings. They'd have to listen. I fumbled for my phone to take pictures. No signal, of course, but the camera worked. I took dozens of photos, close-ups of the lettering, wide shots of the hatch in its mossy setting. As I framed a shot, my phone buzzed in my hand, a sharp vibration that made me yelp. A notification popped up. A text message from my partner's number. My blood ran cold. They were at work, miles away. I opened it. The message was brief, and it wasn't from them. Wrong access point. You are at ventilation shaft A. Primary entrance is 82 paces bearing 270 degrees true. Bring torch. I stared at the screen. The words seemed to burn into my retinas. Ventilation shaft A. They knew I was here. They knew what I'd found. And they were giving me directions. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone in the trees. There was no one, just the forest watching. My phone had no bars, but this message had come through clean as a whistle. A thought, cold and slimy, wormed into my brain. My daughter's tablet. It had a cellular plan for emergencies. It was in her backpack at home. Was it on? Could something be using it? I stood up, my legs shaky. I looked west, the direction the text said. 270 degrees true. I pulled out my compass. The needle swung, pointing the way. 82 paces. This was a command. A direct order from the thing in the ground. Every sane instinct screamed at me to run. To get in my car, drive to the police station, and spill everything. But another part, a deeper, more stubborn part, was already counting. 1 pace. 2. This was the answer. The primary entrance. The real door. If I walked away now, I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what was behind it, listening to my daughter's sleep talk for more clues. I had to see. I had to know what he'd built. I kept walking, counting under my breath, my eyes glued to the compass. 30 paces. 50. The forest looked the same, endless trees. 70. 80. I took the 81st, then the 82nd. I stopped, turning in a slow circle. There was nothing. Just more trees, more ferns, more fallen branches. A sick feeling of disappointment and relief washed over me. It was a trick, a cruel joke. I looked down at my phone to reread the message. As I did, the angle of the late afternoon sun shifted, sliding through the trees in long, golden beams. The light hit the forest floor in front of me at a shallow angle, raking across it. And that's when I saw it. What had looked like a normal patch of ground was actually a long, perfectly straight line cutting through the moss. A seam. I dropped to my knees again, my heart back to its frantic rhythm. I brushed at the line. It wasn't a crack in the soil. It was a gap about half an inch wide, filled with what looked like old, hardened rubber. A seal. I followed the line with my eyes. It ran straight for about 10 feet, then turned at a perfect right angle. This wasn't a hatch. This was a rectangle. A door. A massive, camouflaged slab set right into the earth. The moss and forest debris had grown over it for decades, making it invisible from above. But from this low angle, with the sun hitting it just right, its edges were as clear as day. This was it, the primary entrance. I didn't have a torch. I had a flashlight. It would have to do. I stood there at the edge of the hidden door, the forest around me holding its breath. I had found the catalog of the buried. Now I had to decide if I was brave enough or stupid enough to open it. The sun was dipping lower, painting the woods in long shadows. I had maybe an hour of daylight left. I looked at the seam in the ground, then back the way I'd come. Going home meant returning to a life of whispers and secrets, of watching my daughter for signs of a ghost. Going forward meant stepping into the dark, into a place that had been waiting for someone, maybe for me, for over 60 years. I took a deep breath of the pine-scented air, the last taste of the normal world. I hefted my backpack and started looking for a way to open the slab. The hook was no longer set, it was pulling me in, and I had stopped fighting the line. The seam in the earth was awound, and I was about to open it. The moss and soil covering the slab were thick, a living blanket that had taken decades to grow. I used my shovel to scrape and pry, my movements quick and frantic as the daylight began to fade. The green covering gave way to a gray, gritty surface beneath, concrete, not metal. It was textured to look like stone, a perfect disguise. I worked my way along one of the long edges, clearing a trench. My hands were raw, my back ached, but a wild energy kept me going. This was the moment. After half an hour, I found what I was looking for. At one end of the massive rectangle, the concrete edge was different. There was a recess, a pocket carved into the ground beside the slab. Inside that pocket, shrouded in roots and black dirt, was a thick iron ring, bigger than a dinner plate. It was the handle. I grabbed it, the iron cold and gritty in my palms. I braced my feet and pulled. Nothing. The thing didn't budge a fraction of an inch. It felt anchored to the center of the earth. I pulled again, grunting with the effort, my muscles straining. A sharp, metallic groan echoed under the ground, a sound of protest from something that hadn't moved in a lifetime. But it moved. Just a crack, less than an inch. A puff of air escaped from the opening, a long, slow sigh that smelled of cold stone, old machinery oil, and something else, something dry and stale that had never seen the sun. The smell of a tomb. That sigh did it. The last of my resistance broke. I had to see. I planted my feet again, wrapped both hands around the ring, and pulled with everything I had. The groan became a shriek, a piercing metal-on-metal scream that tore through the quiet of the forest, sending birds scattering from the trees. The slab rose, tilting up on hidden hinges. It was monstrously heavy, but once it passed a certain point, its own weight took over, and it swung upward with a final, crashing thud that shook the ground under my feet. I stood there, panting, staring into the hole I'd made. A set of steep, concrete stairs descended into pure black. The air flowing out was a constant, gentle stream now, that cold, dead breath on my face. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut into the dark, showing steps that went down about 20 feet before turning at a landing. The walls were smooth, poured concrete. It was clean, precise, and utterly empty. I should have turned around. Every sane thought in my head was shouting at me to go get help, to not go down there alone. But the pull was magnetic. This was the answer to every strange word, every midnight murmur. I took the first step, then the second. The world of trees and birdsong vanished behind me, replaced by the sound of my own footsteps, my own breathing, and that constant, faint whisper of air moving through a deep place. The stairs were narrow. My shoulder brushed one wall. I went down around the turn and found myself on a small landing. In front of me was a door. Not a rustic hatch, but a serious, vault-like door made of brushed steel. It looked like it belonged in a bank or a spaceship. There was a large wheel in its center for opening it. Next to the door, set flush into the concrete wall, was a dull metal panel with a single unmarked button. I stared at it. This place was from the 1950s. Nothing here should work, but the button looked clean, untouched. My finger hovered over it. This was the point of no return. Pushing it would be an admission that I believed this place was still alive, still connected. I pushed. The sound was a deep, solid thunk from within the wall, followed by a low, vibrating hum that I felt in my teeth. Above the vault door, a single, bare light bulb set in a metal cage flickered once, twice, and then glowed with a steady yellow light. The hum continued, a background note that filled the small space. Power. After 60 years, this place still had power. My mouth went dry. The light bulb was a single eye watching me. The vault door had no lock on this side, just that big wheel. I gripped it. It turned smoothly, without a sound, well-oiled and maintained. With a hiss of equalizing pressure, the door swung inward. I stepped through, my flashlight beam sweeping ahead of the weak glow from the bulb behind me. The room I entered was not a cavern. It was a control room, frozen in time. Banks of switches and dials, all labeled in crisp, faded lettering, lined one wall. In the center was a large desk with a green, glass-covered screen set into it, a radar screen. And on that screen, a single bright green dot pulsed slowly, rhythmically in the exact center. A blip, a heartbeat. The air in here was different, colder, drier, and it carried a faint, sharp smell of ozone, like after a lightning storm. I moved further in, my light passing over schematics pinned to a corkboard, over a calendar still open to October 1961, over a coffee mug with a dried, crackled stain at the bottom. This wasn't an abandoned ruin. It was a paused place. Someone had just stepped out. On the desk, next to the glowing radar, was a small, spiral-bound notebook. A child's notebook, with a cartoon horse on the cover. My breath hitched. I knew that notebook. It was from my daughter's school supply pile. I hadn't even noticed it was missing. It was open. I shone my light on the page. In her unmistakable kindergarten handwriting, big and round, were the words, "You are here. Good. Check the secondary monitor. He is waking up." The words swam in front of my eyes. He is waking up. My head snapped toward the radar screen. The blip pulsed. 1, 2, 3. I looked around the room. On another part of the desk was a smaller screen, dark and dusty. I wiped the glass with my sleeve. As my fingers touched its frame, it flickered on with a soft pop. The image was grainy, black and white, flickering with lines of static. It showed a room, a different room. It was decorated like a fancy hotel room from an old movie. A patterned rug, a wingback chair, a bookshelf. And against the far wall, a bed. In the bed, a form lay under a blanket. A human-shaped form. The image was too fuzzy to see details, but the outline was clear. Someone was in that bed. As I watched, frozen to the spot, the form moved. A slow, deliberate shift. An arm, perhaps, sliding out from under the blanket. The blip on the radar screen pulsed in time with the movement. A wave of pure, electric terror shot through me, followed by a dizzying wave of disbelief. This couldn't be real. This was a recording, a trick of the light. But the radar blip was real. The hum in the walls was real. The notebook with my daughter's writing was real. I was inside Silas Brixton's tomb, and he wasn't just buried here. He was in there, sleeping, or waiting, and according to the notebook, he was waking up. I stumbled back from the desk, my legs hitting the chair. The control room, with its humming power and its glowing screens, felt suddenly like the belly of a sleeping beast. I had found the catalog of the buried, and its first entry was a man. I had to get out. I had to get to the police, to the army, to anyone with authority and guns. This was way beyond a dad solving a mystery. I turned and ran for the vault door. As I reached it, a new sound cut through the hum. A soft, melodic ding, like an elevator arriving. It came from a speaker grill above the desk. Then a red light on the main console began to flash. A voice came from the grill, not a human voice, but a flat, mechanical, recorded voice. It was calm and clear. Stasis integrity at 4%. Revival protocol or full transference required. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. The words hung in the cold air. Secondary occupant. My mind, reeling, made the horrible connection. The second, empty cryocell on the schematics I'd seen online. The need for a specific neural receiver. A child with an open, imaginative mind. A genetic match. My daughter. They didn't just want to talk to her. They wanted her here. In that other room. I lunged for the vault door, my hands slipping on the wheel. I got it open, dashed through, and slammed it behind me. I took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting out into the evening forest. The fresh air felt like a slap. The sky was deep purple, the first stars coming out. I turned and shoved the massive concrete slab with all my might. It fell back into place with a ground-shaking crash, sealing the tomb once more. I stood there in the growing dark, gasping, my clothes soaked with sweat and dirt. I had my proof. More proof than I ever wanted. I ran back through the woods, not caring about the branches that whipped my face, driven by a new, more urgent terror. I had to get home. I had to protect her. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I drove like a madman, the headlights cutting tunnels through the dark country roads. My phone buzzed as I hit the outskirts of town. Service returned. A flood of notifications appeared. Missed calls from my partner. Texts. Where are you? Your migraine must be bad. You're not answering. Call me. And then the last one, sent just 10 minutes ago. Ella's asking for you. She says she had a dream about the quiet place. She says Mr. Brix needs the right tools now. What is she talking about, Sam? What's going on? I pulled into our driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel. The house lights were on, warm and welcoming. A normal house. I sat there for a moment, my forehead resting on the steering wheel, trying to slow my racing heart. I had closed the door on the tomb, but I hadn't closed the door on any of this. It was here, in my home, in my daughter's dreams. I had the proof, but the problem was just beginning. And the mechanical voice's command echoed in my head, a chilling order that changed everything. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. Walking from my car to the front door felt like crossing a minefield. The warm light from the windows, the familiar sight of my partner moving in the kitchen. It was all a stage set now, hiding a nightmare. I took a deep breath, trying to force my face into something that looked normal, but my hands were still trembling as I turned the knob. The moment I stepped inside, the atmosphere was tight, strained. My partner was at the sink, their back to me, but their shoulders were stiff. Our daughter was on the living room floor, building a tower with blocks. She looked up and gave me a small, unsure smile. Hi, Daddy. Hey, sweetheart, I said, my voice coming out too high. I walked into the kitchen. My partner turned around, their face a mask of controlled anger and deep worry. They didn't say hello. They just held up their phone, showing me their last text. What is she talking about, Sam? What tools? What quiet place? They kept their voice low, but every word was sharp. She woke up from her nap asking for you, saying Mr. Brix was upset because the tools weren't right. She described them. A small trowel. A level. Sam, she described a plumb bob. She's 6. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. The truth was a wild animal trapped in my chest, clawing to get out. I couldn't tell it. Not like this. It's just this imaginary game. I started, the lie tasting like ash. You know how detailed she gets. She probably saw something on TV. Don't, they snapped, their eyes glistening. Don't do that. You've been secretive for weeks. You're jumpy. You're up all night on the computer. And now she's talking like a contractor's apprentice. This isn't a game anymore. You're feeding into it, and it's scaring her. I'm not feeding anything. The words burst out of me, louder than I intended. From the living room, I heard a block clatter. We both looked over. Our daughter was watching us, her lower lip trembling. The fight went out of my partner. They rubbed their face. We need to talk. Without her. We put her to bed early that night. The routine felt hollow. Her usual bedtime story was met with quiet, watchful eyes. When I kissed her forehead, she whispered, "Don't be mad. He's just lonely down there. He needs help fixing it." I just smoothed her hair and said nothing. Downstairs, the conversation I'd been dreading began. I couldn't tell the full truth. The bunker, the hatch, the man in the bed. It was too much. They'd think I'd lost my mind completely. So I gave them a half-truth, a version that was terrifying enough. I told them about the sleep talking, the specific phrases. I showed them the 1957 manual on my phone, the property deed. I told them I'd gone to the forest, that I'd found signs of old construction. I called it vandalism and weird historical stuff. "So you went out there? Alone?" Their voice was flat, disbelieving. Because of her dreams? They weren't just dreams. This Brixton guy was real, and he built something out there. "Don't you see? It's affecting her." "What I see," they said slowly, "is that my partner is obsessing over a dead man and dragging our daughter into it. You're creating this, Sam. Your obsession is becoming her reality. It has to stop. I'm trying to understand it to make it stop." "No, you're feeding it. Every time you write it down, every time you research it, you're telling her it's real. We need to disconnect. We need to get her away from this vibe in the house." The argument spiraled. It was the worst one we'd ever had, full of accusations and fears voiced aloud. They said I was unstable. I said they were in denial. It ended with them standing up, their decision made. "I'm taking her to my mom's tomorrow. For the weekend. We all need a break. You need to clear your head. And you need to get rid of all this research." They went upstairs to bed, leaving me alone in the dark living room. I felt shattered, isolated. They were taking her away, and it felt like the worst possible thing. She'd be farther from me, but would she be safer? Or would the signal just get clearer without me around? The talkie board was on the coffee table, a stupid piece of glittered cardboard. In a fit of rage and despair, I snatched it up. I was going to rip it to pieces, burn it in the fireplace, end this stupid thing that started it all. As I held it, the bottle cap in the center wobbled. Then, without anyone touching it, it slid. It moved in a slow, deliberate arc across the alphabet, stopping on one letter, then the next. N-O. It stopped. I dropped the board like it was on fire. It clattered onto the table, the cap rolling off and onto the floor. A deep, primal shudder went through me. It wasn't the board. It had never been the board. The board was just a toy, a focus. The thing talking to my daughter was in the walls, in the air, in the signals. Destroying a piece of cardboard wouldn't stop a ghost in a machine. The next morning was cold and awful. A suitcase sat by the door. My daughter was quiet, clinging to my partner's leg. The goodbye was stiff, a quick hug from her, averted eyes from my partner. "Use this time, Sam. Please," was all they said before they drove away. I watched the car until it vanished, the house around me feeling vast and empty, and full of that humming quiet I'd felt in the bunker. The directive from the mechanical voice was a drumbeat in my skull. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. They were taking her away, but they were walking her right into the open, where anything could happen. I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something real, something that would prove this was a threat anyone would understand. I went to my office and pulled everything out of the filing cabinet. I made a pile of the evidence, the printed manual, the society page, the deed, the map with the pin, the product code listing, the photos I'd taken of the hatch. I took my phone and compiled all the audio recordings of her sleep talking. I wrote a clear, concise statement, sticking only to the facts a skeptic would accept. My child was reciting verbatim technical specs from a defunct company. The founder of that company owned remote land. I found a man-made structure on that land. I didn't mention the radar blip. I didn't mention the man in the bed. I packaged it all into a large envelope. My plan was simple. I would go to the state police, to the county sheriff, to the FBI field office if I had to. I would hand them this packet and say, "My daughter is in danger. Please investigate this place." It was the right thing to do. The adult thing. I drove to the county sheriff's office first, the envelope on the passenger seat. My heart was pounding, but with a new purpose. I walked in, asked to speak to a detective, and was told to wait. I sat on a hard plastic chair, clutching the envelope, rehearsing what I would say. A deputy called me over. He was young, tired-looking. "What can I do for you?" I started talking, my words tumbling out. I showed him the first page, the manual with the phrase. I told him about the sleep talking. He listened, his face neutral. When I mentioned I'd gone out to the forest, his eyebrows went up. "You trespassed on private property?" I think it might be dangerous. There's a hatch, an old vault door. I think someone might be living down there." He leaned back, tapping his pen. "Sir, that's the old Brixton land. We get calls about that every few years. Kids partying, ghost hunters. It's an old Cold War bunker, everyone knows that. It's sealed up, probably full of asbestos." "It's not sealed." I opened it. The power is still on. My voice rose, and I saw his posture change, his professional calm settling over a layer of dismissal. He saw an obsessed man, a conspiracy theorist. "Did you see anyone down there? Any signs of current occupation? Any weapons?" I thought of the bed, the moving form. I saw a monitor. "There might be someone," he sighed. "A monitor from the 60s? Sir, without evidence of a crime, or a clear and present danger, there's not much I can do. It's private property. If you're worried about your daughter's dreams, I'd talk to a doctor. We don't investigate dreams." He handed my papers back to me, his message clear. I was just another weirdo with a folder. I left, the envelope feeling like a lead weight. The system couldn't see the monster because the monster was too strange. It hid in the static between reality and nightmare. I got back in my car, defeated. My phone rang. It was my partner's mother. My blood turned to ice. I answered. "Sam? Thank God. Is Ella with you?" Her voice was frantic. "What? No, she's with you. She left with you this morning." "She's gone, Sam. We went to the grocery store. I turned my back for 1 minute to get milk, and she was just gone. We've looked everywhere in the store. The police are here now." The world dropped out from under me. The envelope fell from my hands, papers scattering across the car floor. I heard the chaos in the background, my partner's voice, raw with panic, shouting our daughter's name. The mechanical voice had given its order. And now, the secondary occupant was missing. The drive to my in-laws' town was a blur of speed and sheer terror. I ran every red light, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I skidded into the grocery store parking lot, now swarming with police cars, their lights painting the asphalt in swirling blue and red. I saw my partner immediately, standing by a patrol car, their face pale and streaked with tears, talking to an officer. They saw me and their expression crumpled, a mix of relief and deeper fear. I ran over. "What happened? Tell me everything." The officer, a detective with a grim face, stepped in. She was in the cereal aisle. Her grandmother turned to grab an item from the top shelf. When she looked back, your daughter was gone. No struggle, no noise. We've reviewed the footage. He led us into the store manager's office, to a small monitor. The black and white video showed the familiar aisle. My daughter was there, looking at the colorful boxes. Her grandmother reached up. And then my daughter simply turned and walked away, not hurried, but with a clear purpose. She didn't look back. She walked straight down the aisle, turned the corner, and disappeared from the camera's view. "Where does that lead?" I asked, my voice tight. "Back of the store. Receiving dock. There's an alarm door there, but it wasn't triggered." We watched more camera angles. She never appeared at the front registers. She never left through the main doors. She walked into the back hallway and vanished. "How is that possible?" my partner whispered, clutching my arm. The detective rubbed his jaw. "We're checking every inch." "But sir, ma'am, this looks planned. Did she ever talk about running away? Was she upset?" My partner and I locked eyes. The unspoken truth hung between us, a monstrous thing. "She's been having vivid dreams," I said, forcing the words out. "About a place in the woods. A man named Mr. Brix." The detective's eyes narrowed, taking notes, but I could see the shift. We were now the parents with the troubled child, the ones who might have missed the signs. The search expanded. 9 units were brought in. The dogs picked up her scent in the back hallway, then led them out a service door that was supposed to be locked, but was found slightly ajar. The trail went cold in the busy parking lot. Hours passed, each one an eternity. My phone was glued to my hand, waiting for a ransom call, a demand, any sign. My partner was a statue of grief, answering police questions in a monotone. The sun began to set. Then a break. A city bus driver, on his break 2 towns over, saw the Amber Alert on his phone. He called in. He recognized my daughter's picture. He'd picked up a little girl matching her description, alone, at a stop near the grocery store around the time she vanished. She'd paid with cash, he said. Exact change. She'd told him her grandpa was waiting for her at the end of the line. The bus's destination was the city with the P.O. box from the sleepwalking message. The one she'd typed while asleep. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a random kidnapping. This was a pilgrimage. A convoy of police cars, with us following, raced to the city bus terminal. It was a sprawling, dingy place, full of shadows and echoing announcements. Officers fanned out, showing her picture. A ticket clerk pointed us to the locker bays. "Yeah, I saw a kid like that," he said, carrying a little pizza box, like from a birthday party. Seemed fine. Happy, even. She went over to the lockers. We rushed to row B. Locker B-17 had a key stuck in it, dangling from the lock. The detective put on gloves, turned the key, and swung the small metal door open. A collective gasp went through our little group. She wasn't inside. Inside the locker, arranged neatly on a shelf, was a folded set of dark blue coveralls, sized for a small child. Next to them was a tiny, yellow plastic hard hat, and laid out with care on the floor of the locker was a set of tools. Not toy tools. Real, finely made, small grip tools. A trowel, a level, a plumb bob with a sharp point, a miniature folding shovel. They were clean, oiled, and looked both antique and perfectly functional. On top of the coveralls, placed like a final note, was the talkie board. The bottle cap planchette was fixed firmly in the center with a glob of dried glue, pointing directly at the word yes. My partner let out a choked sound and turned away, collapsing into sobs against the wall. The detective carefully bagged the items, his face grim and confused. "What is this? Some kind of costume?" I couldn't answer. My eyes were fixed on those tools. This wasn't a kidnapping for harm. This was an outfitting. She was being dressed for a job, given a uniform. The horror was so specific it made my head spin. The police shifted gears. This was now a major case with a bizarre, sinister angle. They set up a command post at the bus station. They tracked the purchase of the bus ticket. It was bought with cash at a kiosk days earlier. They found security footage of her getting off the bus here at the terminal, still carrying the pizza box. She walked calmly to the lockers, used a key from her pocket, opened it, looked inside, and then she turned and walked out of the frame, leaving the locker door open. She didn't take the tools. She didn't put on the uniform. She just looked and left. Where did she go? I begged, staring at the frozen video image of her small back. "We're checking every camera," the detective assured me, but his voice lacked conviction. The terminal had blind spots, old corridors, exits that weren't monitored. Hours of fruitless searching followed. My phone, clutched in my sweaty hand, suddenly dinged with a sound I'd almost forgotten. A location-sharing notification. Her tablet, the one in her backpack. It had just come online. A pulsing blue that appeared on a map on my screen. It wasn't in the city. It was moving fast along the interstate, heading back in the direction of our home. Of the forest. "She's on the move," I yelled, shoving the phone at the detective. "Her tablet. It's tracking." He grabbed my phone, barked orders. The entire operation mobilized in minutes. We were a convoy again, sirens screaming, speeding down the highway, following that little blue dot. It moved with purpose, exiting the highway not for our town, but for the state route that led into the hills, toward the Brixton land. My partner sat beside me in the back of a patrol car, their hand crushing mine, both of us watching the dot on the officer's dashboard screen. "She can't be driving," they whispered. "Who has her?" I didn't answer. I knew in my bones that she was alone, that she was following a map in her head, a signal we couldn't hear. The dot turned off the paved road, onto the gravel track I knew too well. It moved steadily, inexorably, deeper into the forest. Then it stopped. The signal stabilized, a steady pulse right over the coordinates of the hidden slab entrance. We reached the turnoff, a line of police vehicles bumping down the rugged path. We parked in a chaotic cluster, doors flying open. Officers with powerful flashlights and drawn weapons streamed into the woods, following the GPS coordinates we gave them. My partner and I ran behind them, branches slapping our faces. We burst into the clearing. The scene was illuminated by a dozen blinding flashlight beams. The massive concrete slab was wide open, just as I'd left it, a black maw in the earth. Light, cold, white electric light, poured out from below. The bunker was open, and it was awake. The detective shouted commands. "Stay here," he ordered us, and a young officer was assigned to hold us back as a tactical team descended the stairs, their voices sharp and professional echoing up from the hole. We stood at the rim, straining to hear. Shouts of "clear" came from different directions. Then, after what felt like a lifetime, a voice called up, strained and confused. "We've got the subject. She's secure. She's unharmed. But you need to see this down here." My partner and I scrambled down the stairs before anyone could stop us, the officer trailing behind. We spilled into the humming control room. It was lit up now, every overhead fluorescent tube buzzing with light. The green radar blip pulsed, and there, in the center of the room, stood our daughter. She was still in her jeans and pink shirt from that morning, looking small and confused under the harsh lights, holding the hand of a female officer. She saw us and her face lit up. "Mommy! Daddy!" She broke free and ran into our arms. We dropped to our knees, hugging her, crying, checking her over. She was fine. Not a scratch. She smelled like the forest air. "How did you get here, baby?" my partner asked, tears streaming. She shrugged. The bus was loud. A nice lady with a big car gave me a ride most of the way. She said she was going hiking. Then I walked. I knew the way. Her tone was matter of fact, as if she'd just gone to the park. The detectives and officers were fanning out, their awe and confusion filling the room. They examined the vintage equipment, the glowing screens. The lead detective approached me, his earlier skepticism gone, replaced by a profound unsettledness. "Sir, you said there was a bedroom?" I nodded, pointing to the vault door on the far side of the control room, the one I hadn't opened. The tactical team prepared and opened it. We followed them into a short corridor, then into the room from the monitor, the 1950s bedroom. The bed was there. The blanket was rumpled, thrown back. The form was gone. A clear, gelatinous membrane lay in tatters on the sheets, connected to a series of empty, dangling tubes. The cryostasis cell beside the bed hummed, but its glass front was open. A trail of faint, sticky fluid led from the bed to the open doorway where we now stood. Silas Brixton was not in his bed. He was up, and he was somewhere in the bunker. An officer's radio crackled, a voice from the team still searching upstairs. "We found something up here. You need to see it." In the trees, about 50 yards east of the entrance. We were ushered back up into the night. Flashlights pointed at the base of a large pine tree. There, on the ground, was her backpack, and next to it, sitting neatly on a folded piece of bark as if on a display stand, was the pizza box. It was empty, but written on the inside of the lid in black marker, in handwriting that was not a child's, a precise, elegant, old-fashioned script, was a message. The tools were a test. She passed. The catalog is complete. We are ready for the final pour. Thank you for the delivery. The detective looked from the message to me, to my daughter safe in my arms, to the open bunker. The mystery had just deepened beyond any police manual. They had found the missing child, alive and well. The immediate crisis was over. But as I held my daughter, feeling her small heart beat against mine, I looked at the black opening in the ground. We had gotten her back, but we had also delivered her right to his doorstep. And he was no longer sleeping. He was out here, in the woods, in the night, and his work was not yet done. The case was closed for them. For me, it was just entering a new, more terrifying chapter. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of official chaos and private dread. The police sealed the bunker as a crime scene, though the only crime they could pin down was trespassing mine. They took endless statements. My daughter, perched on a too-big chair in the sheriff's office, told a simple, impossible story. A nice lady with a soft voice gave her a ride after the bus. She knew which turns to tell her to take. The lady left her at the edge of the woods. She walked to the door in the ground, because Mr. Brix wanted to show her his quiet room. No, she never saw the lady's face clearly. Yes, she was sure it was a lady. The police sketch artist produced a generic, kindly-looking woman that matched no one in any database. The tools from the locker were analyzed. They were custom-made, dated to the late 1950s, with the Brixton Secure logo etched faintly on the metal. The talkie board was just cardboard and glitter. My documentation, once dismissed, was now pored over by frowning detectives. They had a missing, then found child, a bizarre stash of antique child-sized tools, and an empty, high-tech tomb from the Cold War with a missing occupant. But they had no body, no clear motive for kidnapping, and a victim who was unharmed and home. The official story, the one that began to solidify in the reports, was that of a disturbed individual, possibly an obsessed historical reenactor or a cultist familiar with the Brixton story. who had fixated on our family, groomed our daughter through some unknown means, and orchestrated the strange event. The Mr. Bricks persona was written off as a creation of this person, implanted in our daughter's imagination. It was a tidy, human explanation. It allowed the police to classify the case as solved with the perpetrator at large, and for life to move on. For everyone else, it was over. For me, it was a fragile, terrifying new normal. We were home. My partner moved back in, but a canyon had opened between us. The relief of having our daughter back was overwhelmed by a river of unspoken blame and lingering fear. They believed the police theory, that some real flesh and person had done this, and that my obsession had painted a target on our backs. You published those genealogy queries online, Sam. You probably contacted some historical forum and attracted a freak. The fights were quieter now, hissed arguments after our daughter was in bed. We were both too exhausted, too traumatized for shouting. We settled into a tense, watchful routine. We changed all the locks. We installed a new security system with cameras at every door and window. We told our daughter that Mr. Bricks was a bad pretend game, and we weren't to talk about him anymore. She nodded solemnly, but sometimes I'd catch her staring at a wall, her lips moving soundlessly. The bunker was boarded up by the county, deemed a hazard. A rusty construction fence was erected around the clearing. It was over, but the feeling in my house, in my bones, said it wasn't. The air felt charged like before a thunderstorm. The hum I'd heard in the bunker sometimes seemed to whisper from the walls at night, a frequency just at the edge of hearing. I checked the security camera feeds obsessively, seeing nothing but swaying trees and empty streets. A week after we returned home, I found her in the backyard. She wasn't playing. She was standing perfectly still in the middle of the lawn, her arms held slightly out from her sides. Her eyes were closed. The sun was setting, casting long shadows. "Sweetie, what are you doing?" She didn't open her eyes. "Listening to the countdown," she said softly. A bolt of ice shot down my spine. "What countdown?" "The one for the final pour. He says the mixture is almost ready. The aggregate has been sourced." She opened her eyes then, blinked, and smiled at me like she'd just told me about her day at school. "Can I have a popsicle?" The old terror, which had settled into a low-grade dread, roared back to life. He was still here, still talking to her. The fence around the bunker didn't matter. The police theory was wrong. It wasn't a person. It was the signal. And the signal was in my backyard. That night, I did the only thing I could think to do. I went back to the library, to the microfiche. If Brixton was out, if his final pour was imminent, I needed to know what that meant. I scoured every article, every mention of his company. In a trade journal for concrete and aggregate, I found a small, dry article from 1960 titled, "Brixton Announces Perpetual Foundation Formula." It quoted Silas Brixton at a rare industry dinner. He said, "The foundation of the future will not merely support a structure, it will become one with it, a living, growing lattice. My formula will, when activated, seek and bind with compatible material, creating an impermeable, intelligent shell. It will be the final skin between the new world and the old." The article was followed by letters to the editor from scientists calling it alchemy and nonsense. The company never brought a product to market. But what if he had? What if the final pour wasn't just concrete? What if it was something else? I drove home, my mind racing. Compatible material. My daughter's words. The aggregate has been sourced. A horrible idea began to form, too monstrous to fully entertain. I pulled into my driveway. The house was dark except for the living room light. My partner's car was gone. They'd taken our daughter to a movie, a deliberate act of normalcy. I was alone. I went inside, the alarm beeping as I disarmed it. The house felt different. Empty, but not in a good way. It felt expectant. I walked to the kitchen to get a glass of water. On the gleaming stainless steel door of the refrigerator, written in a fine layer of what looked like dust, was a single word, ready. It wasn't fingerprint smudges. It was too precise, the letters elegant and sharp. I backed away, my heart hammering. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police again, to scream that he was in the house. But I stopped. What would I say? There's dust on my fridge? They'd think I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I snatched a dish towel and wiped the word away. As I did, the motion-activated light under the kitchen cabinets flickered, then died, plunging that part of the room into shadow. A moment later, the light over the stove flickered out, then the pendant lights over the island. They didn't pop or die. They just went out one by one, as if something was moving through the house, absorbing the light. I stood in the growing dark, frozen. The living room light was still on behind me. I heard a sound. A faint, wet, sliding sound, like mud being smoothed. It came from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I turned slowly. The hallway was dark, but at the far end, in the dim light reflected from the living room, I could see the floor was changing. A dark, wet patch was spreading across the hardwood, seeping from the wall near my daughter's bedroom door. It wasn't water. It was thicker, blacker. It crept across the floorboards, and as it moved, it hardened instantly into a smooth, glassy, obsidian-like surface. It was consuming the hallway, turning it into something else. The final pour. It was here, not in the woods. Here, in my home. The compatible material wasn't just gravel and sand. It was everything. It was the house itself. He was turning our home into his new foundation. I heard the front door open. My partner's voice cheerful. "We're back." The movie was great. They stepped into the living room, my daughter beside her, holding a balloon. They stopped, their smiles fading as they saw my face, saw me staring down the dark hallway. "Sam, what's wrong?" I pointed a trembling finger. "Don't go down there." My partner flicked the hallway light switch. Nothing happened. They took a step forward, peering. "Is that a spill? Did something break?" They took another step. The black, glassy surface had stopped spreading. It lay there, a 10-foot-long stretch of alien floor, ending just a few feet from the living room carpet. It looked solid, cold, and utterly wrong. My daughter let go of her balloon. It floated to the ceiling. She looked at the black floor, then up at me, her eyes wide but not with fear. With recognition. "He's here," she whispered. "He says the quiet room is too small. He needs a bigger one. He likes our house." The security system panel by the front door let out a sharp, electronic chirp. Then the digital display, which usually showed the time and system status, changed. Numbers appeared, counting down. 10 o'clock, 9:59. 9:58, a countdown. The one she was listening to. My partner finally saw it. They saw the word I'd wiped away still faintly visible on the fridge, the dead lights, the impossible black floor, the numbers ticking down on our own alarm system. The reality they had clung to, the human stalker, the explainable world, shattered. Their face went slack with a terror deeper than any we'd faced before. This wasn't a person. This was our home turning against us. The countdown ticked to 9 minutes. We were all together, safe and sound within our own walls. But the walls themselves were now the threat. We had survived a missing persons case. We had survived the police and the theories. Now we faced something that couldn't be fenced in or arrested. The signal had found its source, and the final pour had begun. The crisis was no longer out there. It was in the hallway, and it was counting down. The numbers on the security panel glowed a sickly green. 8:47. We were frozen, a family statue in the living room light, staring at the black, glassy scar that had grown across our hallway floor. It wasn't spreading anymore. It was just there, a door to nowhere, a stain from another world. My partner was the first to break. They lunged for the landline phone on the side table, their fingers fumbling. They lifted the receiver, put it to their ear, and their face collapsed. No dial tone. I pulled out my cell phone. No service. The bars were empty. The countdown was doing more than just counting. It was cutting us off. "The car," I said, my voice cracking. "We get in the car and we go. Now." We moved as one, a unit of pure panic. I grabbed our daughter, scooping her up. She was light in my arms, her head tucked into my shoulder. My partner snatched the car keys from the hook, and we bolted for the front door. They yanked it open. And stopped. I almost plowed into their back. The porch light was on, illuminating the front step. But beyond the step, where our driveway and the lawn should have been, was a wall. A smooth, seamless, curved wall of the same black, glassy material that was in the hallway. It arched over the doorway, meeting the eaves of the house, sealing us in completely. It reflected our stunned faces back at us, distorted and wide-eyed. My partner let out a small, choked cry and slammed the door shut, locking it as if that could keep the outside out. We ran to the back door in the kitchen. The same. The deck, the backyard, the neighbor's fence, all gone, replaced by that impossible, obsidian shell. The house was being encased. We were inside a growing foundation. 7:12. My partner started to hyperventilate, leaning against the kitchen counter. "Windows. We can break a window." I put our daughter down. "Stay right here, baby." I grabbed a heavy cast iron skillet from the stove, ran to the living room window, and swung. The skillet connected with a jarring, unnatural clang. The glass didn't shatter. It didn't even crack. The window pane had taken on the same dark, glossy sheen, hardened into something far stronger than glass. I hit it again. Nothing. My arm vibrated with the impact. It was like hitting a bank vault. Our daughter was watching us, her eyes huge. She wasn't crying. She had a strange, focused look, like she was listening to music we couldn't hear. "He says breaking is not allowed," she said softly. "The shell has to be perfect." 5:38. We were trapped. The hum was back, not just a feeling now, but a real, physical vibration in the floor, in the walls. It was the sound of the house changing, molecule by molecule. I saw a hairline crack appear in the drywall near the ceiling. From it, a tiny trickle of that black substance seeped out, not dripping, but crawling along the seam, hardening as it went, welding the wall together into something new and unbreakable. This wasn't an attack. It was a conversion. My partners sank to the floor, their back against the cabinets, clutching their head. I knelt in front of our daughter. "Honey, you talked to him before. Can you talk to him now? Can you tell him to stop? To let us go?" She looked at me, her gaze clear and unsettlingly calm. "He doesn't want to let go. He's lonely." The quiet room was empty for so long. "Our house is louder. It has heartbeats. He likes the noise." Her words were a knife to my gut. He wasn't just taking the house. He was soaking in our presence, our life. We were the aggregate. 3:15, the lights in the living room flickered. The air began to change, growing drier, cooler, smelling of ozone, and that cold stone scent from the bunker. The environment of our home was being overwritten with his. We were being digested. I had a sudden, desperate idea. The signal. It was a broadcast, a frequency. It had used our appliances, our wiring, our daughter's mind. What if we could jam it? What if we could make our own noise? The stereo. I shouted. I scrambled to the living room sound system, a big, old receiver with giant speakers. I turned it on. The power light glowed. I cranked the volume knob all the way up. I fumbled for a CD, any CD, and shoved it in. It was a party mix from years ago, full of loud, thumping pop songs. I hit play. For a second, there was a hiss of static. Then the opening bass beat of a song exploded through the room, so loud it was painful, vibrating the furniture. My partner flinched, covering their ears. Our daughter cried out, clapping her hands over hers. The black substance crawling on the ceiling seemed to flinch, to recoil for a second. The countdown on the security panel stuttered, the numbers flickering. 02:58, 02:57, 02:12, 2:55. It was working. It was disrupting him. "Find more!" I yelled over the deafening music. "Anything that makes sound." My partners scrambled up. They ran to the kitchen, grabbing pots and pans, banging them together like cymbals. They threw open the cabinet and dragged out the stand mixer, turning it on to its highest setting. The metallic whir of the beaters joined the cacophony. I ran to the hallway closet, found an old electric drill, and pulled the trigger. The screeching, high-pitched scream of the motor added to the storm of noise. Our house, which was being turned into a tomb, was now a riot of chaotic, human sound. 1:30. The black glass on the hallway floor lost its perfect sheen, developing a milky, cloudy patch. The seepage from the ceiling crack stopped, the substance pulling back slightly. The countdown was still going, but it was unstable. The numbers jumped. The hum in the walls became a discordant warble. "He's angry," our daughter shouted, her hands still over her ears. "He says it's too loud. He wants it quiet. Too bad." I roared back, my voice lost in the din. I ran to my office, grabbing the small portable radio from my desk. I turned it on, found a station full of frantic, screaming talk radio, and cranked it too. I brought it back and placed it on the floor near the black patch. 0:45. The living room light bulbs began to pulse in time with the music, bright, then dim, then bright again. The whole house was groaning, a structural complaint against the sonic assault. The air felt thick, charged, like before a lightning strike. The black shell over the doors and windows seemed to thin at one spot near the front door, becoming translucent for a second, showing a blurred glimpse of the outside night before solidifying again. We were fighting it. We were winning a battle of wills fought with noise. 0:10. We were all screaming now, not in fear, but in defiance, adding our voices to the tempest. My partner was banging a pot with a wooden spoon. I was revving the drill. Our daughter, caught in the frenzy, was jumping up and down, shrieking a wordless, powerful yell. 0:03, 0:02, 0:01. The countdown hit 0. A final, massive surge of the hum shook the house, a last convulsion. And then everything stopped. The music cut out. The mixer died. The drill went dead in my hand. The lights all went out at once, plunging us into absolute dark. The noise was gone, replaced by a ringing in my ears, so profound it felt like a new kind of quiet. For a long moment, there was nothing. No hum. No vibration. Just us panting in the dark. Then, the backup power for the security system kicked in. A small, red battery light on the panel came on, illuminating the display. The countdown was gone. In its place, in simple block letters, was a message: signal lost. Reinitiation protocol standby. A soft, natural light filtered into the room. I turned. The living room window was clear again. Beyond it, I could see the familiar shape of our maple tree, the streetlight, the normal world. The black shell was gone. I ran to the front door, my heart in my throat, and yanked it open. Cool night air rushed in. The porch, the driveway, the lawn, all were there untouched. I stepped out, my legs weak, and looked back at the house. It looked perfectly ordinary. Just a house. My partner joined me, holding our daughter, who was now crying softly, overwhelmed. We stood there on the lawn, shivering in the relief that felt like a physical pain. We had done it. We had shouted down a ghost. We had broken the signal. The police were called again. Our story of being trapped, of the black substance, was met with concerned looks and flashlights swept over perfectly normal walls and floors. No evidence remained. The only proof was the three of us, standing in our pajamas on the lawn, shaking. The officers found a tripped main breaker in the basement and a possible explanation for a gas leak that could cause hallucinations. They urged us to see a doctor, together. We nodded, too exhausted to argue. In the weeks that followed, we did see a therapist. We talked about shared trauma, about folie à deux, about the power of suggestion. We worked to be a family again. The talkie board was burned in the fireplace. We moved our daughter's bedroom to the other side of the house. We painted the hallway. We tried to forget. Life slowly became normal. Or a version of it. The fear faded, but a watchfulness remained. We listened too closely to the house's ordinary sounds. We checked the windows too often. But nothing happened. The signal was lost. Then last night, I was putting our daughter to bed. We'd read a story, and I was tucking her in. She looked up at me, her eyes clear in the nightlight's glow. "Daddy." "Yes, sweetie?" "Mr. Bricks is sorry he made you scared." My blood went cold, but I kept my voice calm. "Oh yeah. He says he was just trying to find a home. He says he's going to sleep for real now. But he left a present." "A present?" She nodded, snuggling down. "In the backyard, under the big rock. For when I'm bigger. He says it's the only copy. The catalog of the buried. So I don't forget." I kissed her forehead, my mind racing, and walked downstairs. I didn't go to the backyard. Not yet. I sat in my quiet living room, looking out at the perfectly normal night. The signal was lost. The conversion had failed. We had won. But he had apologized. And he had left a book. A gift for the future. The threat was over. The haunting had ended. But the story, it seemed, had been saved for later. And that feels like a different kind of haunting altogether.